so what we did on the last episode is we went into the Delta Storm and we hacked it. And we took down the second firewall, which is way the hell down there in the cave somewhere. And then I came back home and I ended stream. So we've got a ton of crap that we need to unload here. We got titanium as well, which is just sitting loosely on this platform. Yeah, I left a mess for myself. This is part of the reason why in the main Astroneer playthrough I've been doing the off-stream like cleanup every time we do one of these activities, and it's because of this. Hey Gerald. It's because of this process right here. Every time you come home after a big wacky adventure, you just have millions of like loose items that you need to deal with. It's not going to be too bad here because we don't have like a huge mega base or anything, but like there is a reason why I was doing that, and it's because, oh my god, I need to pay attention to that. It's because we're going to be spending like the first half hour of this stream probably cleaning up this mess here while I ramble about Patreon or whatever it is we want to talk about here. Okay, let me get my bearings. So I want to make on my inventory. Oh, cool, I also have crap in my backpack. Anyways, I want to get like a couple more canisters for all the titanium, get that smelting, figure out what new toys we unlocked, and then we'll go back out on an adventure. It occurs to me I had dark mode enabled on my old skin here because now I'm getting like blinded by how bright my backpack is. But you know, this is high visibility. This is the safety like suit after all. Oh, there's like a little retro reflector on the front too. I don't even know if that was intentional or if that's just part of the, like, the model that I'm using. Very safety oriented, I gotta say. Alright, so where is my glass? We have that, we have that. We need to make a container. And let's see, while we're doing that, let's start smelting things. I don't think we have access to another portable smelting furnace. There's one over here that I don't want to try to find. We're just going to slowly use the dumb furnace for this, and as is the spirit with this kind of thing, just put all our stuff on the ground when it's done smelting, and just hope that nothing falls through the floor. So let's get our, not the wolframite, I want the titanium. Let me get the titanium going first, because that's going to be the most important thing here. Get out of the way. No, not the diamond. I hate these things so much. Alright, put that there. And then fix the bug by putting a second one in. Alright, perfect. We'll have like 10 of those, I think. And hopefully we can make, among other things, a better drill for the rover. Because the current one that we have is not sufficient for digging out the deeper terrain. You know, I could have been smelting these with the portable furnace. Let's just not be an idiot. Let's also use that. Save ourselves a bit of grief. So we have all of that. Some packages. Okay, I don't see any more loose resources I wanted to deal with. That's fuel. That's for packages. We do have a spare battery, but I think I'll just keep it on the rover. I don't know how much power I'm going to need for the last gateway, so I'm just going to leave that on the rover. Alright, we've got everything we need to smelt. So put that there. That'll be running in the background. We didn't unlock any new toys just yet, I'm pretty sure, because we have to get the, we have to open the vault. There's another one of those things really far down, I'm assuming. I don't know, I saw it on the map earlier. And we have to open the vault, and then we will hopefully get access to like the winch or something, and then I can unleash my like final form on this DLC. Because you bet the instant that we get access to a winch and a large rover, we're gonna go on an adventure. So hopefully we'll get to do that today. Let's set this thing up and have this running as well. We do have access to silos, like the ones with 24 slots on them, but I want to know what I need to spend my titanium on. I should probably prioritize the drill, so let's make that first. We need titanium alloy. How do you make that? You need graphene. We're gonna need some hydrazine. And we have a bunch of ammonium, so let's make a bunch of hydrazine to start off with. I don't think there's any reason to hold on to any of this ammonium. So I think we just make all of it into hydrazine. I can always like centrifuge a little bit more. You can make solid fuel thrusters in this DLC. They are unlocked right now, but I don't know why. I mean, I guess you can theoretically put it on a rover. It doesn't, I mean, it does do something, but I can't think of anything useful that it would do. So most likely we're not going to be actually ever using that. We don't need these solar panels. I'm just gonna unpack research items for this. Okay, this thing was... Oh yeah, we've been researching helium. That's what's been going on here. Okay, hold on. Let me turn this off for a moment. Okay, so those research items will be running in the background. That'll probably be more efficient than researching helium. I'm not sure how I didn't notice this a moment ago. Yeah, I don't see any more items. Okay, I think that's everything I needed, so we will continue smelting. And then of course we will put the titanium on the floor. Actually, we're gonna put it in this canister because now this is empty. This is something I probably don't want to fall through the ground, so this one's going in a canister. Just leave that set to output mode, actually. Okay, lithium. We have exactly 1 lithium to play with here, so I need to think carefully about what I use that for, because I still don't know where the lithium is. I'm guessing that it's either on the Zeta gateway, which is it's this thing over here, this little icon. It's who knows how far away that is. It's either on the Zeta gateway, or it's all the way down on like the second layer of caverns. Either way, it's far away, and we're gonna have trouble getting to it. So I can't assume that I'm gonna get lithium anytime soon. Now I got a couple free batteries out in the field, so that's not what we need to use it for. I'm thinking RTG is probably the right play for this, because we also have this nanocarbon alloy, and that'll just give me like an extra power boost for the rover. Because I think lithium is only used for like battery, like energy related stuff. And I think we do, yeah, we do have the RTG unlocked. That's what, okay, that's what I'm tentatively going to use this on, unless I think of something else, or if somebody in chat convinces me that there's a better idea. Alright, we smelted all of our titanium, so we have like 9 of it to play with, I think. Yeah, we have 9 titanium to play with right now. I think we make a silo. This is getting annoying, not having proper outputs for this, so let's go check our catalog. That's in the storages. Alright, we'll get that. And I'm thinking I just get let's get the drill actually, and then the RTG if we still have the money for it. That's not it. Where's the drills? It's by the rover seat, right? Or is it by the thrusters? No, it's okay, it's on its own thing. Alright, drill strength 3. Titanium alloy diamond. We need that because we're going to be digging, and it's probably just going to get harder and harder to do that down at the core. So we've got that now. We need to make a titanium alloy. I made a second chemistry lab like a dummy earlier, so let me... Oh, I'm dumb, it's right here. I thought it was on the ground somewhere in the back of the base. So let's go ahead and make this. Where's our graphite? I think it's all on the rover. What a lovely base I've made here. Alright, let's make a bit of that. So we need graphene. And I'm gonna make like 4 graphene or something, because I suspect we're gonna be turning most of this into titanium alloy. So that goes there. Need 1, 2 more. And I don't think you need any gases to make graphene. I think it's just the hydrazine, so let's just get that running. And we'll have a bunch of those. We'll make a couple titanium alloys. And that should cover us for whatever it is I end up doing here. I need to save a bit because I think we are going to unlock a bunch of new recipes, and I'll probably need more of it when it comes to that. Alright, put that there. I'm just going to keep making hydrazine with this one. I think the reason why it's not cooperating, well, part of it's because I'm out of hydrogen, but also because I don't have any output slots on this because this stupid canister was using them all. It's empty now. So let's just put it back on the rover because we're going to inevitably dig through a large deposit of something or another and need this later. I think we're done with graphite for now. I'm going to need to make another diamond, I think. What was the recipe for this thing? Okay, this bad boy. Diamond titanium alloy. So we've got our graphene. Where's our titanium? Like a couple of titanium alloys and a diamond. Am I off by 1? No, okay, there's the 4th one. It's behind it. So let's make a diamond. Just 1. I don't want to waste all of these. Diamonds are almost, but not quite, entirely useless in this game. I didn't have a diamond laying around on the floor, did I? I feel like I did. Am I about to be sad? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, we'll find it later if I had one. Ow. Sorry, Gerald. I didn't mean to step on you there. Right, well, we've got our diamond now. So we have that. And then titanium alloy, we're just going to make 2 of those. I think requires nitrogen, which we've just been finding random gases out in the field, so we probably just have it already. I've barely had to actually use this condenser for anything because we just kind of picked up a bunch of these from random wreckages, but oh well. Oh, I did have a diamond on the ground. All right, well, if we find a use for another diamond, we'll use it for that, I guess. Put that there. Oh, didn't I say I was going to make a silo? I just want to put the silo next to like the smelter so that I have room for a lot of like mixed materials. There we go. Medium silo, my beloved. Right, let's make the drill. We have an extra diamond if we need it. Okay, so that'll take care of that. Hopefully we don't lose this rover for any reason, because otherwise I might have to make another drill depending on where I lose it. And that'll be fun because we're not going to save scum that. We've only save scummed once so far, and it was because I was intentionally doing something that was probably going to get me killed. So if we lose the rover down there to like a funny accident, like I'm going to play it. I'm going to roll it. I'll play through, and we're going to have to get back down there and recover the rover. So if we for some reason need to make another one of these drills, hopefully I have the resources sitting around up here to do so, or we're going to be out there for quite a long time. So we've got another titanium alloy and diamond, which I guess we could make another drill, but that's planning for failure, and we don't do that around here. So hopefully we just don't fail instead. That would be a much better solution of this. Let's keep that going. I think that's going to burn through the rest of the ammonium. We're going to have one extra. I'll just put it over here. Okay, what other things did we need to do? Okay, we had the exo chips, so let's go blow these up. We could finally make exo chip related objects. Let me make another dynamite. I have a few on the rover, but I'll just make a new one here. Yep, good. I did not want to click on that. Dynamite. Alright, got it. We only picked up 2 of these. I don't know when we're ever going to find more. So this place is already a complete mess. Let's just blow it up and make it even worse. Okay, you know, a little further back. Right over here, that's good. And these should probably work the same way they do in the vanilla game, because so far everything has been consistent. So fun fact, if you didn't know that, if you hold your camera lock button, which is just right click on PC, you can just walk literally as far away from something as you want. As long as you're holding your camera lock button, you can just interact with it from any distance. Like literally on the other side of the planet, this would still work. And detonate. So we're now a safe distance away from this dynamite. Oh my god, that piece of shrapnel would have probably killed me in real life. It went right through the camera. It's safe in a video game though. In real life, you probably want to be behind a blast shield. And looks like we got 3 exo chips from this, and it looks like it didn't blow up the other exo cache, so that doesn't work correctly. That might either be because something is bugged or because I was too far away, because I thought that usually blows them all up. So remember what I said a moment ago about you being able to walk as far away as you can? You maybe don't do that for these. Maybe that prevents the explosion from breaking them for some reason. I have no idea. Let's go ahead and blow this one up. And we should have plenty of exo chips for whatever shenanigans we're up to. Looks like we got 3 more from that. And I think I just saw one fall through the ground, so we might have actually just gotten 2 more from that. Yeah, I think one fell straight down. Like I saw it like slide into the terrain. So unless it got snagged on some of that compound there, I'm pretty sure it's in the abyss below us, so we're never getting that back. So we got 5 exo chips. And we know what biome these are in, so we can always go get more later if we need them. So why did I need these for? There's a few things. I think winches use them, but we don't have those unlocked yet. That's going to be up here. Okay, so winch, we need an exo chip for a winch. This is extremely important. Winches are essential for the shenanigans that I want to do at some point. What else needs these? Hydrazine thruster, we probably don't need that for anything. Let's see here. What else is there? Fault finder, that... Why is that even here? Mission completion reward. I don't even know why that's here. Or maybe you never get that, and this is just the default behavior for unlocking the fault finder. I'm gonna assume that you never get the fault finder because there's a whole quest involving like a different like satellite that you're supposed to go to, so that's probably not even gonna be here. What else did we want? Exochips are for auto extractors. I think shredders use them, but we don't have the trade platform, so it's irrelevant. And I think the large rover uses 2. So we want to save 1 for a winch, 2 for a large rover. We can make the large rover now. Like maybe I could hybrid these together, have 1 large rover on the front and then like a bunch of small ones on the back. You know, that sounds like an excellent idea. We're going to do that because then I could put the drill and the paver on the front. And it's going to be absolutely way better than what we've been doing with this, where I have to just juggle the drill and the paver off. Speaking of drill and paver, where is the drill and paver? They're supposed to be on this. Okay, there's the paver. Oh, I know what happened. I made the new drill and I never actually... Gerald, please. I never actually put it on the rover. There we go. But Gerald, come on, look. I'm sorry. I don't know why you're mad at me right now, but I apologize for whatever it is that I did. However I wronged you. So we've got that. We've got the paver. We needed rubber and aluminum alloy, I think, to make this. Do I have any of those things sitting around? I got lucky. I got one of them. Aluminum. I should have copper in a canister. Like an alloy. Now this is done. Am I big dumb? Usually it offers to take these out of your inventory when you hover over it like that. Okay, I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Hope it works there. Got a rubber. I want to get this printing as soon as possible because these are very slow to print. I didn't unlock it. It's gonna be very slow if I don't even have it unlocked. And then we can check and see if we have the RTG available now. Large rover, 2 exochips. Where did I leave those? These 2. Okay, that's gonna be very nice to have. So we've got 1 for the winch. Oh my god, please. We've got 1 more for the winch, which I'm just gonna put over here to reduce the odds of it falling through the floor. Now, let me unpack this for the smelter. Actually, honestly, I should just put this on the rover instead, because I'm having trouble with single inventory spaces. And we've got 2 more to play with, so what else can we get with these that might be potentially useful? I don't care about power. Power's fine. Auto extractor uses an exo chip, but we're not doing like any mega base sort of stuff. We don't need the kind of output that an auto extractor produces. It would just be a convenience. Shredder is irrelevant. I could make another large rover if I can't think of anything else. Shelters, don't care. I don't even know why landing pads are available. I mean, I think honestly the reason is everything is available. Like in this journal or this mission, it's the research catalog. I think everything is listed here, even if you never get in this DLC. I think that's how they did this. So I'm guessing that I'm never gonna get those rockets. Yeah, none of this stuff uses exo chips. I kind of wish there was a way to look up like what you can make with a specific resource in this game. Let's hold on to them for now. We'll see if we think of something. I'm just gonna hold on to them, so I'm just gonna put them on a storage somewhere. And if something comes up, I'll be glad that I had them. Otherwise, oh well, we've made the essentials, which is we have a large rover in the works, and we have 1 reserved for the winch. Having 2 winches is also kind of convenient for the funny flying machine I intend to make later on if we get to that point. I'm gonna be very sad if the winch is never unlocked in this DLC. Like, the fact that the winch is such a broken item, it would just be on brand for that to be something that you could play with in the Glitchwalkers DLC, because that winch is like just the epitome of glitchiness in this game. Now, let me pull this silo forward. While we're printing that out, let me put like kind of my essentials on this. I'm also going to turn this beacon on. I usually use orange for vehicles, and that's in case we lose this thing for some reason. we'll be able to find the silo. If I like take it off and it falls through the ground, because this silo is going to be stacked with a bunch of somewhat useful items. Not nearly as many as my vanilla save. But we'll put these here. What other things can we put on that? As long as we don't put the portable smelter here, we can have dynamite on it. It's not organized at all. Just don't look at it, chat. It'll be fine. You'll be okay. We've got a couple more jump jets. I don't have the hydrazine one unlocked yet. But when I do, I will have hydrazine available for it, which is why I've been carrying this around in case I happen to like find one or something. We got a graphite. This is a decent power source. How many bytes do we have? Oh my god, I didn't realize we had this many. I haven't been paying attention. We can unlock like basically everything we want at this point. Not everything in the game, but everything that I could conceivably see myself using right now. Battery. I should probably get this just in case I need more on the field. Because if I find the lithium and I don't have enough power, I could just make a bunch of batteries. Let's just go ahead and unlock this. And the nanocarbon alloy, the only other thing I could see myself making with this is the portable crutch, which we don't have unlocked yet. I'm inclined to bring the nanocarbon with me, honestly. Just kind of make whatever I want, just on site. Like, just bring a small printer with me. I think I have one laying around the base. It's just one compound, so I can just make another if I need to. Yeah, here it is. Let's just bring a small printer with us, and then we'll have a few options. So we're going to grab the ingredients for this. And just, like, impromptu, if I decide that I need it for some reason, I can just go ahead and make it. Put those there. We've got an extra battery already, so I don't need to put a small one on here. I still want to have this wind turbine on my backpack, like just in case I start running into power problems and I'm like away from the rover for a while. We're going to keep the work light. Work light is best in slot for chat because you can actually see what I'm doing in the caves, so that's not coming off for the rest of the run. And I think our large rover is ready, so let's go ahead and hook that up. And unfortunately, these can only be 4 units long, so... Sorry, buddy, we're gonna have to retire you, the front end piece here. So let me just drive it over to the parking area. We're gonna send you to the farm. Goodbye, old friend, you've served us well. But you can hang out over here with this stuff. It was nice at least to have the opportunity to use a medium rover, because I've basically never done that. There's been no reason to. You usually just skip straight to this, like, big chungus large rover right here. But this DLC actually kind of makes you use it, so I appreciate having that opportunity. Just something slightly different to do. So now we have the ability to do this, and if we press these buttons, both of these things activate at the same time. And that's good because that means I don't have to get out and swap them whenever I need to bridge over something and stop digging tunnels. So that's awesome that we have that available now. Alright, so this is fine. Now we have 2 soil canisters. Now that we have the big drill, I think I should slap a couple more of these on there to make sure that we can like make really big bridges if we need to. Because the paver is going to make an enormous bridge whenever we turn it on. So how much plastic have we got sitting around? We can make, like, I think 1 more. I think 3 of these will probably cover it. Where is it? Auto arm. It's always near the auto arm. Fluid and soil canister. And because of how nice and big this thing is, we have a little bit more room on the back. If I could stop getting stuck on things, I'll take this, put it like here or something. This is usually how I build this, and then I don't want to put the tall silo here because it'll block my camera view. So we're going to put this one here instead. And I don't know what we're going to put on this. I should probably put the essentials, like the power sources on this, because if I do get cut off for some reason, I want to at least have like a battery, a little bit more of a reserve in case this cable gets like severed for some reason. Which will probably happen because it happened last stream while we were fighting that like gravity pillar. So let's just plan ahead for that and have a little bit of extra power available. This, we don't really... I could put this thing over here, I suppose. You know what, yeah, let's just play it safe. Let's put the whole thing over here. And we'll just leave the battery on that one. Alright, our soil canister should be done now. Hydrate. Excellent idea. Ah, that's the stuff. Alright, so while we're here, we're going to be doing a lot of digging, so I might as well swap this out. or a, like, these are actually almost full. I haven't really been using these centrifuges. I just haven't needed that many resources, but whatever. We've got like one in like a eighth or something to fill here, and then if we make any bridges, we're probably going to run out anyways. So it'll be good to have 3 of those, I think. And we've got plenty of quartz. Okay, was there anything else I wanted to build, or are we going out? And I think we're going down because we need to go find a vault. And that means we have to pay a visit to my old nemesis over there, over the horizon, the gravity pillar, which tried its best to kill one of my rovers in our last episode here. So we're gonna have a rematch and see if I can get through that without losing anything. Vanquisher of Gravity Pillar, Savior of the Lost Rover. That's so... Those are my titles. Like, that's just, those are my accomplishments in this playthrough. Is that rescue mission for the rover. This little baby right here. We thought you were lost, medium rover, but I saved you. I rescued you from the clutches of that vicious gravity pillar. Unfortunately, we are going to go back to the gravity pillar, so you're gonna have to face your fears again, and we're gonna see if we can get through that without losing anything. I think we've got everything I need here, really. Got our power. That's actually annoying. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna move this back, and the reason I'm gonna do that is because this stupid canister here is going to keep dumping crap onto the silo. And I want this silo to have, like, empty spaces for me to, like, put important items. I'm gonna let it fill up. Alright, we'll put this on the back, and hopefully we don't lose the tail end of the rover. I kind of want these slots to be accessible. We're planning for failure. I said we're not going to do that, so we're just not going to lose the back end of the rover. It's that simple. If we just don't lose it, we don't have to worry about this problem. Alright, we've got our Vault Seeker, which I'm probably going to have to equip. We're going to be near the rover, so I don't think I need to worry too much about power right now. I wish these would tell you how many boosts they have left. I've used it probably like 20 or 30 times. We have a couple extras if we need them. I think we've got everything here. Yeah, this is looking like it. We've got a lot more inventory space now. We have a few slots here. We've got like 4 there. Maybe I could make one more silo. I don't feel like we used our titanium to its fullest. What else was I able to get with titanium? I feel like I wanted this for more reasons, and I don't remember what they were. Let's make a couple more silos, because I can't think of what I wanted this for. Alright, I wish it was easier to look through this. We can make the leveling block now. We don't need this, but I'm curious. I'm going to make a leveling block just because I want to know how close we are to the true flat grid. I don't think we're going to use this for anything, because we're not making a big base here. This is a curiosity here. Nice, it actually went back to the terrain tool. Is that the... Huh. That's pretty flat. That might be the true flat grid, or very close to it. Where's the gateway? No, we're not. I think we're not quite. I think it's the gateway. I'll get you this one. This one's from Ragnarok Online, which is a game I don't know anything about, but I've heard its music from like some Don't Starve like playthroughs I was watching. I'm gonna grab that. It's for anyone who's curious. There you go. That's the link to it. I promise it's not a rickroll. And you won't get gnomed if you click on that either. Thought it might be Ragnarok. Yeah, there's like a distinct style to a lot of these, but I like this one. It's very upbeat and pleasant. I need to go through that whole OST. There's probably more of these that I could play for Astroneer. And if anyone ever wants to know what these songs are, I'm a bad streamer, so I don't have a command for that, but you can just ask what it is. I can get the link for it like really quickly. They're all on YouTube. Assuming that they don't get taken down between the time I post them and when you click on the link. Your first real MMO. Yeah, that's a game that... I don't even know if it exists anymore, but it came and went. And I never knew that it existed. I was like a RuneScape into World of Warcraft baby, and I never played like other MMOs. So I didn't get to experience whatever Ragnarok Online was. We've got a bunch of that. I'm still trying to figure out, by the way, what I wanted to make out of titanium. I could have sworn we had way more things that we wanted it for. I don't know what those things were. So I have to hope... You know what, maybe I could just bring it with me and hopefully have enough. Still around on Steam, free to play. It's very old though, right? Like at this point, I feel like if I didn't have like nostalgia goggles to play it, I probably wouldn't get anything out of it. And I personally don't care to play an MMO anyways, but I guess it's there for whomsoever wants it, I suppose. I'm unfortunately, Chad, I'm just going to skim the catalog really quick to see if my brain turns on when I notice something that I wanted, but I can't think of anything. We're probably never actually going to make trains because I feel like there's not enough of a reason to revisit old areas. And I want to bring my rover with me, which the trains aren't really compatible with that idea. I don't need that. I don't need any of this junk. Yeah, we skipped making a buggy, thankfully. Oh, was the crane? The crane was one of the things I was thinking of making for mining. You know, this might unlock a little bit too late. Yeah, I think a little bit of feedback I have. I think this unlocks a little bit too late in the progression because by the time you get like the centrifuge, you don't need to do as much like spot mining of resources. Maybe I could make use of this thing anyways, just for fun. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make one of these anyways, but I wonder if this should be unlocked a little bit earlier. I mean, you don't get titanium until later, but if you get like a lucky roll from one of those wreckages, crane could be kind of fun. I feel like this is an item that nobody uses, so it would be good to unlock it a little bit earlier in the progression, because then you might have like somebody think, oh, maybe I'll check that out. Maybe it'll be a fun item to use. So let's see here. How do I make steel? Right, yeah, carbon. So we need to make a steel. And we have an extra drill. I could swap out the one on the front of the rover if I have to dig out hard terrain. And we'll have to free up one of these slots here, which I think, honestly, I'm just going to take this one off and put the crane here. We've already got plenty of storage. Alright, so we needed steel. We need titanium, which I already lost because I'm really good at organizing things. It's literally right here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anybody who's sitting here furious at how bad I am at finding things. Just remember, I'm probably looking in a different part of the screen than you are when you see these first. Someone in chat is always going to find it first. And then what was the other thing I needed? I already forgot because I'm an idiot. Oh, we need silicone. Right, okay, this is the first silicone we've made in this whole playthrough. Oh, where's my quartz? Silicone is quartz, and I don't remember what the other thing is. Resin, I think. I'm just going to YOLO it and think. I think it's resin. I think it's quartz, resin, and methane. Which we do not have methane, because that's apparently the one gas we haven't been lucky enough to stumble across. Just make one. And I'll figure out what I want to do with all this helium later. I could just research this one now. These research chambers are kind of hauling ass. You know, I think what the problem was back in the early game, I had like no power at any point. Even now we're having a little bit of trouble here, but I had no power at any point, like back in the early game. These are both running. Yeah, whatever. When I turn this thing off, we'll have power back. Honestly, we can just turn it off now. But yeah, these were basically running super slowly, so that's why it was taking so long for those like crappy starter research items to finish. That, and I think the starter research items are just generally slower. And where's our silicone? Okay, good. I actually remembered the recipe. Silicone's a weird item, because I swear there's only like 2 things you ever use it for, and they're both like one-off items. You make like a paver, and then there's like one other thing I think you make with silicone, and then you just never use it again. It's like an underutilized recipe. I can't think of anything else except the crane and the paver that you use silicone for. I mean, I think portable shelters also use them, but that item is dead to me. So those don't count. We're not going to include that. So yeah, it's not... In my personal, objectively correct opinion, silicone is underutilized. Let's play with the crane for a little bit, and I can also put a light on the side of it, actually, so the rover has some light. Gas canister. Okay, I'm an idiot. That completely invalidates my opinion. You're right. Gas canisters use it, which are not like the most A-tier item in the game, because you usually only make 5 of them, but you are correct. Thank you. I had completely forgotten about that, so silicone's alright in my book. I've changed my opinion on the matter. I want to make a work light. Actually, can I make a floodlight and put it on the top? That might look kind of sick. Where is the tungsten? Did I unlock this at any point? Let me just check. It'll be faster than doing this the hard way. Where are the lights? Can I have a search box? I did not unlock it. Alright. Printer. Grab the tungsten, grab the tungsten. There it is. I already have so many backpack printer recipes, and I have like maybe a quarter of them unlocked. Alright, we're gonna actually use a crane. This is absolutely, oh my goodness, revolutionary. I know that I have a drill that can kill this thing. I'm not doing it. We're not hurting Gerald. Like, he's here to stay at this point. He's been with us for so long now. Alright, I can't actually put a headlight on this thing because there's a drill and a paver in the way, but you know, this looks kind of sick. We'll see if that's actually useful or if this is just always somehow pointing in the wrong direction. And these two side slots on the crane don't actually do anything, which I know the devs have feedback about that as well, but let me echo the feedback. You should be able to put drill mods in these slots and have them affect the drill on the end of the crane. Because they don't do anything. They're literally just storage slots that'll just pick up whatever you mine off of the crane. So, I'd love it if those actually did something. If I could put like the wide mod on the crane, that would give the crane, honestly, a lot more value than just using the terrain tool or the far superior drill in front of the rover to dig everything. Because the crane's kind of slow, is the other problem that I have with it. It doesn't mine very fast. I think we're about done here. I mean, I could bring an exo chip. Let's bring an exo chip as well. Again, just in case, like, out on the field, I have an idea for something I want to make. How do you make the winch? Just in case. We're most likely never going to use these, but I want to be prepared. Because I really don't want to have to go back to the base and waste all of our time just to make, like, one thing. Where's the winch? I will never remember where this is. I'm a winch enjoyer. You think I would know where it is. We need a rubber for that. I used our rubber. Okay, and that rubber is organic and resin. I know we have resin. It's just it's in one of these canisters. There it is. Gimme. The winch tooltip is gold, and I think they changed it. What did that used to be? Like, I think you all changed the winch tooltip at some point. And then you just, like, decided it was broken. Like, it was just accepted by the development team that the winch doesn't work correctly, and now it's officially, like, in the canon of this game. That the winch is just an absolute mess of, like, strangely implemented Unreal Engine physics. And I love it that way, and I never want them to fix the winch. Got our exo chip. We've got a few like high tier crafting materials. Well, if you consider lithium to be high tier, it is in this playthrough. And we're not going to be able to over prepare for anything. I guarantee I'm going to forget something useful and not be able to take advantage of it, and we'll have to come back to the base, fix it exactly. Well, I mean, look, sometimes developers of video games will see something that's broken but fun, and they'll think to themselves, wow, we can't have that. Let's fix it so that nobody uses it. And I appreciate the developers of this video game for just accepting the fact that the winch is a thing that is in this game. I'm going to take this with me just in case I want it. The developers have just accepted that the winch behaves the way it does, and hopefully will never change it. Because, like, I'm not sure what other purpose it would serve. It's very powerful. It's actually useful for the thing you might use it for, which is, like, picking up and pulling objects, like, out of pits and stuff with a vehicle. And then it's also a mess. You call it the lull winch. Should make like an emote called that. I don't know. I'm sure you could come up with something funny for that. That sounds like a Twitch emote. Like, that should just be a picture of a winch that just shows up in chat. Like, that's like a 7TV emote. It's just lull winch. I don't know if you want to put a face on it or something, and it's just a troll face. Alright, so we've got an assortment of random crafting garbage that I will probably never use. We've got a bunch of storage, we've got more storage, we have even more storage after that. We have packagers, we have graphite to make more packagers. I think I want more resource silos, and then we're ready to go. So let's see, let me, we don't have any more plastic. I'm gonna make 2 more resource canisters. So let's grab some of this, make some plastic. We've got like just enough of these basic resources that I haven't had to use the centrifuges for a while, which is lovely. And it's up here. I will never remember where the canisters are, except I need to make the plastic first, so my brain doesn't work. Do that. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna use this one as well. I'm not lazy, I'm impatient, so I'm just gonna also use this one. Wait, didn't I pick up? It's doing it again. Okay, I had to close and open the chemistry lab for some reason to get the plastic to accept my inventory. It's animated. It just vibrates for a second and vanishes. Yeah, you can make that like an animated 7TB emote. This is an idea. Any aspiring Astroneer streamers out there, or like affiliates, you can make that emote. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. It sounds like a lot of work. It could be kind of funny though. I need glass as well. Where is? I don't have any glass. Okay, let's go ahead and make a bit of that. Never mind. I have 2 glass, so I'll just make a few extras so I have them when I come back. All right, print that. These print pretty fast, so I'm just gonna wait for it. I'm not gonna search the other crafting menu for this. Okay, let's pull back in. No, not the glass. Oh my goodness, I hate these things. Can we please get a filter slot for resource canisters? There's another thing that gets asked for constantly for this video game. At least for me, these canisters would be so much more useful if I had like an extra slot that I could use as a filter, kind of like the auto arms. And they would only ever accept that item if I used that filter slot. Because then I would have way more control of like what this picked up off the smelting furnace when it was done. Alright, so we've got one of these. Let's make the second one. And then I think we're ready to go. I'm gonna put these all on the same like side so they're easier to find. You want them to dispense and not push. Yeah, I want that too. That's the other thing. I've complained about that plenty. If I could have a version for these resource canisters that would output like this, but then if I put it on a platform, it didn't force its items to the storage it's on, that would be amazing. If these were not like active providers or whatever you call them internally in your game engine, I would love these things forever. That would be an amazing change if there was a third setting for these that just made them output like this, so that requesters on the platform could pull from them, but they would not automatically fill the platform. That would be insanely good. I would be so happy. That is like the only thing I would ask for from these medium resource canisters. If I could have like one genie wish for changing these canisters, that would be it. That'd be the only thing I would ask for. Make a version, make a third setting on these that just had the nugget on the output but didn't push it to the platform that it's on. Or even a monkey paw wish. I would even take the gamble of like making a monkey paw wish for that, because that would be so useful for like every build I've ever used these things on. That's why these are all on the floor, by the way. Like, I could put these on these large storages that I have sitting around here, but then they do this, and if I would have to fill all 4 slots, and they would never have to be empty for that to work. No, that's not my one wish for the whole game. I think my one wish for the whole game is that you just like camera settings, like fine-tuned camera settings. So like first-person camera and like the ability to turn off like automatic camera angle changes. Like, however greedy I can get with a single wish, that would probably be the thing that would give me the most value in this game, is like a fine-tuned rework of the camera with a lot of customization for how I want it to behave. So like, I don't think the canisters are the top tier priority here. I think the camera is the most frustrating thing about this video game. And then inventory management is probably the second thing. Then there's of course a whole bunch of other stuff, but I'm not just gonna sit here and whine about the game this whole time, because we've all heard it before. I think we've got everything I want now. I have 3 empty canisters for resources. I have power. I can make an RTG if I need more power for some reason. I've got 2 batteries, tons of storage, a crane that I may or may not ever use, and we have an adventure to go on. We have an old friend to pay a visit to. And you can do this, by the way. Anyone who didn't know this, you can mix and match. I could literally use the tractor like that I have back there to drive this entire rover, and it would look really stupid, but it would work. You can mix and match the rovers. They all like are intercompatible. Let's see. I mean, look, we got our, you know what? We have our big boy combo. We can just do this now. Like, we don't have to care. I could drill, I could pave, I could do both of those things at the same time. This planet is mine now, Blitz, and I'm going to desecrate it as much as possible. And you could do the quick tapping thing with the paver too. You just have to do it occasionally, or you will like fail to pave the terrain, I think, if you wait too long for that. Okay, well, this is embarrassing. Hold on, get rid of that. That kind of like just threw off my like feeling of power that I had right there. I can just go over the top of this biome finally. I don't have to find the tunnels that I keep making every time I go here. Oh, it feels so good. This biome has just been doing nothing but trolling me for this entire playthrough. And I could finally just destroy it the way that it was meant to be destroyed. I just don't have to care. I don't care about my save file. It doesn't matter because this is not a mega base. Alright, where are we going? Alright, so we're going over to that purple thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's actually pretty close. Did I explore that? I'm gonna check that wreckage real quick. I think that's one of the ones I found already. Oh, there's a battery there. No, I didn't actually explore this one. Hell yeah, I'll take a free battery. I still don't have lithium. I don't think there's anything else here. The wreckages are a little bit more thin than the vanilla ones, so there's like maybe like one item on these usually. Certainly one of the more plausible ones, though. Sorry, camera wish. Are we talking about yeah, I know that, I'm sure the camera... This is another one of those things where I'm aware, despite how much I whine about the camera, that it's probably very difficult to do that because you probably have to rewrite a ton of stuff. I don't know how hard the canister thing would be. I don't have a lot of insight into how the canisters like actually work. What am I doing? Stop driving on that. Gotta get prioritized. Well, I don't know how much I'm able to prioritize things by complaining about them. I got at least one thing fixed by complaining about it on stream, so it must count for something. But do what you do. Don't bypass your usual work process. I trust that you kind of know what you're doing. What is that? Have I explored that yet? Let me check this real quick before we go fight our nemesis. I trust that you more or less have a process figured out for how you add stuff to this game. And I'm not going to be sitting here like, just ignore that. Just add the one thing that Cosine wants, because that's just not reasonable. I think I explored this one. I don't see anything in it. I'm pretty sure there was like another battery or something on this. What am I doing? I could just destroy trees. Why am I going around the wildlife when I can just pave over it like a proper American? We need forests. It's ridiculous. Alright, so I've been putting this off for a bit here. We have to get this rover down this abomination of a feature. How are we going to do this without the rover flipping over and then clipping inside of it? I gotta think about this. So first, let me get rid of all the obstacles around it. And I need to figure out how to make a ramp that'll allow us to get the rover onto this without it flipping upside down at any point while we're doing this. I think more control, like a choose angle. That would be nice. I could see why that's not high priority, because I suspect, oh god, I suspect that very few players actually, like, it just, like, really go deep with the terrain engine and try to make, like, really clean, smooth bases. It would be a nice thing, but I could see why that wouldn't be a super high priority either. I would love it. I would love just about any, like, quality of life improvement for, like, the terrain engine. But I would understand why that's not something that's, like, very high on the to-do list. How are we going to do this? We've got, I think, two choices here for how we do this. We could have the rover go up over the top and then, like, run straight down. Or we could kind of, like, have a ramp come in from the side like this and see if I can get the rover to sort of level out smoothly onto the, like, pillar. And I think this is going to be the easier one to do. So let's go ahead and tentatively try to do that. Because the thing is, anyways, back to the terrain tool thing. I would love to be able to set angles on it, but that's, like, kind of out in the field. Usually this is good enough. Like, just, you find a piece of terrain that is the slope that you want and just do it. And that's good enough for, like, 90% of the use cases, is this right here. But it would be very nice for base building. There's a lot of nice base building things that I would like to have in this game, but there is understandably a finite amount of time to implement all of them. Oh god, why is the range on this thing so big? I'm trying to stay away from it because I need to see what is the rover going to level out to while I do this. I want to create kind of a flat approach so that it's not bouncing around. And then I want to have a ramp that just sort of smoothly, oh my goodness, blends into the slope of the, like, pillar. I'm going to tame this gravity pillar, whether it wants me to or not. We are going to conquer this thing. After this thing wasted so much of my time in the last stream and nearly killed off one of my rovers, we have to conquer this thing. I should probably park a little bit closer because I'm gonna keep running out of oxygen otherwise. Let's go pull the car around the front here. I want to keep it just far away enough that it doesn't actually grab onto the field yet. Yeah, you know, we need to smooth it out because it's going to come in like this, and then when I get close, it's going to rotate like 90 degrees. So we need to smooth this out a little bit more. It would be much easier to build a ramp, but at this point I feel like I have to do it this way. This is like the logical conclusion of the saga with this stupid gravity pillar is what I'm doing right now. So let's go ahead and try to tame that slope a little bit more. Get it like just smooth enough that the rover won't flip over when the gravity field switches. And I feel like this might do the trick right here. Yeah, this looks pretty good because the rover is going to essentially be at this angle, and it should be able to just kind of rotate and go down like this. Let's go ahead and do that. Just a little bit more. That's gonna be annoying. Oh, you know what? I should, just so I catch like some wayward like strands of wind like wafting past me, I should probably put that thing back on. That'll keep the battery going for a bit longer. Oh, this is actually really smooth. I like how this is shaping up. This might be the way to do this. This sort of like sideways approach with like a weird slope might be the way to get onto these things. I like how this is shaping up. Now, let's go down a little bit further. You know, the other thing that's not helping is that I have Drill Mod 3 enabled right now, which is using power for absolutely no reason. There we go. You stupid gravity pillar, you don't stand a chance. I've come back more powerful than you could ever imagine. What is this? It looks like a natural tunnel. I wish Sylvie was in this. Can you guys just like patch Sylvie specifically into this DLC and nothing else, just so that chat can see what I'm doing? Because even I can't see what I'm doing right now. But if I up my brightness, then everything's just gonna look like whitewashed and like way too bright when I'm not in a cave. We're doing on power. Let me get a little more of that wacky oxygen that you need to not die in this video game. I love how this is shaping up. This is gonna be so good. I can't wait for this to not work and I just immediately roll over and die when I try to use this. Up. I didn't expect that. Camera, please, stop. You know, this game is definitely not Super Mario Galaxy. An attempt was made. An attempt was made, but the Galaxy's camera handles this a whole lot better. Apparently there's resin nearby, apparently. I have no idea where it is, and we do not need macaroni anymore. Alright, so I've just got to get over this, like, hump right here. I think once we're over this hump, we should be good to go. And I'm putting a lot of work into this, because I fully expect to have to do this a couple times. Like, come up and down here, like, a couple more times. So this is probably going to pay off at some point here. Let's just sort of eyeball this. I just need to smooth it out until I can get onto this angle here. And even though this looks really weird, the rover should be able to drive on this. Well, the smaller one was able to. Hopefully the wheels can actually touch this properly. Because for some reason I decided to go up it along the like corner of the structure instead of a flat face. I don't know why I did that. I think it just kind of worked out that way. So let's find a good natural angle to go off of. How'd that one? Okay, oh yeah, that looks good. That's a good blend right there. Okay, I think we've about got it. Smooth out this corner a little bit so I don't get airborne when I fly off of this. And hopefully we don't go so far away that we, like, lose the field. I want to kind of run along this corner here. I'm suffocating. No, please don't die. Please don't die. That'd be so embarrassing. I already died once to running out of oxygen. We're not doing that again. I got complacent with the fact that in my normal save I would never need to worry about oxygen, and I got punished for it. I just want you to know, Kai, I just pressed F to throw a flare, like a Deep Rock Galactic. That's why I took away my terrain tool right there. I haven't even played Deep Rock Galactic in like 2 weeks, and my muscle memory is still there. I was like, oh, it's dark. Let me throw a flare real quick. And no, I'm not making glow sticks, for whoever in chat was about to say that. No, glow sticks are a terrible item, and I never want to use them. No glow sticks. Awful item. Just another slot in my backpack printer that I really don't want filled. I think we're good to go here. Awesome. All right, we're ready. Let's see if we got this on the first try. I don't know how the gravity is still pulling me in that direction here. All right, you stupid pillar. Come at me. Do your worst. I made a ramp. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at this. This is almost playable. Never mind, I'm stuck. Okay, well that's unrelated. We did it. We did it. We got through the gravity pillar without anything terrible happening. Like, that was by far the hard part. Let me just make this a little bit taller because the rover is bigger now, so it doesn't fit anymore. Shredder fodder. It's not even worth doing that anymore. Like, I don't think it was ever worth doing that. It's definitely fodder, but like that's not even a good way to get scrap because you can't automate the production of glow sticks. So there's just no point. They're just an objectively bad item. Like I know what the vision was for them, but like I'm so like annoyed by having crap on my backpack printer that makes it take longer to find anything that I just will not use glow sticks solely for that reason. I could probably just, you know what, I'm going to take the paver off, and if we have any more low ceilings, we'll just use the drill to get through them instead. I kind of wish you could just, like, flip the paver over to turn it off, but it just kind of magically points itself down no matter what you do. Do I have any empty slots for this thing? There's a wish list item, improved printer UIs. That's pretty high on my wish list, too. What a coincidence. I, too, would love the printer UIs in this game to be better, to say the least. Do I not have any? Did I use up all of my tier 2 slots? When did that happen? I have too many of these things. Okay, I'm just going to package one of these. You know what? Never mind. Oh, okay, I got it. I thought I wasn't going to be able to catch that, and then like I just at the last second decided to do so. I need to package this thing. Can I? Is there any chance that I could package this without it falling into the abyss? Not really. Is it going to stay there? Okay, it's going to stay there. Where's my graphite? Or not my graphite, my packages. But yeah, the printer UIs, this is another bit of feedback you have a lot of, I'm sure. They're not good. You know this. There's too many crafting recipes in this game, so it takes way too long to find anything. Just a two-dimensional pull-out menu with all the recipes in it would be fantastic. That's like all I would want from that feature, is just a pull-out menu with all the recipes on it. Put it on a slot, then pack it. I guess I had a front slot for it. Yeah, I didn't have a slot over here. This is the only open slot I have left on this rover right now is the problem, and I needed a place to put the paver. Because I want to just turn the drill on, and what that's going to allow me to do here is just sort of go through this and make the ceiling higher wherever it needs to be so that I could drive down this, like, cleanly. Alright, there's the site of our rescue operation. I'm just going to drill through this. I don't want to drill that, though. Alright, we did it. We conquered the gravity pillar. Incredible. Alright, so, for whatever reason, my shoddy graphics settings allow me to see this entire cavern if I stand here. Let me see if it still does that. What was the angle I was using for that? Oh no, is that not going to work anymore? I had a spot where I was able to get the fog to turn off, and I'm trying to see if I could find it again. I wonder if a save and load actually fixed that. It was right here. I marked it out. I think saving and loading might have actually fixed that. Okay. I mean, we can kind of see what's going on over there. So I see 2 points of interest. There's a vault, and there's what appears to be another vault over there. And this is very hard to see, but I think you could probably spot this if I stop moving the camera. I'm gonna move the camera. Where's my vault sensor? We can swap back to that. Why do I have a bunch of... I don't want this organic. I'm just gonna drop it. I don't care. I'm littering. It's organic. It'll decompose. Is that the other vault? Is that the one I'm supposed to be going to? No, it's over there. What the heck is that then? Are there multiple vaults down here? Because that, I think, is the one that I used to come down here, and my terrain draw distance is really crusty, so that I can stream at 60 FPS. But that might be the one that I actually went to initially. Like, this planet is huge. That thing is very far away. Oh, hold on a second. Wait, did I... Okay, it's doing it now. I don't know why. The fog's gone now. I don't know how I got that to happen. That's definitely a vault. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna go over there because it looks cool. I don't think that's what we're supposed to be going to right now, but let's go give it a shot. Oh, oh god, I just realized we have to dismount the gravity pillar as well. Is there anything else over here? I need to keep an eye on that because I'm gonna, like, lose sight of that when the fog turns back on. So it's like... Okay, it's northeast. We gotta go northeast. What is that? Ooh. Ooh, what's this? What is that? Oh, okay, there's some pop in. Okay, there's just no fog anywhere down here, apparently. That looks like a destroyed... That looks like a destroyed furnace. Okay, and yeah, it's a broken generator over there. Yeah, never mind, the fog just isn't rendering anywhere down here. I don't know why I wasn't able to get this to happen earlier. Oh no, dude, there's another gravity pillar over there. Oh boy, that probably means this one doesn't go all the way down. Okay, well we're gonna... I don't care that much about any of the other stuff down here. Okay, we're gonna go over that direction. We're going northeast. Now, how am I gonna get off of this wretched thing? I probably can just make a ramp to get off of it from this angle. And that looks like the end of the pillar, so we are going to have to dismount and then tame a second gravity pillar, I think, to do this. But it should be a great deal easier to do this because we can just kind of make like a ramp, like just a skateboard ramp to get off of this. So again, I'll find an angle, I'll do this, I'll run out of soil. Excuse me, may I have your soil, please? I could do this with the rover. The problem is the rover is going to flip its, like, angle at some point abruptly in the middle of all this. And that is most likely going to result in the paver making a gigantic mess. So I don't want to use the rover's paver to do this. I want to do this one by hand so I have a little more control over, like, how it lays it out. Because the rover paver is very unruly when it flips over. Okay, that looks fairly good. We'll start off with this. Go all the way over to the terrain, then we'll add a couple of, like, smoothenings to it in a moment here. That's probably good enough, but I'm gonna add one more just so the rover doesn't bounce when I hit the ramp. And I do have to be able to get back up as well. That's probably enough soil for this. Alright, so we gotta do that again. Kind of build one like here. Find a good angle. That might be a little too steep. That's not a very good angle. Let's try a different one. That one? Okay, that's a good angle. We'll use that one. Okay, so I can just walk up this and it works fine. I don't like this. I think I could probably just turn the paver on once I get to that part of the ramp, though. That should work. It's much easier to get off of these things at the bottom because of just the way the gravity works out. I need to put the paver on the rover, though. Come here, babe. I really wish there was a separate button to operate these. I know why there isn't, because this whole thing on the front is just a single, like, active, like, item slot, but I do wish you could operate them separately. Alright, so let's carefully ease our way down this. And once the gravity field switches on the driver's seat... Okay, it did that way later than I thought it would. Okay, I'm actually going to just build that by hand. I thought the field was going to switch earlier. I wanted to flatten this out a little bit with the paver, but it took too long to do it. So I'll just do it manually. Never mind, no, I won't. I'm just going to grab more dirt. Oh god, camera. Please. Just gonna grab more dirt from over here. I need to smooth this out anyways. Yep, just items everywhere. I need to drop these off. I do need to have backpack slots open in case I need to pick things up. Why is there so much organic in my backpack? How did this get here? How does organic always find a way? Alright, that should do the trick. Perfect. Down we go. Oh yeah, is this gonna work down here? I still don't know why the paver was being inconsistent down here. It's working now. Maybe we can figure out what exactly was causing the paver to not function down here. I still don't know if that was a bug, or if that was one of Blitz's, like, diabolical traps or something that was causing the paver to not work down here. It's working now. Maybe it has something to do with, like, the tier of rover you're on. Why can't I not point down? Okay, what is going on here? I'm trying to angle the camera down, and this thing absolutely will not go down. Please go down. It only wants to build up. Why is it... It keeps, like, bouncing upward. I wonder if this has something to do with me using a smaller rover in the back. That's, like, causing this thing to pitch upward constantly. Okay, we're gonna have to like feather the input, I think, to get this to work. Looks like an unintended, like, kind of feedback interaction by having the rover built like this. So I'm gonna have to, like, feather the input while it's pointing down and then move to get the paver to work correctly like this. This probably goes away if you have a full rover of one size. But otherwise, I cannot get this thing to point down to save my life because of the way the ones in the back are bouncing while I drive it. So that is a vault. Is this just another, like, Delta vault? This is just another Delta vault. I guess there's more than one. What happens if I activate it? Is there any reason to do this? Well, let's do it, I guess. I don't know if these ever spawn in, like, the correct spot. I assume they don't. It'd be kind of weird if they did. We've got that. Neither of those go in their other respective slot. Where's the next one? There it is. That looks like this one goes here. And then we've got this one, which... Okay, they can actually spawn in the correct slot, just not with the right orientation. Oh, and with the correct position. Okay, we just had one in the right slot. I didn't know that they could, like, auto-complete. Or I don't know if you have to pick it up and place it again to get it to do that. So if that's the case, then... That doesn't... yeah, no, that's it. It's a little hard with the camera angle because of how they protrude. It's easier if you're face on. There you go. Alright, do I even get anything out of this? It's another Delta root kit. I don't know if there's any reason to do this. I'll just go ahead and slap this bad boy in here. Huh. That's weird. This thing auto-consumes extra storm data, but it doesn't... Alright, well, chat, we have an extra Delta root kit. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but we have it now. So that's what this thing was. What were we actually supposed to be doing? Where's the real one? It's extremely far away, and it's down there. Do I want to conquer another gravity pillar, or do I just want to make a ramp? I feel like I want to make a ramp, if I'm being completely honest. I don't want to fight another one of those damn pillars today. So let's go ahead and turn around. Like a nice clean, just U-turn here. No mess at all. And let's go back. Yeah, okay, it keeps... I need to aim down and then do that. So let's go back to the first pillar. And I know that there was another one over in that direction, over yonder. I'm gonna check out what that is, but I think I'm just gonna make a ramp near the base of the first pillar. I should be able to get back over there before I suffocate to death. I hope. It's so refreshing to not care about my save file size and power cells. I don't care. Is there just nothing over here? Oh, cool. Ladder, right? You still my beating heart. Yeah, okay, we don't need any of these things. Alright, well, that was a waste. But anyways, we're gonna go back to the base of the first pillar and then build a ramp from there to go to the next layer. The firewall should be down now. I believe that is what we accomplished last time. And then from there, I'm just gonna drive over to wherever the vault is. Alright, so let's see. How do we want to go about doing this? I don't want it to be right at the base of this. Let me take a gamble here. Let's see if we have enough room to do a full 180 on this pillar without falling off. Yeah, okay, awesome. It's plenty big enough for that. Alright, so what we'll do here is we'll level out. We'll drive forward into the wall for a bit, get myself some more iron. And then we're just going to go down as far as the game is willing to let me, which I just realized is going to be a huge pain with these trailers behind me constantly bopping the front of the rover upward. So I'm going to have to basically just turn this input on and off constantly. Let me get rid of the compass. This is already very hard to see. Here's our hourly reminder that Cosine wants a first-person camera in this video game, and this right here is the reason. And you might be like, oh, just get rid of the crane, but like this, even without the crane there, this would still be extremely hard to see what I'm doing. That looks new. Okay, so we haven't been down this far. I think we bypassed the firewall to get here. This looks like about the height that I got cut off last time. Yeah, I think we just stay the course and keep going down like this because I don't want to try to use one of these natural tunnels. I think that is tier 3 terrain, if I had to guess. I don't really know what it looks like for sure. Looks like it's not nearly as far to get down here. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh god, oh god. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Don't do that. Slow down. If the rear end of this thing falls off, the whole thing is going down. That's lithium. That's lithium up there. I'm assuming that we're going to find more lithium on our way down. This looks kind of awesome, by the way. I just want to point that out. I don't know if this is because of my potato graphics, but dude, this looks kind of sick. We've got a couple of vaults to go for. I'm guessing that these are all Zeta vaults. It's hard to, like, get an appreciation for what I'm looking at here because the way it downscales at large distances, the level of detail. I think what we're actually looking at here is literally half of the interior of the planet. So like I think that all the way over there is basically a 90 degree angle from here all the way down to there. I think is like a 90-degree angle. And you can actually see that seam right here, this seam that I'm following with my cursor. That seam is like a great circle running around the planet, I'm pretty sure. Either that or it's like a quarter of the way up. I'm explaining this poorly, but the point is I think this entire circle down here contains the core of the planet. If I understand what I'm looking at here, I just can't get a good perception of the depth. Very cool looking, I like this. This planet is absolutely massive compared to the like default ones. The base game planets, if I'm correct, I think they are. What did I say? It was. Let me get the numbers for this. This might be relevant to somebody, or one of the devs might be cringing if I get this wrong. Let me look at the numbers I wrote down for this. What is the radius of a default planet? Yeah, okay, the radius of a default planet in this game, like Silva, is 800 meters, or 800, like, grid units, which it's like 150 Unreal Engine units corresponding to that. So basically, a planet is 1.6 kilometers in diameter in the base game, which is minuscule. I wonder how big this one is. I feel like this is like easily like 2 or 4 times bigger than that. Like just this one planet here. It's like compared to the base game, it's massive. And if any dev in chats want to give me the exact numbers, that would be interesting. But I think it's 800 is my understanding. Slow down. Oh, we're out of fuel. Or we're out of dirt. No! Oh, dude. Oh, I ran out of dirt. I wasn't paying attention. Alright, well, we'll have to make a ramp to get back up there later. We're here, everyone. Don't have the numbers. Okay. The moons are half that size, is my other understanding of that. And there's some lithium. Dude, this looks sick. I love it. It's like Christmas. This is like a Christmas biome. Is like the first thing that comes to mind here with like all the greens and kind of like purple reds. Yo, this looks awesome. Whoever made the assets for this, I think this is my favorite looking biome so far in this DLC is this one. I think we've got at least one more to see, but this looks sick. I love how this looks. And like the ceiling is so far up that it basically looks like the sky. That is awesome looking. Let's go get some noodles. Let's get some spaghetti here. Oh, this is so colorful. It's got like all these little lights. This is awesome looking. All right. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. Let's be a little bit smarter about this. How do I have so much organic? Let's swap out some of these canisters. This will be a little bit easier if I do that. I don't know how these rovers allocate resources that you mine here, so let's just manually make sure that it grabs what I want it to. I just accidentally triggered that bug again, so I need to put a second one in. Okay, that's gonna be good. Let me move this over to a different slot. Actually, let me get all the organic off of it first. Whatever, you know, just put that one there because it's annoying me. Alright, so put this bad boy here. We've got... I should have brought my resource canisters. Let me empty out the hematite. Or maybe I should fill up the... You know, hematite is lower priority, so I'm going to drain the hematite out of this canister. And maybe try to put it on this, actually. And then I'm going to put lithium in. I want to fill a full canister with lithium so that I ideally never have to mine it again. Sorry, just doing a little inventory management here. We'll be back to doing things in a moment. All right, don't grab that. Why do these things do this? They always grab the wrong thing. Lithium. Put a second one in to prime it. When I get it to fix itself, there we go. Okay, I had to toggle it again. I think that's new. Like, I know I talked about this last time. I think Tristus wrote some notes down. But I think that's new. I don't remember ever having that problem, like in my vanilla playthrough, so I'm not sure how that like started happening, where they sometimes just won't suck resources correctly. Well, hopefully you can get that fixed at some point here. It is annoying, but it's not like game breaking or anything, because you can fix it by just putting a couple items into it. But it's happening a lot. Grab that. Okay, so as long as I don't pick up lithium faster than the canister could collect it, I think we'll be fine. Just stupid organic, get out of here. I don't want you. Nobody likes you. Okay, let's just fill that canister with lithium. Look at this beautiful new biome that I just discovered. Let's absolutely destroy it. Let's just pave over the whole thing. Repro steps are valuable. You can fix it by toggling input-output while it's attached to storage. That might have worked. I don't remember. It's not what I would consider to be like a P0 bug or anything like that. It's just annoying. It's just a nuisance. I'm happy the steps were good. Like, if you ever need me to just like live on stream reproduce one of the millions of bugs I complain about, I could just do it. I could probably provide relevant information for most of these issues that I keep running into. And I'm more than happy to do it if it improves the odds of it getting fixed. I'm trying desperately to turn right. I probably should just detach all of the trailers on this rover, and this would be a considerable deal easier. Or, wait a minute, chat. I could use the crane that I specifically made for this exact situation to do this instead. Except I don't know if it could dig this terrain or not. But here we are, chat. Crane content. I need to swap the drill. But crane content, it's what nobody came here for, probably. Put that there. Put that there. Let me drive forward, like, just into this pit. Just shove the crane right where all the lithium is. Yeah, that's a good spot right there. Alright, let's go. Well, I still have not been paying attention to hazardous plants. I don't even know if there was anything down here that could have tried to kill me. So here's another feature request. If the crane could show that same, like, resource icon that your terrain tool does when there's something in the dirt underneath it, that would also be sick. Because I have no idea what I'm mining for right now, and it would at the very least be showing organic. So I'm just kind of going blind here. I know that that lithium deposit was almost empty anyways. But I can't, like, know that necessarily without that icon there. I'd have to get out and check. I think we started using the crane after we literally drained the whole thing. There's probably a little bit underneath this ramp if I had to guess, because I kind of dove in the middle. Yeah, there's a little bit more down here, but we got most of it, I think. Never mind, we didn't get most of it at all. I was just going in the wrong direction. JK, we're gonna get more lithium from this. Like, the crane is an item that I think would be really cool if you buffed it a little bit, like, just in general. I think, I don't know for sure, I don't watch that many streams of this game, but I think people sleep on this item when they realize that it's just kind of sluggish and clunky to use. If this thing was just, like, a little faster and you could put terrain tool mods on it, I think it would actually be, like, really good before you get auto extractors to just use the crane to get resources, because this is already really convenient. Either that or people do this and I just, like, haven't ever spotted anybody using it. So that I could be just completely, like, misguided on this. People sleep on it. Okay, that was my suspicion. I wasn't sure. Like, you all watch way more streams of this game than I do, because I'm not a dub for the game. But the impression I got was that people sleep on the crane when they realize how slow it is, and it's actually really good for this exact situation here. But if it went, like, a little further or had a slightly bigger range, it'd be more useful. The other huge advantage of the crane that nobody knows about is your game doesn't save when you get in the crane. Which that's very high on my list of things that I wish this game didn't have, is auto-saving when you get in vehicles. Let's go up and around. There we go. Okay, we're flattened out. But yeah, the fact that you don't autosave when getting in the crane means that it's convenient to use, which shouldn't be a plus for the crane. That's a minus for every other vehicle in this game, is the fact that you autosave when you get into them, because it takes, like, a few seconds once your save file is big enough to do that. Which I will legitimately, like, factor in the amount of time it takes to save my game when I'm getting in and out of a rover. Like, by the time I've got, like, a 12 megabyte save file. So I would love if that wasn't the case. But that's kind of unrelated to the crane. I just wanted to segue into a different thing to whine about. So what have we got to be doing here? I got distracted because I saw lithium. How much do we have? We are almost full, actually. I think we're full on lithium, so we might just not have to mine this anymore. Yeah, Shine's best in multiplayer. I've already complained about the multiplayer before. It's too crashy, but I could see that being a really fun synergy. If you can actually get to the crane before your multiplayer save becomes unstable, that would actually be really fun to just have somebody in the back just, like, mining resources while you had a driver. I've also complained about multiplayer before, so unless you want some specific feedback right here now, I'll leave that for another time. But it's mostly just how crashy multiplayer is that makes it frustrating. Where is the thing we're supposed to be looking for right now? Okay, we must have drove past it. I'm kind of disoriented here. Like, my brain just turned off when I saw the lithium, because I've been looking for that this whole time. How is the shitty drill digging through this? I guess this must not be tier 3 terrain. No water. I'll swap them out if I run into hard terrain. I don't know why there's a random piece of debris down here. Okay, well, it's getting stuck in my wheels. Bring the compass back on. Okay, it's over yonder. It's over northwest is where we need to be going. I might as well swap these out while I'm here. Oh yeah, this bug. I forgot about this crane bug. Where I picked this up and I can't detach it from the crane right now for some reason. And I have to let go of it and then it'll fall and then I can move it. I forgot about that bug because I don't use the crane very much. And there's another one to add to your list. If you use a drill on a crane, for some reason, I don't know if it always happens, and then you try to take it off of the crane, it just kind of physically refuses to move off of the crane, and you just have to let go and pick it up again, and then it'll work. Oh, cameras. Alright, so we gotta go in this direction. We don't really need... I think I just deleted that research item. I just obliterated that thing. Yo, I love these trees. That is sick looking. Alright, so let's head over this way. Gotta be careful not to bounce upward too much, or I'm gonna lose control of the ramp. Wish I had more exo chips. I could have made this 4 large cars, and this probably wouldn't be happening right now. I need to, you know what, I need to get a look. Let's actually go up with our ramp a little bit. I need to get a better look at where I'm going. Because I don't see the vault. Okay, there's the gravity pillar. Wait, did I drove past it somehow. Where the heck is it? Okay, turn around. Sorry, wildlife. These are great assets and all, but they're in my way of what I'm trying to do here. That's probably not going to despawn. I think the origin point is too low, so let me move over to the left here. There it is. All right, it was on top of the hill. I think I went like right under it. I was going in the right direction in 2 dimensions, but just not the third one. That pesky third dimension. I think we're out of juice again. Yeah, we're all out of soil. I'm gonna have to just make some useless tunnels to get more. Could also shove infinity items into the crane's output slot, the drill output. That sounds terrifying. What, you mean like these on the side, or the one on the drill? I think the drill will just drop the items at some point if you fill it up. I mean, I know you could have like a fraction of every resource like banked in the drill, but I don't know. I've never noticed that happening. I don't think I've seen like an item explosion from the drill, but maybe I just always had inventory room for it. Camera. Activate. Zeta root kit. Thank you, Frank, for somehow getting it all the way down here when you sent it. So what have we got here? So looks like the same puzzle as before. I wouldn't mind if this puzzle got a little bit harder, like the further along you go. Because it's kind of trivial, like at this point, like if they're just all the same puzzle. That's not that one. Oh, what are you doing there, game? Is that it? No, that's not it either. Let's see. Is this your card? That one will work. I don't think I have those ones. What about this one here? You have to manually put things there. It will push what it mines, but its slot is weird. Oh, putting things on the drill output slot. I feel like I tried that once. Something broke when I did it. Oh, hold on, no, don't lose that. I think I have to respawn all of them if I lose that. I'll look back at the drill in a moment and see if I know what you're talking about or not. Because I'm always down to learn about new ways to break this video game. Let's see here. Oh. We need the compass. I gotta remember to take that off because it's just blocking the camera. There we go. And the last one, just pick a rotation, that'll be it. Alright, we did it, we deciphered the vaults or whatever. We got our little floppy... What do these look like anyways? Actually, I wonder if these are a reference to some like lost storage medium. What does that look like to you? It's like a cable modem if I'm being completely honest, so I don't know if this one is like a VHS tape or anything. Or like a router. This just looks like a network router or something. I don't think it's like a storage tape of any sort. That's what I see when I look at that thing. Alright, well, we have it now. We can decipher it. And I think this is going to unlock a whole bunch of fun things for us. Alright, what did we win? We now have Zeta protection. And I think that means we have unlocked the Zeta catalog. Which... I don't know why the clicking was being unresponsive. Alright, do we have winches? This is very important. Where are the winches? Oh, no. Alright. Alright, we're going back to the base. We've got something very important to do, chat, that has nothing to do with this DLC anymore. We're going back to the base here. So we've got to go to the storm anyways. We need to be back on the surface. And then we're going to make a winch, and we're going to commit crimes. So right before I do that, let's see. We're talking about the drill output slot or something. Let's... I can't put anything there. So these slots are normal, I'm pretty sure. I can't put anything on the drill output slot unless you mean like when it's fresh. I'm curious enough that I'm going to check. So if we have an empty one, can I put anything on that slot? Or is it still just blocked? I can't put anything on that slot. Yeah, I'm not sure entirely what you're talking about. Why is there so much organic? I just realized like how much we have. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to weaponize that feature. Like if there's a quantum storage glitch in this game, I would absolutely love to abuse the hell out of it. But I have not found one yet. Maybe it was fixed. I feel like I know what you're talking about. There were situations where you could have like an item explosion. Auto extractors I think had that too. Where the output slot on auto extractors would just infinitely accumulate items, and then when you came back over there, it would blow up. And I think that got fixed. I don't remember having that problem for a really long time. As funny as it was, it probably wasn't good for the Switch players. And the poor Switch players, despite having an inferior console, deserve to have at least a reasonably good time playing this, so I feel for that. We have 2 canisters full of organic. How am I getting... Guys, what did you set, like, the organic values to for all of these random plants? This is insane. How do I have, like, 60 organic just from digging around down here for, like, 15 minutes? That is nuts. Why are the organic values so high? We have tappers now. We don't need this. You can lower those. My goodness. Alright, we've got our canister of lithium. I think we're ready to go back up now. Let's just turn here. Do it to the drill on the front of the rover. Okay, well, I mean, I can swap the drills real quick here. No, wait, hold on. Gotta let go. Pick it up again. So, I mean, you want me to place something. This slot looks different. This used to be... Didn't that slot used to be a different color? I thought it was like a red interactable slot, like the paver one. Huh, never noticed that. Yeah, I don't get the offer to place things on the front. It just wants to slot it somewhere else. I think that got fixed. I can't interact with that slot anymore. It appears to be working as intended. You didn't set the organic values. I bet they're set to the wrong value. It's set to like 99. Hold on, let's do a little QA testing here. Alright, so I have, let's see. Let me get a little organic. Let me get 1 organic in my tool. And then let me just dig for a moment to see what we get from this. Alright, so how bad is this? This is very dense, so if I were to drill through this patch of organic, how much do I get? Yeah, that might be a little overkill. I think it's less the value for the plants and more the plant density. I got 3 organic from circling my cursor through here once, which is like a single like tick of like drilling with the rover here. I think that's the reason why I have 60 organic. Yeah, I don't think anything wrong with the plant values. I think the problem is the plant density down here is so ridiculously high that you get like just dozens of organic just for like digging through normal terrain because there's plants absolutely everywhere. So I don't know if you want to tune that or something. Like, not because it's overpowered, because it's annoying. Like, I have so much organic right now and I just have to drop it all on the ground, which again, the Switch gamers are not going to be too stoked about that problem. So if you want to take a balance pass, I would recommend making that change. Oh yeah, I gotta feather this input a little bit. All right, how do we get out? Where's the ramp? Oh, okay, I just remembered. You know what? I think we might be using a gravity pillar because I really don't want to build up to the ramp. Is there a closer one or is that the only one? Alright, chat, we're using the pillar. For better or worse, we're going to use the pillar. I have very little soil. Okay, we're just going to let the rover fall off the edge and we'll right ourselves and make our way over there. Yeah, we do not have enough soil to get back up there, especially with the big paver, and I don't want to, like, put a smaller rover in the front. Did you guys copy-paste the terrain gen settings for the Aatrox glitch biome? Because that's what this looks like. These are the Aatrox, like, fragmented biome, like, settings for these like, hills right here. That's what this looks like. Somebody copy-pasted that, I'm, like, almost certain. Like, it has, like, the exact same look to it. Oh, boy. You know what, let's just go down. We need soil anyways. Never mind, I have the crappy drill. Wait, what happened to this? Uh-oh. No, dude, I left it up on that hill, didn't I? Okay, hold on. Oh, that happens with every item on this, apparently, not just these drills. Okay, I left it back over here. See, I don't think I'm too far away. I should just be able to go get it. Luckily, the gravity down here is kind of lowered now. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. I don't think I could die from fall damage here anymore. Hopefully not. Let's grab that with our extended terrain tool. Yeah, I think maybe you can still die to fall damage down here, but with like just a jetpack of some sort, it's probably pretty hard to do it. I think that thing starts blinking when it's like 10 uses left, so it's probably not going to get me killed anytime soon. What did I just pick up? How did I grab that? That's not what I was aiming at. Let's put that bad boy on the front. Okay, now this will be a little bit less awful. Now let me actually take one more look. Where is the pillar? I cannot see it. How long is it going to take me to get like an 11 megabyte save file doing this? Let's just go up a bit. It was in roughly this direction, so I think I'll be able to spot it when I come through these hills. There it is. All right. You know what? Yeah, let's just drive through this. We're unfortunately getting to the part of the world where the gravity makes the rovers really floaty and hard to control. But I'm a professional, so I definitely have this under control, and we know exactly what we're doing here. There it is. All right. So what do we got? Okay, I need to go down a little bit more. What have we got to work with here? I need to go around the tree, because I don't think I can break these from this height. Okay, well that one got broken. Some of the big ones, you have to be near the bottom, I think, to get them to despawn. And we have, like, no soil. You've confirmed my medium rover theory. Oh, with this thing bouncing a lot? I think that's what it is. I think this rover here is pulling on the back of this rover, which is causing it to kick upward while I'm building ramps. And that's resulting in the ramp always getting, like, pushed upward further and further. It's annoying, to say the least, and normally you wouldn't have a mixed rover like this, so this doesn't come up very often. Like, I didn't know about this until now. But that's what I think is going on, so if you confirmed that, then, I don't know, put that on the bug list or something. It's not really a bug, it's just kind of an unintended, like, behavior of the game engine, I guess. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's try to get near the bottom of that. As long as I feather the input, that works. Do that occasionally. Even then, it's acting a little bit wiggly. The low gravity is not helping. I can see that this might not happen as much on the surface. Alright, you know what? Hold on. Let me approach this on foot before I go in there and make a huge mistake. Because we had an incident with one of these last time, and I suspect it's going to be even worse down here with the low gravity on top of all the other problems that this menace of an object can cause in this game. Oh boy. Oh, the tip is here too. Oh no, this is gonna suck. Okay, we have to ramp up to it. At the very least, I think if I fall inside of it, it might pop out the tip, depending on like where the gravity takes it, so this might not be as bad. Oh, this is gonna be a mess. It's really bad with the trailer, but the small trailer as a trailer isn't bad because it weighs less. Yeah, that'd be very silly looking. Yeah, I never had a hybrid medium small, but we have a large medium hybrid, and that's definitely causing it. It must, you're probably right, it's because it's like a little too heavy. So the physics are just causing it to bounce around a bunch. Some intense galaxy music we got going on here. Very fitting. Alright, so hopefully we have enough soil to build this ramp. I suspect we're about to run out. Yeah, we're about to run out. How steep can I get this? How close can I get it? I'll do the rest by hand. Okay, that's pretty low. What have we got here? Where's the gravity gonna pull me? This might actually work. This might be good enough. Let me just smooth that out a little bit more, just a smidge. Okay, that's a little too much. It's very hard to tell what angle you've got until you commit to it and realize it's not the one you wanted. That's a good angle. There we go. This might actually be like deceptively easy. Let's see how this one goes. We still have to get off the top as well, so we're not home free yet. Okay, I don't know why the rover's bouncing. Just come on, babe. You can do this. I don't know why my camera turned around. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate. I consider myself a professional at taming these things at this point, but I don't say so myself. Wow, this looks sick. How many of these are there? I could see 2 of them from here. See that terrain over there that looks like it's like just over the hills? I think that's like almost a skybox at this point. Hold on, let me kill the frame rate for a moment here to check on something. I'm just curious. What does this look like if my PC didn't suck? This is actually, the FPS on this is actually watchable. I might keep the graphics a little bit higher. I guess maybe my like megabase save just has so much going on right now. Oh, there's 2 more over there. Those are like coming into view now. I'm glad there's no fog down here. I don't know if that's a feature or not, but I'm not complaining about it. Yeah, you can actually see, you can see the pop in there depending on where the camera angle is. Those must not have been visible because my settings were too low. I'm guessing there's 12 of these because I think that's how many there usually are for like the default like core model, and that's the symmetry they usually go with, so I'm guessing there's 12 of these things. So you'll find one eventually, but they can be fairly far away based on just how big the planet is. Yeah, this does look a whole lot better. You can kind of tell that it's more of a skybox over in the distance there. But you can get an idea of how big the interior of this planet is. This has got to be at least like 4 times bigger than it is in the like base game on Silva. Alright, so let's leave the high quality terrain on and lower the distance detail back to 2 and see if we can just play like that. If I can run 60 FPS like this, that'll look way better, like off in the distance. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I should have checked on this earlier. I kind of assumed that I was going to have problems with this. Alright, let me take the paver off while I do this, because it's probably going to cause issues. Do I have any spots that are not full of organic at this point that I could put this on? We've got a research item that I probably don't need. I could swap out those 2 carbons. Not organic that's taking up all the slots. Let me just package that research item. I want to bring this home, at least see what the stats are on this one. I don't remember, like, visually which one this is, so I don't know how good it's going to perform. Let's just drop this organic. Just please get this out of my sight. I don't need this. Stupid organic. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Let's take this one off too while we're at it. Why not? I don't know where this canister keeps picking it up off of, but hey, we got rid of it. Okay, we've got spaces now to place things. So where did I think I put the paver back on the front. Put that there. Alright. Now we're immediately going to fill our inventory with more ammonium or resin. I don't know where we're going to pop up here. I think this is probably the one that was near the pillar I tamed on the next layer, so hopefully this will be easy enough. I'm trying to sort of stay on the flat side, though I'm not doing a very good job. Oh god. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at that mess. Oh dear, I've made quite a mess. Alright, what have we got going here? I wonder if I could just go up off the tip of this one. How is this gonna play out? Oh, hold on. Okay, I need to be careful here. Get out before it flips. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Get out. Okay, what are we doing here? Let's not have another repeat incident of last time. Okay, the thing is like almost pointing straight up at this point. Get off the tip. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. Oh boy, we've already made a mess. You know what? I made a decision earlier, and I think it actually paid off. Hold on a second. We have the tools to fix this now. The tools to fix this are probably clipped into the ceiling somewhere, though. This is fine. Everything is completely fine. I have a plan. It doesn't involve flipping over this rover. Oh my god, I'm lost right now. And I'm thinking what the easiest way is to hook this bad boy up. Can I just like make a little hidey hole to store this in for a second here? It's very hard to guess what direction is down. You gonna stay put? I really would like it if you would just. Oh, okay. Oh, now you're gonna get pulled down onto the pillar. Just stay there. Thank you. Okay. I just needed an open slot to. Oh my goodness. Interact with. I just stop. Alright, chat, you know what time it is. Not quite the most exciting application for this item. But this is probably closer to the intended use for this thing. I need to catch it when it finishes printing, because it's probably just going to fall. Got it, alright. And I'm just going to put it in my inventory for a second here while I reassemble the machine. I've got an extra slot there if I leave that turned off, but I'll just put the oxygenator back on it, reactivate. I don't want to run out of carbon in the middle of what I'm doing. So I need to turn that back on. Now let's get out of here and see how exactly we can do this. Oh my goodness. Oh god, please stop. Alright, this is going to be our escape route here. I need to make sure that I can kind of walk this thing out of here because I don't have hydrazine yet. Oh, hey. Cool. Oh, it's that useless debris I found earlier. Let's just put that over there. Alright, come here, winch. Come here, my old friend. I missed you. They've kept me away from you for so long here, but we're finally back together the way it belongs. The way it should be. That is the front. Yeah, that's the front of the rover. Alright. We back in business. How are we getting this thing out of here? Step 1, first person camera. Step 2. I don't know what step 2 is yet. Let me just kind of wing it, see if I can get up there. Alright. This is how winches are used in real life, I'm pretty sure. You just have like a really strong like friend. Just grab the winch and haul your truck out of the mud. Alright, come on. I know what you're stuck on. I know you can go through this. There we go. We got all 4. Awesome. We did it. We have conquered another pillar with the forbidden technology. And we actually used the winch for what I would argue is intended game design. Let's see. I'm surprised, honestly, by how well that went. I'm as surprised as you are. Let's pull all this crap off. We don't have a spot for the winch, so let me free up a little more inventory space here. Put this over here. We're probably not going to need the winch again for this, so I just need to store it somewhere. We've got all these soil canisters. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it on the back. See, I'm a professional. I'm a seasoned expert at using winches in this video game. This is my field of expertise. Driving rovers, on the other hand, is not, because I can't move. I think I'm stuck on something. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm stuck on. Excuse me, could you just go away, resources? I don't need you. Alright. I think that one over there is the one that we use to get back up. That should be in roughly the direction of home. Okay, it's not, but I'm just going to go over there anyways, because I still think that's probably the right one. God, Risk of Rain 2 goes hard. This is another, like, really fitting soundtrack for this video game. Like, just this sick-ass looking alien biome. And how much dirt do I have? Not a lot, so let's be very, like, reluctant to waste this. Because I'm probably going to need some at some point here if I get stuck anywhere. Let's actually take an intentional, like, dip through the ground just to top off a little bit more. I need to make sure that I don't cut up the ramp that I made to get back up there. Assuming that's the right one. Let me get out and check before I waste a bunch of time here. Please be the right one. This is gonna... I don't think this is the right one. Wait. Wait, no, there's one more side. No. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're checking it out up close because it has grabbed hold of me. This is not the correct one. Oh, boy. Which one is it, then? Careful now. Ow. It could be that one. I really don't want to have to drive the rover to each of these, so let's do a very quick, just like kind of exploratory trip up this pillar to see if I can find the one that has the ramp on it. These are actually really close together. I wonder if maybe these aren't spaced out as evenly as I thought they were. No, it can't be that one. I don't remember there being another one like right next to it. Any other landmarks? It is so hard to get a grasp of the scale of this place. I'm just not used to this. Good lord. God, I don't know. I think we might just go for, like, just the next one that we find if I can't figure out which one it is. Actually, hold on. No, there's a purple beacon over the one that we're looking for. It's over there somewhere. Let's just go to the beacon, because we know that beacon is on the very top of the one we want. I'm out of the jetpack fuel. Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't just jump off of this and die. Yeah, let's just go to the purple one. And I was going to go in the wrong direction, so I'm glad I remembered that. We made a couple of backups of these things for a reason. We could probably make a hydrazine at this point, but I don't think I have steel. Good thing I brought all that hydrazine for the jetpack that I can't make now. Always organic, every time, without fail. I somehow get organic in my inventory. Again, intentionally go through the ground a bit so I can pick up more dirt, because we've been just constantly running out. And it's hard to tell what I'm actually doing here, but I'm just going towards the purple beacon right now. It's really, I don't know what's in front of me, I don't care, I'm just only going to the purple beacon. I'm spawning millions of item drops. We could give that save file recovery thing a spin if we start having issues, but I don't think we will. I think my PC is good enough to handle this. It's nothing to write home about, but it could probably survive this. I think that fix was mostly for consoles. Am I getting further away from it? There isn't currently a save file recovery that deletes. I thought there was. Wait, hold on. What is that? I thought you said it deletes like loose items on the ground, or does it not do that yet? I read the blog post for that ages ago, and I was like, yeah, I don't need this. I thought that's what it did, unless I just completely misunderstood it. Or are you saying that that's something you wanted to eventually do? I don't know what it fixes then. I assume it works the same way for this DLC. Oh, there's other things. Okay, but it's not loose resources. Alright, you must have mentioned that in the blog post at some point. Or I might have just completely made that up. It's quite possible that I just made that up out of nowhere. Event items. Okay, it cleans up event items, but just not loose resources. You were saying that loose resources is one of the biggest, like, save file killers, besides just raw size, though. So, I mean, I would assume eventually you can make it do that. At least if you get, like, good results from that. Okay, you wanted to have that, yeah. I would consider using it for this, just because I don't want any of this crap on the ground, but I think in my case, I'm probably not going to be playing this for long enough to have a huge impact. But if I was doing this in a normal save, I could see this being a save file killer. If those all have to be loaded into memory, even if they're just, like, sleeping, which I assume they are, but they're still there in some capacity. And oh my god, I'm making such a mess of this place. I've probably spawned like hundreds of these things by now. And there's a dev tool. Now you don't have that either. Just like no way to select all of those entities. I mean, ideally, if you're going to give that to the players, you'd have some ability to not delete loose items that are like in their base. But it'd be kind of hard to like determine if that's the case or not. Like you could limit it just deleting like organic, like tier 1 resources or something. There's an exo cache over there, I think. How did we get this far away? I must have like just gone up a completely different pillar from where I was going down. Let's go get that exo cache real quick. Can't differentiate between slotted and on the... Really? No, you can't query like the parents or something, or is it just not easy to do that? I mean, I'm sure any of this is possible if somebody puts the dev time into doing it. I just would have thought that you could just query like what the parent object is when you go through all of your resources, but I'm speculating. Oh, there it is. I'm just speculating on how the engine works. I'm acting like I know way more than I do. I don't know, maybe I'll accidentally give you an idea or something for how to fix something, but ultimately I don't know how this game works. I just kind of like make assumptions based on what I do now. Hopefully we have room for this thing, because I could blow it up here, I suppose. I think I have dynamite. You know what? Honestly, let's just blow it up down here. I don't think we're going to find too many of these, and it's easy to make dynamite. Can't do it on an unloaded save file. Repair process. Acts on things before the system tries to load it. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, you know what? That makes sense, because obviously you can't load the save file if it won't load to delete the... Yeah, you know what? I see the problem now. I see what the issue is. So you would have to... I'm assuming then that the storage is responsible for holding the pointer to the resource it's carrying or something like that. So yeah, it'd be difficult to do that if that's how that works. Where's my dynamite? I'm an idiot. I just saw it. There it is. Okay, let's just blow this thing up on site so that I don't have to carry the large objects. And I'm just gonna blow up these tethers too, because I don't like them. Tethers are for weaklings. And I'm beyond my tether phase. Never mind, they literally didn't go anywhere. And I got only one exo chip from that. I got scams, dude. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this? It's like half a rover. Can I swap this out for? Honestly, we have so much copper already. The resin is almost more valuable than the copper. Oh my god, the hoverboard! You remembered! That's the one thing. That's the thing. I was like, surely there was something else I wanted to make with exo chips. Hero. Why is there organic in my inventory? Always and forever. Please. Oh, the hoverboard. I don't think we need this vault seeker at all anymore. Oh, let's go. I can break my legs in style now. It is truly the 80s and or 90s again. I don't remember when skateboards became popular. I was born into a world where skateboards were popular. That's all I know. Back in the 90s. They were probably popular before then. Cosine is speed. Yeah, we're going to be speeding our way right back to spawn is what we're going to do if I'm stupid with this thing. I need to get the hydrazine jetpack before I could safely use this, or I am going to die, like guaranteed. And I would much rather not die with all of my stuff down here. So we're going to be a little bit careful. But we finally have this. Oh, look at that. Look at these moves. Can I do a kickflip? See if I can line up with the axis for that. It might not be here. I think I need to be in a true flat area to do that. And I can't get it to do a kickflip here. We'll try to go to somewhere with a flatter surface to do a kickflip. Let's see. Where are we going? Okay, we gotta go back over that way. Jump jet is enough to protect your ankles, unless you're bad like I am and you, like, run out of jump jet fuel a little bit too early. I feel much happier with a hydrazine jetpack where I can just hold spacebar and not die. There's another exo cache over there. I don't think it's worth doing that. It's a hassle. Let's just go back to the base. We've got a lot of fun things to play with here. We can find more exo caches later. Alright, I have to start forcing the camera down again to stop going up for a bit. I feel for the console players that have to figure out how to play this video game and rovers. Oh, okay, yep, it's, you know, there's a few more entities for the collection. It'll be fine. By the way, we're still going to that purple beacon, which is still like 4 miles away for some reason. Oh, okay, I can't break that for some reason. Okay, that one will go. Just remember, as much as I'm whining incessantly while I do this, it's analytical complaining, and if I was actually not having fun right now, I wouldn't be playing this game, so... Don't take it too personally here. I'm a critical individual, but hopefully the feedback is at least reasonably constructive and or entertaining. We have our whole rover, all 4 cars are with us. We have conquered the gravity pillars once more. And now that I have the power of the winch, I probably am not going to have too many issues while using these in the future. Up we go. We've got something very fun and exciting to do here once we get back to the surface. I might take my BRB before I mess around with the winch, so... If you needed a bathroom break or a snack break or something, we'll be getting that in just a moment. Alright, let's use the off-ramp. Clean. Oh my god, you love to see it. Incredible. It's almost like the gravity pillar wasn't trying to kill me that whole time. Out of the way, plants. I don't got time for you. Okay, well, apparently that plant is invincible, so you know I'm just gonna leave that one alone. I respect its aura. Get more. I just look like off the side of my screen. I just see like organic just flying around. It's absolutely everywhere. There's too much organic in this DLC. I think the problem again is the plant density, more so than like the amount of organic plants drop specifically. They could use a little bit of tuning here. Like just lower the organic amount to match the plant density. This is a bad idea. Never mind. It was a completely fine idea, and there was no risk whatsoever of falling off of that. This is also a bad idea. And we nail it once again. Professional Astroneer. So it's just one of our many tunnels that we use to conquer that wretched biome. The Boolean field. I didn't even look at what the name of that underground biome was. It probably showed up on screen at some point. And we'll be going back down there to get through the third firewall or whatever. We'll get to see what the name was. And let's pull around the front. And then I think we're going to take our BRB now, because this is probably going to be a very invested, action-packed segment of our episode here. So let me go find something nice to look at. You know, let's look at a winch. Winches are pretty cool. Make sure I'm not going to die as well. There we go. I just want to get a nice scenic view. Alright, this is what we're going to be doing next. So I'm going to take out BRB, we'll run ads during the break to disable pre-rolls. Most of you know how we do this by now. And then we're going to do some dastardly deeds with this winch when we come back, so don't touch that dial. We'll be right back after this word from our sponsors. Alright, we're back. Not quite 2 pi minutes, that was more like 3 minutes, but ads should be over for everyone. I think Twitch is usually pretty good about cutting them off when it's supposed to. Was there no... Oh, there's a background effect on the BRB. I just couldn't see it because it's the same color as the terrain. I thought that was bugged. But I forgot to start up the little server I use for that. Alright, so we're not quite doing this instantly because we need to print a few things to get ready. So I'm thinking I probably should just make a second rover for this activity, but that also requires effort. I mean, we're going to make another one anyways. How many exo chips have we got here? I'd like to make a second winch because it makes this a lot easier to do. I can't find my exo chips. Maybe I only put one on the rover. I must have only placed one, and we of course have a million things to smelt here. Oh boy. I kind of just want to clean up the base later, so I think we're just going to make the rover, and we'll do the rest of this at some other point. We'll clean up the mess later. Later, that's what we're going to go with. Let me just set it up to auto smelt. Just remove this. I should just be using the good smelter, but I forgot to even bring it with me. Let me just grab the high priority items off of this and get them smelting now. We don't need to smelt lithium. I do want to bring an RTG, so we are going to be crafting that. That's graphite. That's organic. I have so much organic. I need to just burn this off. I need to burn off this organic. I have like 3 canisters of organic. Where's the other one? Look at this. I didn't want any of this. I have 75 organic here or something. Or no, like 95, 96 organic, 99 organic actually. Yeah, these each have 33. We have 99 organic here that I do not want. I need to burn this off somehow. I'm going to put it on a platform with some small generators, and I'm literally just going to delete it. I don't want this. This is just causing problems at this point. Turn on. Turn on. Do I have room for more? You guys won't let me shred these yet for some reason. Actually, I think I can get the shredder now. Ow, Gerald, I'm sorry. That one. That one's already on. Alright, please get rid of this. I never want to see it again. We're just deleting it. Keep a small generator rover for this reason. I could have... Yeah, you know what? I could have probably powered this rover with small generators instead of this, and it would have been just completely fine. That would have been a reasonable play. Let's go make our RTG. We're going to need an RTG to power the flying machine. And yes, we are going to be making a flying machine. Anybody who was attracted by the whimsical thumbnail that I had while I was doing the BRB, there will be a flying machine in a DLC that doesn't have any flying machines in it, so... You just stick around for that. But we just have to do a little bit of prep work first. RTG. Alright, so this will be our power source because we have a very compact build that we need to make. As for the exo chips, we currently have 2. I want to make a bigger rover at some point anyways, and it'll probably make it stop bouncing so much. So we're going to make another one of these. So I need to make more rubber. We need that. We need that. Perfect. And we need a titanium alloy. Which it's always been weird to me that you need such a... Or not titanium, we need aluminum alloy, and it's always been weird to me that you need such a low-tier resource to make this. I forgot what the resources were before they swapped it over to exo chips, but it's kind of unusual, considering this is the biggest rover in the game, that you just use, like, tier 1 chemistry lab items to make it. But you know what, I'm not going to complain about that, because it's easy. So let's get this going, because this is going to take a very long time to print. Did I pick up the exo chips, or did I just look at them? I just looked at them and then placed them back in the ground like a dummy. Okay, while that's doing its thing, I need to make a jetpack, because I would like to not break my legs while I'm on my sick hoverboard. So let's make a couple steels. I want to have a backup as well on the rover in case I, like, blow up the first one or something stupid like that. It's definitely something that could happen. Grab this, and let's get this smelting while we're at it. Put the small one here. I think I had... Yeah, I have another storage here. It has seeds on it. I haven't been using these. I'm just gonna plant these over here, and if I need them for whatever reason, I'll use them, but I don't think we're ever going to need this. because these spew flowers are like insanely effective for just generating organic, and I probably only need one, honestly, and this base would be completely fine. These things are so fast, even after the nerf. But hey, I'm not going to complain about things being overpowered in this game. Convenient for me. Let's just use this one for it. So we need steel now. I don't know if I have any argon. I probably do. We got a couple. That's hematite. That's not quite what we were after there. Let's get that printing. We're gonna make a couple more of these. Maybe like 4 of them. So let's grab all of that. I need 1 more iron. And then a bit more carbon, which we have absolutely no shortage of. And we need more argon, which we also have plenty of because the game keeps just giving it to us for some reason. Let's see, how is this going, by the way? This is... oh god, that's gonna hurt. Oh, my legs. Oh god, that's a sprain. Yeah, these... okay, well, whatever. These are gonna be running for a very long time. So unfortunately, these canisters are kind of locked up at the moment because I can't use them on account of them being full of organic that I would rather not drop on the floor. Because if you can believe it, chat, despite how abysmally bad this base looks, I actually don't want it to look like this. This is just kind of an inevitable byproduct of how lazy I'm being about this and trying to keep the pace going. But let's not dump more organic on the floor. Let's actually try to delete the organic that we're not using in an eco-friendly manner by polluting the environment. Who knows, maybe there's biters on this planet and they'll come attack us. I don't know, I haven't explored the whole thing yet, so anything is possible. Meanwhile, I'm making a couple more of these. Let's not lose our RTG. I remembered, it's near the auto arm. I actually remembered this time. Incredible. All right, we've got our flying machine here. And you might be thinking, cosine, that's not a flying machine, that's a rover. But we have some special tricks up our sleeve for this, so I'm gonna slowly piece this together while we like finish printing and like crafting items. And we're gonna do some very illegal things with this rover. And all we need is a winch, a research chamber, and hopes and dreams, and a lot of like skill and dedication to the craft, because I have done this a lot in my vanilla save, and I have no reason to believe that they changed how it works. Hopefully they didn't change how it works, or I'll be sad, but I highly doubt that. Everything else has been the exact same level of jank as usual. This is probably no different. So let's finish off a couple more things here, and we will be off on a fun adventure, because this is how we're going to get to the Zeta Storm. So let's get our hydrazine jetpacks. It needs to... oh, I think it was steel. Okay, it's not steel. Well, whatever. We have extra steel now. I can make another one of those silos, so I kind of wanted this anyways. Just pretend that was intentional. I need to make a titanium alloy, which we can make. It's just going to take a moment. Let's build this. I love how this thing just always prints at like a 45-degree angle, because I just can't be bothered to deform the terrain here, like at all. Alright, we've got a canister. I think I have the resources for one more sitting around. Glass, plastic, build another one. Perfect. Drop that. Let's see, titanium alloy. I should have one sitting on this thing. In fact, we're going to put this thing on the flying machine. There's one. Okay, I want to make 2 of these again so that I have a backup in case I somehow lose one. So let's go ahead and prep another one of these. We don't have any graphite sitting on the floor. Grab that. Let's make a couple more of these. And I don't think we need nanocarbon. Actually, hold on. Do we have the portable oxygenator now? All the way up. Up to the top. We can't afford it. We don't need it for what we're doing right here, I think. If I get it before this is all finished, then sure, whatever. Otherwise, we're just going to make do without it. Do I have any more research items that I can quickly pop into the researcher that'll give me a lot of bytes? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think so. We do have this. I'm going to leave this here in case I want more storage for some reason. Yeah, I don't think we have any more. Okay, so we're not going to worry about that right now. We've got our silo here. We're going to be using this for the flying machine for storage more than anything else. It's not like it's not part of the mechanism. It's just an easy, convenient way to store a lot of stuff on a very small amount of space. We need ruby. We need this thing. We probably want to have a couple batteries. Did I ever unpack my RTG? There it is. We need another rover seat, because I kind of want to keep the rovers separated right now, is what I've decided to do. I probably have extra pieces at some point here. We will, however, be bringing over this silo here, because it just has a bunch of, like, useful utilities on it. It also has organic on it, which is not useful. And I forgot to even pay attention for research while I was down there, so I have no idea how much, like, high-tier research we just completely overlooked and never interacted with. So I could probably have the bytes for the oxygenator right now, and I just don't, because I'm a big dummy. Let's start making some titanium alloy. So let's get the graphite. We have plenty of hydrazine for now. Let's make 4 titanium alloy. And that's going to require 4 graphene. And meanwhile, I'm going to craft the 1 hover pack that I have access to. How do I have so many backpack recipes already? I don't feel like I should have this many. Alright, we can actually fly now. We're getting back to our, like, original state in the vanilla save. We're getting there. Alright, this is probably good enough. Is there anything else I want to put on this? I could put the printer, but we're not going to be printing anything out in the field, I think. I could always just, like, scrounge up some compound if I really need it. So this is going to go over here. This will go here. Alright, that's going to happen. Hold on, I need to turn this off. Luckily, it wasn't actually researching the hydrazine. Turn that off. Whatever, we'll be putting the winch in there. So let's just do that now so it stops being annoying. Where's the winch? Did I ever make the second winch? Oh boy, I don't think I made the second winch. Well, we can make do with just the one. This is what I get. Yeah, I'm getting my gravity suit back. It's just a Metroidvania. There it is. I'm just slowly, like, unlocking all of my nice things. Alright, I am going to take the good drill and paver as well. I don't feel like making another one of these, so I'm just going to bring these with me. We obviously can't put them on the front right now, but we could swap out our loadout as we go along. We've got canisters, which the canisters aren't for anything in particular. I just want to have a few extras sitting around if we need them. So that's going to go on the right, because for some reason you get out on the right in this game. It's always to the right side. So this thing is going to go right here. We've got our floodlight, which looks weird like that, so I'm going to move it up one. We may or may not use any of this crap, but we have it. Including some dynamite. Let me make another dynamite just in case we find exo caches. We kind of need those. Ideally, I bring them home and blow them all up at once, but that didn't even work last time I did it for some reason. So, we'll see if that happens again. Maybe I was too far away for it to update and blow up the other one. I don't know exactly how that mechanic works. So we've got a backup solid fuel jump jet. We've got another one here that has like half fuel that I don't really care about. This should all be done now, so let's make the titanium alloy. Which I can't find because I'm blind. It's right here. And we need the gas for it, but let me just load this up for now. I am out of titanium. Okay, well, we're not going to make all of it then, but we can make a couple at the very least. Enough for what I was trying to do here. Ow. Hold on, my brain just turned off. Gas, nitrogen. Where's the nitrogen? Alright, we've got plenty. We can only make 2 of these anyways. How you doing, Lord Checkers? You having a good time there? Alright, and there's our backup jetpack. I'm probably not going to use both of them at the same time, but we've got the option if we want to. I'm going to put it on the rover for now. There we go. Alright, we're pretty decked out. I got to remember that I have this. I can also just do that. I can save that slot. We have this for research specifically. If I stumble across a better research site, I can just use it. We have an RTG, so we really do not need these anymore. I'm just going to put them over here. I can't even be bothered to plug them into the base because we have an RTG and a couple batteries now. I'll leave one of the batteries over here so I don't unplug it. What else do we want? We've just got a lot of slots for anything really at this point. I don't have a lot of titanium sitting around, so we're gonna just empty this out. Do I have hydrogen? I've got a little bit, so let's turn the rest of this into more hydrogen. I don't think I turned that on. Oh, I did turn it on. Okay, do that. I'm just trying to salvage this silo here so that I can bring it with me for more inventory space. We shouldn't be doing a whole lot of mining while we're out there, but you never know what I'm going to run across while I do this. I never turned this on, so it was literally doing nothing that entire time. Good job, Kosan. Whatever, on the floor. On the floor. This one I can actually put away. Come on. Alright, so that is going to go there. Just a bit more extra storage. We're going to have a silo as well. And we have these. I don't think I can make a second winch because I don't have any more exo chips. I'm going to bring a rubber in case I find some out in the field so that I can make a second winch because it'll make this process a little bit better in the future. So that'll go there. I should only need one extra hydrogen canister, but I'll bring two just in case I forget to ever like replenish this. So we've got an extra jetpack and 2 hydrogen canisters. We should be set to go for probably ever, honestly, but let's see. We have more hydrogen there. I just put a little bit more of this. I'm just trying to like get rid of the ammonium so it's not sitting around since we have no reason for it. I don't have hydrogen though. That was actually helpful. Thank you, Gerald. Appreciate that. Let's make some hydrogen. I think that might go on the research platform, so I'm just going to take that off for a second here. I don't know if the research platform will grab it, but I just want the hydrogen, or the hydrogen rather, to not get researched. We're about ready to go, I think. I'll put a couple of storage canisters for anything I do stumble across. If I find titanium while I'm out there, I'm definitely going to mine it. Other than that, I don't think we need anything in particular. We've kind of got a pretty good supply of everything else. Do I have any more empty canisters? I got one more empty one, so we'll bring this one as well. And we'll bring a soil canister. We probably won't be doing too much digging, so let me bring a full one. We've got like 5 more slots. We can make packages because we're going to bring the graphite as well, which I think it's sitting on the ground over here. Whatever, there's no organization scheme for this. We've got lithium that we're not probably ever going to use because I already made all the batteries I needed. I could make one more battery, but I don't really... You know what? I might need the battery because I need to power a gateway. And I don't know how much power that gateway needs. So let's make a few more batteries. And I think we should be able to use the battery output to sustain the gateway. And if not, we can always come back home and get a better power source. I don't want to have to bring the generator. Maybe I should bring the generator. We might need 2 generators, actually. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring a few, like, surplus goods for this activity. So we are actually going to use the lithium. I don't have enough materials to make a bunch of RTGs for this, but we can use batteries, and we could use generators, and we only need to very briefly power this thing. So, what was the generator? Aluminum and tungsten. Okay, let's bring 2 generators. Aluminum and tungsten. We have tons of those things. Do I have an iron canister? Well, there's our tungsten. Do I have an iron canister? Am I staring at the iron canister? We have a wolframite canister. I forgot we even had that ammonium canister. This was probably the one with the titanium in it, so let's just turn this into an iron canister. Set it to input, swap that out, fix the bug because it's not going to cooperate. There it goes. Alright. And then I need to get some of these. And we're gonna make 2 generators, and I'm gonna bring the whole thing of carbon just long enough to power these. And hopefully there isn't a throughput limit on the rover, which is a problem I've encountered in the past, but I might bring a fully packaged like platform just in case we run into that problem. Because I've had an issue where, like, for the Aatrox gateways, the rover throughput actually wasn't like capable of powering the gateway, and I had to take all of my power sources off of the rover and put them on a platform and then power it from there. I have no idea how much we need for this upcoming gateway here, so I will bring the fixings, or I'll bring like a packaged A platform or something as well, just to make sure that we don't run into that problem while we're out there. Hopefully it won't happen, but if it does, we'll be ready for it. Okay, I don't have A platforms, so let's just get a B. Same size anyways, just takes a little bit longer to print. And we're just going to slap the silo on the back onto the platform, and that should be all we need to power this thing. And we've got several power sources that we can unpack as needed for this. How much carbon have we got? We've used, like, I think 1 or 2 of the carbon that we had there this whole time. It's so efficient, it's ridiculous. We've got everything we need, I think. Alright, yeah, we're just waiting for this platform. I think we've got everything else I wanted. Unless I can make that's not what I'm doing. Unless I can make the oxygenator. Nothing is happening right now. We've got nothing researching. We're not going to wait on that. So, once this is finished printing, I think we're good to go. I've got a little bit of extra of this stuff sitting around if I need it. I'm sure I'm forgetting something or another that I'm going to want later. But for now, we'll just go. Let's not obsess over this nonsense. Yeah, no extra winch. Okay, so I'll use the side of the platform for that. Put this over here. Oh yeah, and we need to make a ramp. Alright, let's go ahead and build a ramp real quick. Just put it over here, I guess. And I will change the playlist, and we will go on a fun adventure here with our flying machine. And trust me, chat, we will be flying in this DLC that doesn't have rockets in it. I have a way. I have forbidden technology with this winch. Yeah, that should be a good enough ramp. Alright, so I don't know what to expect here. I don't know what is going to happen. I don't know what is up in the sky. I don't know if, like, Blitz has placed any diabolical speed traps up there to, like, delete my save file. So we will be making a scum save for this. So if something horrible happens up there and we lose our entire rover, I will load the scum save to save all of us some agony, including myself. So let me just go ahead and set this up here, and I will explain everything I've been talking about, like, as we go along. So let's just flip the rover over, because we have something very specific that we need to do with this winch. Now, unfortunately, it's under the ground. No, don't flip back. Let me see if I can get the winch out from under it. This is why this is easier if you have 2 winches to do it. So let me take this off for a second, grab the winch, stick it on the front. Alright, that's going to keep happening, isn't it? Alright, let me take this off, do that, put this back on the silo, wherever it was, whatever, it's good enough, and put the winch back on the front. Alright, so the winches in this game, as the description text might indicate, are very, well, they're features of this game, and they have a very interesting physics property, which is the fact that they do not, like, apply, like, inertia or forces to objects in the same way that the rest of the physics engine does. They do it kind of with a different, separate mechanism from the rest of the game. And so the result of this is that you can have a winch pull on a rover, which will then push the winch forward, and then on the next game tick, the winch will once again pull the rover forward, and this process will repeat forever. Rovers in this video game are very floaty for some reason, and so that means that all you need is the thrust of a single winch attached to a rover, and it gets a mind of its own. This rover wants to go forward. It is only going to go forward forever. That is the only button that we have for this, is to just unplug the winch or leave it attached, and we are just accelerating forward at all times. And as it turns out, this is enough force for this thing to actually get off the ground. And believe it or not, there are air controls for rovers in this game. And if you have spent an ungodly amount of time doing this like I have, you actually could figure out how to control this thing in flight. And you could weaponize that to do things that you were never supposed to in this video game. So let me make my scum save, and then we will take off. And I don't know what to expect up there. Who knows? I don't think we're going to be flying to Silva, but I have no idea what they put up there in the void of space. So I'm going into my save games now. And we saved when we got in the vehicle, and that is the one I'm going to make a scum save out of. So if we lose this entire rover to something terrible, we will be able to get it back. We'll just reload the scum save. Let's do that. Hydrate, good idea. Right before our long trip. Ah, there we go. All right. Let's take off. Awesome. It's exactly the same as the vanilla game. You'll love to see it. Let's go see how big Aeola's actually is. Hello, gravity pillar. We don't have gravity where we are. We do whatever we want here. Alright, that is the... Which storm is that? That looks like the Delta storm, I think. I think we went all the way over here to get to that. There's the last one. That's the final storm. We're not going to go down and land just yet. Let's have a little bit of a joyride first. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, Blitz put a diabolical speed trap up here, I think. That wasn't supposed to happen. I wonder if I went too high up. I wonder if there's like actually a flight ceiling here that prevents you from going too far away. And I must have hit that flight ceiling. Alright, we'll reload the save if we have to. I can't fly because I'm too high up. Alright, that's save scum number 1. We're doing that again. We need to stay a little bit lower to see how far we can go with this, but I think there might be a flight ceiling. So give me a second here. So let's get our stream save. Where is it? That one. Alright, got it. Copy this over. Alright, take the new save. Permanently delete it forever. Paste the name over the old save file. Now this is going to load the old save. We're going to be back on the ground. We have to attach the winch again. We need to stay a little bit lower. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to reduce the amount of tension that I apply so that the rover goes just a little bit closer to the ground. Now, unfortunately, I need to actually take this research chamber off every time I do this. So let's rotate this, because the research chamber is going to keep grabbing hydrazine otherwise. Normally, I'd have 2 winches for this. All right, perfect. I was actually able to get it there without having to pull it off of the rover the hard way. All right, so tension the winch. For better or worse, these do not persist through saves. Let's pull it back just a little bit. I am just eyeballing this, so I'm going to put it in the middle of that like metal bar this time instead of the end of it. Right there. Alright, that's a little bit better, and I know now that I need to stay lower, so we might do a bit of litho braking to lose speed while in flight. You know, I want to get this leveling block off of here. This thing's kind of annoying me, just seeing that. Alright, saving game again. I'm going to recreate the save just so that I have the one without the leveling block on it, so let me back that up real quick. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, flight number 2. It should be a little bit slower this time, so we might have slightly better control of it. I'm going to assume that there's a flight ceiling. Yeah, I'm backing it up. We can actually, oh my, you know what? I figured out now why I hate this biome so much. Looking at it from above, it is a checkerboard of like visceral agony. It is specifically designed to just be full of like pits and bumps in a checkerboard pattern to make it like as miserably insufferable to explore it as possible. Our tension is actually like just barely enough to take flight here. That's sick. How did I manage that landing? We have just barely enough tension to take flight this time, so I'm gonna have to point like straight up. Would you believe that biome used to be worse? Yeah, believe it or not, I can believe that. And I'm glad that whatever it used to be got cut during development, because my god, that biome was wretched to explore in the early game. Like, good lord. That was awful. It's so hard to navigate around that. We might actually need to add a little more tension. Let's see if getting a ramp will give us like a little bit of initial speed. If I can find a good ramp. I might have to flip it over and give it a little bit more tension if I can't get this thing to leave the ground. But that's really the only control I have over it, is just like how tight the throttle is on this thing when I set it up. So let's see if we can go up. It's so slow. I was hoping I could like straighten out with that. Let's tension the winch a little bit more. We need a bit more speed for this. It's hard to flip this over when it's on the front, but let me see if I could do that on this hill. I might be able to jostle it enough to get the rover to flip over if I just jump over it like this. Come on, just stay flat. All right, perfect. All right, let's try a slightly higher tension. Adam, why are you like this? There's no tension here. We got scum saves. We'll be fine. All right, a little bit more. Again, I am just eyeballing this to figure out like how to configure it. Let's try that one. I want a better ramp. That's a good ramp. Let's go for that. Actually, that's a terrible ramp. I can't use that at all. It has a ledge on it. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay, that feels good. That's the kind of speed I'm looking for. All right. I just gotta stay like a little bit low. If I have to, I can just dive bomb back into the ground. Magic fairy floating rover. Yeah, when it was like really slow like that, it was just like barely able to like get off the ground. Titanium. Let's land for that. Let's get that titanium real quick. See if I can I get up onto that little plateau? Do I have enough finesse to pull that off? I know that there's more titanium down there, but I really want to get on that specific deposit. Oh no. Oh, this is... I say this every time I make this flying machine. This thing is harder to control than you think it is. You might be thinking, wow, that looks hard to control. It's worse. It's worse than you think it is for how hard it is to actually steer this. Because this is, believe it or not, this game was actually not designed for this. I'm looking around now to see if there's any plants that are going to kill me. I see one, so let's pull it around and see if we can find a better landing spot. It is very hard to control this. I'm the brains of the operation. Wait, is there a pun buried in there somewhere that I'm missing? Right, up we go. I don't know if there's a pun in that one. I might have missed it. Hey, 3 bites. Eventually we'll get the portable oxygenator. Those plants. Yeah, I guess they kind of look like brains. I thought they were just like weird looking mushrooms. Like there's some mushrooms in real life that have holes like that. That's kind of what I thought those were. That's what I had envisioned when I saw those. Alright, any killer plants? No, I think we're clean, so let's park our ride. And let's go get some titanium, because we've been like dying for this. Brain streams, is that what those are called? I don't know, are there like internal developer names for all these wacky plants you guys made? I assume there are. Unless you just called it like plant_A or something like that, which is not very creative. But I mean, sometimes you just gotta make a model and call it a day, so I'm curious about that. Brainstream is not, but there are internal names. Can we get like a tidbit of lore? Am I permitted to have like in-depth lore about, oh my, that's scary, about the name of these plants? Or do you just not know what they are? I assume you have to go look at the code or something to check on that if you don't know it off the top of your head. put away all of our titanium. We're not getting too much from this, but I don't think we need too much. I think we're fairly close to like finishing this off here. Okay, there's some over there. There's a bit more up here as well. I could use the rover for digging. I did bring the drill, but this is going to be a lot more efficient by hand. You'll look it up for me with the caveat that narrative might come up with external names for these someday. Okay. If it's not too much trouble, I'm obviously like I'm fine if you don't want to go through the trouble. I don't know if you got to boot up like another work PC or something. I assume that you're just doing this from the comfort of your own home right now. You're not like at work watching my stream. I don't know if getting paid to watch me stream this game would be a good thing or not, but considering how late it is, that's probably not what's going on here. Okay, I think we got all the titanium. There's probably a couple like little nuggies hidden in the wall somewhere. Let's go get the other deposit that's over on the other side. There's a killer plant right here. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that bad boy. Pika Cools, thank you for the follow. Grab all this. I don't see any more deadly plants. Just watching while you do other work. Okay, as long as it's not too much trouble. And wide open, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Oh my god, there's a lot here. Okay, hold on. You alright there, Rover? You know, let's bring the car over here. It seems it's acting a little unruly right now. Wide open. Wide open is a bot. Well, the bot redeemed hydrate, so good bot. Excellent. You're watching and not doing other work. Awesome. There we go, hydrate. That means that what I'm doing right here qualifies as entertainment for Gina. You are not a bot. I mean, you can play it off as a bot. Like, I'm not going to complain about a bot that comes into my stream and redeems hydrate. I don't need quartz. Just drop that off. I want to get as much of this as I can, and we're going to go back into flight in a moment here. And we're going to go to the storm. I don't think we're in the right biome. This is the Delta Storm Peaks, but the Delta Storm is far away. Or actually, no, it's not on the map at all. I don't know, maybe we're near the Delta Storm, but that's not what we're looking for right now, so we'll be heading out to the Zeta Storm in a moment here. And there is unfortunately a flight ceiling, beyond which we get stuck in what I would literally describe as a diabolical speed trap. So I have to be a little bit careful to stay low here. Unfortunately, you can't just fly out into the void of space and get killed by the Kraken like you can in the base game. Or at least not in the spot that I went to. I'm guessing that there's a flight ceiling. Probably to prevent players from specifically doing that. Though honestly, getting your rover stuck in the flight ceiling is just about as bad as the space Kraken killing you. So, I don't know if that's the best solution or not, but it's certainly an edge case. I'm pretty sure most casual players use the crane to do this anyway, so they really don't know what they're signing up for when they're trying to fly off into the void. I have a controlled way of getting up there, so I'm a little bit disappointed that there's just a ceiling. But I mean, otherwise it was really just going to be the Space Kraken. And by the way, the Space Kraken basically deletes your rover in the vanilla game if you fly too far away. Your rover just vanishes from existence due to probably some floating point error. And then you're just stuck in space, and eventually you die. I think I had one instance where my game crashed. Instead of, like, specifically dying to the Space Kraken, my game just crashed instead. So there's multiple outcomes for that. If it's worth it, when I froze in the sky, my stream had a blip at that exact moment. Don't know if your computer had a hiccup. We could try it again. We can go back to the flight ceiling and see if just something else happened. But it looks like the same behavior that you get, like, in a lot of situations when you get yourself, like, stuck in a video game beyond a limit where the physics engine wants to accommodate your bullshit. So I'm guessing that it was either intentional or just kind of a byproduct of how they programmed this planet to work. We'll see. We shall see. Alright, well, we've got a full canister of titanium, 33. Let's head over to the storm. So the Zeta Storm is that away. This winch has been a little bit flaccid, but I think if I could pitch upward here without hitting anything, I should be able to turn around. Brain shrooms are sharp fungus C. Huh, okay. I don't know what's sharp about them. I guess, do they have little points on them? I didn't really get a good look at them. Thank you for the info, though. I assume you're talking about the big ones, right? The big, like, the big weird ones with holes in them. Though I don't know if this model actually exists on another planet. Or do you mean these weird, like, spiky ones down here? It's hard to tell what I'm pointing at through all the crust. And we might be landing on one anyways. Okay, I need to retension the winch. This is not getting us anywhere. Well, we can go look at we can look at Sharp Fungus C. I'm trying to get like a safe landing here. There's a killer plant directly below me. There's A, B, and C. Okay, so this whole thing. So there's various sizes is what you're telling me for this. Because we've got that's probably the large one. That's a small one, and there's a... Actually, no, wait a minute. Okay, no, I see all three. There's this variety over here with the roots on it. Then there's this, like, egg-looking one, and then there's this one, which I assume is the one that kind of looks like a brain. And some of those are A, B, and C. I don't know if they correlate to the size or not. Wait, actually, this might work. We might have enough, like, flight speed now. I don't know, the winches are a little bit inconsistent for this, but we got what we wanted, so let's head over to the storm. And again, we gotta stay a little bit low here. There it is. I'm coming for you, Blitz. You gave me the winch. I'm not holding back anymore. You and your... This is just like the mountain at the end of a video game. Like this with like an evil castle at the top. Okay, well, we overshot a little bit. Let's do some litho braking and get our bearings, and then we'll head back over there. I think we could do this with our current winch tension. Alright, back over that way. Let's find a ramp. Again, this is incredibly difficult to control. I'm doing my best here. I think we've got something we can ramp off of over there. Or I could use one of these, like, caves. Anything I like on that? No, not really. Sorry, I apologize for the bitrate crust. This biome... Like, I was watching that SES stream, and the bitrate was horrible in this biome. This biome is just like a bitrate slayer for some reason. Just too many colors. Alright, just weasel past that little pixel of terrain. That's fine, I can control this. Alright, here we go. The final storm. Okay, I'm doing something really stupid here. Do you think that we can actually land in the gateway? I didn't make a backup save. Oh boy. Since I got the tungsten. I'm gonna land on the gateway. I wanna go right to the middle of the storm. Let's do it. We're going in. Alright, we didn't land on the gateway, but we're very close to it. Okay, we can get to that before the virus gets us. Rover, stop screwing around. Quit screwing around. Just go in. Easy. Easiest video game of my life. Literally no challenge presented whatsoever. Just use a flying machine and just go right to the safe spot. It's that simple. How in the world are you flying this thing? That's an excellent question, chat member. So all that I can tell you is that in this video game, there are actually air controls. There's vehicle air controls. Pitch and roll. So I am always accelerating because of the winch. I am moving forward, and I have pitch and roll controls on WASD. And if you know what you're doing, if you just practice it a lot, you can actually control this thing. It's very difficult. I cannot give you any more advice than to just practice it if you want to do this from home. Like, you've got the VOD to look at if you need to see how to set this thing up again. It's very, very difficult to control this. Like, it's insane, because this game was not designed for this. And these vehicles will just pull in random directions. Okay, you didn't come in here when I set this up. Let's see, how do I want to go about doing this? It's not a good time to explain it, so... I'm going to probably have to set this up again later, but the short summary is that the winch is underneath the rover in a fairly precise spot. You can see the head of the winch attached to it, and there's a winch in a research chamber on the front of the rover. You can't see this at all. Let me back it out. But there is a winch on the front of the research chamber, centered on the rover. That is providing forward thrust to the rover, and that is enough speed while you're in the air to fly the rover. This is my bootleg flying machine. As far as I'm aware, I'm the first person that discovered that you could do this with winches. It has been long known that winches are a good way to make a feedback loop on a rover, but I found a configuration that specifically allows you to control the flying machine. And when you're able to do that, you can just basically go anywhere that you want to. And that's what we're doing here. Because I could just go here like a normal person on the other side of this planet, because that my base is pretty much on the opposite side of the planet, and I just flew here instead. So you know, you don't need shuttles to get around, you just need just a winch rover. You can do this with hydrazine thrusters as well, but why do that when you can just use winches instead? So, we're here now. Let me switch back to the other playlist. Just play, yeah, Steam Garden's pretty good. So, we're here now. Well, we're not going to be doing a flying for a little while because we have an objective. I need to go over to these, like, glitchy corruption messes over there. So where is the barrier? Alright, it's right here. We can just drive over to that and generate some storm data. You never knew that was a thing? Yeah, usually what happens is I think players will just... Eventually, players will unlock the winch and they'll wonder what this item is. They'll attach it to like a platform or a rover that the winch is on, and you fly off into space. Like, almost every time, if you don't have control over this, you just kind of fly off into space. And you lose your items, and then you post about it on Reddit, and then you never make a winch again. But I saw the potential in this. I saw that if I could, like, tame this dark magic, I could actually get something to happen with it. If you want to play with this, I highly recommend you either do it in a creative mode save, or you back up your save first. Which you can back up a save. You don't have to go into the file system to do it. There's a duplicate save option. I would highly recommend using that before you do anything of this sort, because otherwise something really bad is probably going to happen, because it's very hard to get it right the first time. I'm not even kidding, dozens of hours of like flight practice doing this. A winch tamer, exactly. I have dozens of hours of practice doing this because I have streamed dozens and dozens of hours of this game, doing this exact kind of nonsense. So what we're trying to accomplish here is I need to get this this thing here on the back of my rover into that little glitch like thingamabob over here. So we're gonna back it in like this, and I'm going to get hacked here. Now this is going to be a little bit annoying because I have to run back over there to get oxygen because I don't have an oxygenator on this rover, so I can't use tethers. So this is going to be unfortunately a little less interesting. I have to just kind of run back and forth here to not get killed by the hack, because anyone who's lurking and doesn't know how this DLC works, if I let this meter fill up, which it takes like 10 or 15 seconds for it to do that, I will lose the ability to breathe no matter how much oxygen I have in my backpack. Like that, suffocating. So I need to go into the safe zone, which there's a safe zone around the gateway. You can see it easier from the outside. And then of course outside of the storm is also safe. But I don't have an oxygen source over here, so I have to run over to my rover to top off while I'm getting hacked, and then I have to come back over here to stop getting hacked. Luckily we have this sick hoverboard that we can do this with, and I need to see if I can do a kickflip while I wait for this to happen. So while this nonsense is all going on, this thing, Ruby here, is slowly deciphering this gibberish that's floating around me here. So after a little while, we are going to have enough like storm immunity to stay in here for a bit longer, and this will become slightly less tedious. So let me see if I can do a sick kickflip here. This should be axis aligned. It's hard to do this though, it's not consistent. So I apologize if you don't get to see me do a kickflip. But we should be on true flat right now. Yeah, we might not. This might not be the side that could do it. You have to basically cross over the like center axis of the game engine to get it to happen while your hoverboard is roughly aligned to it. But I don't know the exact mechanics behind it that cause it to occur. So, yeah, this may be a little bit lame. Don't worry, we just need time to kill here. So if you've got any other questions, now's a good time to ask them. I don't think I can do a kickflip here. Yeah, okay, not looking like it. Oh well, that's unfortunate. It's fine, at some point we'll figure it out. Yeah, yes, please. Use creative and or back up your saves before getting silly with winches. Don't be the person on Reddit complaining about how you lost your rover with all your nice things on it, because this game, the winches do not care about your feelings. They don't care about your accomplishments. They will punish you if you don't know what you're doing. Okay, something just shot at me. Who did that? It was you. I'm glad that that did not hit the rover. That would have caused a large explosion. I had checked the vicinity to make sure that there were none of those there, but I didn't see that one in the fog. There's another one here. Let's get rid of this as well. Every time you hear that weird, like, dingling noise or whatever, that's a terrible description of that sound, but every time you hear that, that is one of the storm data is getting automatically researched. Right, back over here. So how far along are we? Okay, so we have tier 2. So we could stay in here for like 20, 30 seconds. I don't know how long it actually is. And we've got to get up to 32 for the full storm protection, which I think is optional, but I'm going to do it anyways because I don't know if we're going to get sent back here later. If you're using the gateway lines to get your bearings on the grid, the gateways are a little rotated compared to the base game. Oh, is this not the true flat grid? I should have brought that leveling block. This looks like it. Or are you saying they're rotated like on the y-axis or whatever axis is pointing through them? You know, we could find out. We could find out. Let me get another one of these bad boys going. We've got time to kill. Might as well do this. All right, leveling block usually doesn't cooperate on gateway chambers, so let me go down to the ground level here. I want to go to the cyber canyons. So you guys actually know what I'm talking about with kickflips. Because I could do it at my home base at Calidor. It happens to be in the right spot for it, but it's still very finicky to get it to happen. Let me top off my power here real quick. Like Gina knows. Yeah, Gina's presumably around a lot more of these streams that pick up the lingo. So you're telling me I'm not the only person that calls that a kickflip. That's kind of awesome. I love that. I love independent, like, discoveries. Alright. I mean, this is pretty close to true flat. Maybe this one is, like, correctly axis aligned. That's true flat. Huh, I don't know. I don't know why I can't do it. Let's see. Again, I don't know the exact technical requirements for it, other than you need to have your board aligned to one of the axes to get it to happen. Okay, you know the behavior, but they haven't made the connection. Yeah, it's the same behavior that causes platforms to snap weirdly. Let me see if I can get it to happen with one of these held items. We're probably going to need this platform anyways. I don't think I have to unpack it over here. Let's see if I can get it to happen with this. So you rotate these very slowly. I think this might be on the wrong axis combination to do it. I think I need to go 90 degrees around the planet because I'm not getting the snapping behavior. I think the snapping is going to happen to the vertical axis, and I can't get that to happen in this position. I might be able to get the snapping to happen with a vertical wall. There's no reason to do this. I just want to see if I could showcase this. If it'll do it. It could also be something that only happens far away. Oh, there it is. There it is. You see it like jittering? That right there. I think if I could get my hoverboard on the axis that's causing this to happen, I could do a kickflip. And unfortunately, that's the vertical axis. I don't know. I'm out of power. I don't know internally, like Unreal Engine, like which axis that is, but if you're aligned to one of those axes, I'm just going to completely guess that it's either the X or the Z axis. You could get like items to snap weirdly to that axis when you try to rotate them for whatever reason, whatever algorithm they use, whatever they did with the quaternions for all of the like physics objects in this game, that axis will do it. Poles are an easy place to find it. My Calidor base isn't on a pole, and I am able to get it to happen. So I'm not sure. I think it runs. I think the axis that does that might be the X-axis is my guess, because I think the poles are aligned to the Z-axis in this game engine. But I could very well be wrong about that. I have to like pick up scraps that I've heard from other people, and I don't actually know for sure how it works. But you can see it happening right here. If I just don't move my cursor for a second, this will just start jittering. I need to get my hoverboard on that axis, and then I can do a kickflip. So let's see if we can get that to happen later on. If I go to another, like, another pole or whatever, it might happen on the poles in this case. How close are we to getting all the research done? Kickflips are very important. This is essential research. Awesome, we have finished our research endeavor. Where's the thingamajig? I think it moved a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to pick up a few extra, like, Zeta Storm datas, just in case. I'm going to package this thing so it stops eating them. So let me see. Yeah, we've unlocked everything. I think we're done. So let's print the rootkit and then package it. Oh, I need power for that, probably. Let's print the rootkit and then package this thing. I have my rootkit. Wait, did I just delete my rootkit? Am I going to be... Did I just break something here? I tried to print the rootkit while this thing was not powered, and now the option to make it is gone. Oh, I've Delta selected. Okay, thank you. I may have figured that out eventually. You haven't tried on Aeolos. The platforms get flippy on the North Pole. I'm trying to think how this would work. So if you're on top of the planet, and my theory is it's the x-axis, and I think the z-axis is north and south. Again, I could be wrong about that. You would be able to, yeah, you'd also be able to do this on 2 of the equator gateways and the poles. That's probably consistent then. I think it's one of the axes that runs through the planet sideways, not north or south pole. We'll try that. We'll see if we can get that to happen. That'll be some good science. So we have our counter hack key. Let me grab a few more of these researches and then package up our decipher thing so that it stops eating them. Actually, we'll package this thing up now because we made the rootkit, and then we're going to hack the gateway, and then we're going to do a sick kickflip. So if this is really boring, don't worry, we're going to be doing a kickflip, and it's going to be so cool. Like, you will be astonished by how sick my moves are after we do that kickflip. My skateboarding prowess. So let's make a packager. I am so glad power cells are not on my crafting menu, and I never have to make them. I'm gonna make a couple extra packages just because we don't have any made right now. And one more. Alright, so the reason I packaged this is because I want to stockpile a few more of these datas, and this thing will eat them even if it just doesn't do anything. So I need to move this. Okay, that thing has been moving around a little bit. I still have not figured out how these things move around. I don't know if they, like, slide slowly or if they teleport occasionally. You know, okay, we have a way to figure that out. We can just stare at it because we have enough storm immunity. It's currently centered over this plant. It doesn't look like it's moving. I think they teleport occasionally. No mission, yeah, no glow sticks either. That's the other one that upsets me. Okay, I'm about to get hacked. Alright, we're gonna run away from it. I'm getting shot at. Who did it? Who done it? Where are you? Where are you, you cheeky bastard? Oh, it's right there! Oh god! Oh, the jump scare! Jesus Christ, there's actually danger in this game again. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. It was AFK while I was standing next to it, so it didn't immediately shoot at me. Alright, so where is that storm? Yeah, I think they teleport. I think they despawn after a few seconds and just reappear somewhere else, because we stared at it for a bit and it wasn't, like, moving at all. And now it's all the way over here. It's hard to tell. I don't think this is terribly important, so I'm going to stop obsessing over it. I just kind of wanted to figure out how these work, because I was very confused about this in the early game. Trying to understand how these things move around. Whatever the case is, I don't think... Oh, there's another one. I don't think we have to deal with it. I think that's actually the one that took a shot at me earlier. But I think we're fine now. I think we've figured this out. So I should have a bit of extra storm data sitting around. How much do I have? Oh, we got tons. Alright, we are good to go. Just drive out of here. Yeah, I hate that glow stick mission for all the wrong reasons. It's like glow sticks would be fine, I would just never use them, but they just make the crafting problem in this game even worse. Alright, we've got our counter hack key, so let's put this up here. I can tow the rover up here with the winch if I need to, and I'm probably going to do that because that might be easier. So let's see here. Let me put the graphite away as well. I think this is all we need. I don't think we need any other special items in particular. I probably made a few more of these than I needed to. Do I have an empty canister for them? Yeah, if I have too many of these, I can burn them off with the decipher. So we're just gonna go ahead and go for it. Core values, we'll read that later. I'll just put that in my inventory for now. Alright, so another intended use of the winch, sort of, I guess. I don't know if this is intended or not, but we're just gonna lift this entire machine with our measly, pathetic jetpack. Ow. There we go. And we should be able to power this. The little power pads are gonna appear under the rover, though. Is there anywhere I could park this thing? Right here, maybe? Okay, that should be fine. If it goes flying up into the air, I'll be sad, I guess. Alright, Blitz, I'm coming for you. I'm in. I did that joke last time, it's not even funny anymore. It's the name of the stream title. That's why it's that trope, that hacker trope from like shitty 80s and 90s like hacker movies. Like the ones where they use two keyboards at the same time to do the hacking. If you've ever tried to use two keyboards at once in real life, you use each one about 10% of the speed that you would normally. It's not a good idea. Don't do that. It won't make you a better programmer. It'll just make you look like an idiot. Unless you're in a movie, in which case... Oh wow, first try. In which case, I guess you look like a badass. I don't know, that's what the writers are going for. How am I guessing these? I'm just randomly picking these up and getting them right. Am I able to pick these up again? You love glow sticks. Oh my god, you again. Ugh, get out of here, glow stick enjoyers. Alright, so we've got... Well, it looks like two down there. Where's the... I can't see it from here, so I'm just going to... You know what, I'll just go down and actually eyeball it. It'll be easier that way. There's a pretty good chance that these are going to be correct. I'm getting extremely lucky with which of these I'm picking. Placed that one wrong. Alright, I had the right one, but it was rotated wrong. Alright, that was almost flawless. I placed one of them in the wrong rotation, but we somehow just kind of like first tried which ones go into which slots. Easy. Easiest game of my life. Alright, so... Every day's a rave with glow sticks. I'm not researching glow sticks. I don't even care that I don't like care about this planet at all. I'm not researching glow sticks. It is against my religion at this point to do that. I'm trying to turn the rover to get the front just close enough to this thing for me to be able to plug it in without getting launched into orbit by this thing. Because if the rover is sitting on top of this... I thought I was going to get launched into orbit. Alright, cool. So, we gotta get out of this now. Oh god, what have I done? I thought that was going to launch me into space. We have enough... Okay, we're fine. We have enough power to open it. I'm saved. I'm saved. I happened to have enough power to hack this thing. So we're fine. I'm not stuck in it. I didn't have to save scum to get back in the rover. I don't know how I would have gotten out of there otherwise. I thought it was just going to launch me into the air. Completed. Good luck, have fun. We've got our 3 gateways now in whatever arbitrary positions that they're in. So hold on a second. Let's do a kickflip. Hopefully these are not all in the wrong spot. I think one of these will work. I promised a kickflip, and I'm going to deliver a kickflip. Let's see if this is on the correct axis. Come on. Come on, do it. Ah, boy. We gotta do the kickflip at some point here. This has to happen. Is this one not going to do it either? Can't believe how fast I did it. Yeah, me neither. I just guessed which ones go where, and I got lucky. Because, like, there's really no way you could eyeball that. I'm getting concerned, chat, that I can't actually do a kickflip, and that I have let everybody down. Because I don't know which of these is going to allow me to do it. Oh, no. No, dude. X marks the spot. I could try the canyons. Why do you, I guess, why do you specifically, like, think the canyons are gonna do it? Guess we'll see. We'll try it if we can't get it to happen here. I should have brought the leveling block. I think yeah, I have oxygen here. This is actually providing me oxygen, so hold on a second. Let me see if I can find the axis. Because I'm pretty sure any item in the game will get the sticky axis problem. But this is most likely going to be the vertical axis that causes it to happen. Let's see if it's the vertical axis. Just gotta slowly rotate. Hold on, was that it? Maybe small items don't do it and I need to bring something bigger. I don't know anymore. I'm actually starting to question my own game knowledge here because I can't get it to happen here. You don't think Alpha Gateway's on a true flat? Okay. That's the one that we're at here. Let me look at the terrain grid real quick. No power, it's fine, whatever. Oh, the little wind turbine. Yeah, you might be right. This direction here looks like true flat. You don't think Alpha or Delta are? Okay, well, we will do a kickflip, I promise. At some point here, we are going to do a kickflip. But yeah, this one looks like it might be off axis. Where's the little funny leveling block? I should have just brought this the whole time. That's how you could tell. Now we can put this back on the front. We'll, of course, be coming back here to fly home with the rover later. But we can find out now exactly where we are in the true flat grid. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so the Delta and Alpha, neither of those are on the true flat grid. They're kind of off kilter. I don't know, just blame Blitz. But that other one is on the true flat grid, but unfortunately it's on the wrong spot on the grid. Devs, can you fix that? You know, hot fix that real quick. Just like move this gateway onto a different axis so that you can do a kickflip on this gateway. I think it's very important for the like 90s hacker like vibe aesthetic for this DLC that I be able to do a kickflip on this gateway. This is essential content that you're depriving the people that play this DLC. Absolutely mandatory feature. So we're gonna go to the canyons because I've been told that the canyons are the place to go, and if they're like equatorial or something, which I'm guessing they are, then there's probably a spot in the canyons that we could do it. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Okay, I'm just gonna try to flip it over here, and we're gonna just kind of fly over somewhere else and see what we can accomplish. We have successfully taken down the third firewall though, so we did what we set out to do here. But I just need to flip the rover and set the winch again, so whoever's not been paying attention or wasn't here earlier, you get to see how you do it. So we flip over the rover, and we have a winch on a research chamber on the front, facing down. And in order to get like the kind of light tension that I'm after, I'm gonna just place it here. You just have to eyeball this. There's really no better way to describe this. You have to eyeball it. I'm kind of using this metal bar as a guideline, and I'm going a little bit past it, centered on the undercarriage of the rover, right there. This will vary depending on how much tension you apply. It'll vary a little bit how much like forward thrust you get from this. And let's just park for a second. I like this music, but let's swap over to the speed playlist. All right, there we are. Alright, so let's find a ramp. That's not a very good ramp. And let's go to the canyons. I can't see anything, and I am getting hacked, so I kind of need to get out of here quickly. So I can't, like, lollygag too long. I should probably just make a ramp if I'm being... Oh god, there's a plant there. Yeah, let's make a ramp. We'll just build one. We already have true flat here. Might as well use it for something. So, true flat ramp, go. Perfect 45-degree angle. I'm out of soil. That's fine. We have enough. This is enough of a ramp to do what we're trying to do here. Hopefully. Because if it's not, we might get stuck in the storm, and that's going to be very upsetting. Don't hit anything. Go back. Don't hit anything. Oh god, we hit something. Come on, I need to go up. I'm trying to turn. Turn, go up. Yep, this is the opposite of what I requested. Alright, so there's a mountain over there. I'm going to have to... let's see, how do I want to finagle my way out of this? I need to turn a sharp right, I think, and go for that opening up there. And you might be like, you can't see that opening. I could barely see it either, but there is an opening over there. We need to go that way. Alright, got it. We're out. We're clear. Let's go to the canyon. Nice storm, nerd. This is a nice looking planet. I like this. What a lovely scenic view. Oh, wait, oh, we gotta go down. Hold on. Don't go too high. Don't go too high. Light ceiling. Down. Stop. Why does this look like the Star Killer base all of a sudden? What does this trench actually just run the entire equator of this planet? I guess I didn't really pick up on that when I saw it. I just kind of lost my, like, perception of scale for, like, how far I had traveled. It looks like it runs the whole equator now that I have, like, a bird's eye view of this place. You know, you never get a bird's eye view of this planet, do you? Unless you make, like, a really big pillar. Oh, this is awesome. I'm so glad that you can do this. Like, you can actually just go way the hell up into the sky and see the whole planet, or at least half of it. You could fly a VTOL around. Oh yeah, that thing is in this game. I mean, look, we got a VTOL right here. Like, you know, it doesn't have the V part. It's just a tall, just takeoff and landing. It doesn't have the V part because it just kind of goes sideways, but it's fine. Oh, did you miss the birth of the winch rover? Yeah, we made it earlier. Like, the second I was able to, I unlocked it, and I came back up to the surface, and we made a winch rover. Because why wouldn't I? This is what I live for in this video game. So let's see, how close are we to true flat? The leveling block icon is probably not showing up because it's in my inventory. Let me see if I can get this to show up on the rover. How's this looking? I mean, I could just place it, I suppose. Yeah, this might be fairly close, actually. It's gonna be very hard to tell. Is this one of the poles by any chance? Let me put this on the... Let me actually put this on the rover just so I can see it while I'm moving around. Never mind. Okay, it disappears. This could be... Oh no, is this at the true flat, like, axis? Oh boy. Well, we think it's the vertical axis that does it. And the Zeta Storm, I think, was over yonder. You keep saying X marks the spot. What, is there an X? Am I missing something, or is this thing the X? This is a triangle. But I feel like I'm overlooking something very obvious. Or I'm just getting, like... Oh god. No, not this. No, stop. Stop. No. No, leave me alone. Please, I didn't mean to get that close to it. Oh, it's consuming me. I hate these things. I still hate these things so much. Alright, we gotta get off of this. Okay, I don't want to do it if it's here. Let me park the rover and see if I can find it on foot. So he's gonna park it here. This makes complete sense. How much hydrazine do I have? We got a decent amount. What is the pull on this thing? My goodness. Let's go ahead and see if we can find it. We didn't end up needing this platform, but I can still finagle with it a bit. Usually I would just use the gateways as my, like, visual aid for finding true flat. Yeah, this, I think it's underneath this giant pillar. Yeah, so that's it right there. We might be able to do it here. Hold on. Come on, please. Actually, no, hold on. No, not quite. It's further. I don't know how important it is that I have this perfectly aligned. We have the axis, but I don't know if I need to actually cross over the positive, negative, like, quadrants or octants or whatever. Oh, there it is! There it is, chat! We did a kickflip! The moment we've all been waiting for. We did the kickflip. It happened. Content. Let's do another one. Check out my sick moves. You wish you could ride a hoverboard as well as I can. I can't ride this hoverboard to save my life. Hold on. Let's make our playing field a little bigger. Kickflip. Poggers. Whatever people do on Twitch these days. Build myself a little skate park here. I'm out of dirt. Whatever. Just get more dirt. Come on. Come on. We did it once. We could do it again. I wish I knew how to actually consistently reproduce. There it is! Oh yeah, kickflip! Gaming! One more kickflip, and I'll stop. I'll end this bit. One more kickflip. Impress your friends in Astroneer with this one neat trick. On my camera, I tried to do a kickflip there. You can actually see the camera wigging out as it crosses over that axis. Like this little jitter that it's doing here. About to suffocate. Hold on. I don't know exactly, like, mechanically what causes that to happen. It's most likely the same, like, jank that causes this interaction right here. See if I can get the angle for it. That right there. I'll give it a second. It'll start jittering. There it goes. That jank right there, it's probably the same thing that's causing the hoverboard to do the kickflip. You see how this thing, like, occasionally, like, wigs out? Don't know why it does that. It'll kind of snap to this axis if you rotate it, like, in small increments, and eventually it'll just wig out and start flipping like that. It doesn't want to do it too much here, but you see it wig out occasionally. That's what I'm talking about. If you can get your hoverboard to do that, it'll flip over. This is pointless. I have spent so much time trying to show this, and there's no reason to do this. It's mostly, it just causes problems. And I think it can happen to rovers too. And I've seen it, and you get, like, stuck on that axis for a moment. So let's try to do one more. I want one more kickflip from the front. We're not gonna get another one, are we? The bit's not funny anymore. I'm sorry. We're gonna move on in a moment here. It won't do it anymore. I'm washed up. I can't do my sick skateboarding tricks anymore. Commit to the bit. Yeah, I'm gonna get one more kickflip for the road. There it is. Sort of. That was like half a kickflip. That doesn't count. We're not getting points for that. It didn't go all the way that time. I'm out of power. I don't care. I'm gonna suffocate to death before I get this damn kickflip. Yeah, I wish I knew how to get it to be consistent. It would probably be more consistent if I wasn't on a slope. There it is. There's your kickflip, everyone. We did it. We don't have to do that again now. Let's go back home. Stupid gateway. I'm gonna use you as a ramp. This is how little respect I have for these stupid pillars. That's right, Gravity Pillar. I just used you. You thought you outsmarted me. You thought you were an inconvenience. Well, joke's on you. You were actually helpful for something. Let's go home. I think we need to go over this way. I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this. Okay, I don't even need the compass. There it is. There's home. Yeah, I see how the storm is probably, like, not quite on axis. You see, when we started this, I had the feeling that the home base was the thing that was, like, on the true flag grid, and I think I was correct. Okay, yeah, it's just a big circle. God, it's so neat to see this. So the biomes are, like, organized in rings, it looks like. Oh, no, we're in here, though. Yeah, it looks like the biomes are just organized in rings. That's interesting. Like, I sort of suspected as much, but I couldn't tell for sure by just looking at it. So it's good to have a good perspective, like up in the sky. Now we know, like, how this actually works. Can we, Rover, we're almost home. Can we not do this, please? Alright, can I stick the landing? I don't know. I want to land in the base. Whatever. I don't care. I already wasted enough time. The bit's over. Let's just drive home like normal people with a really, really fast rover, because you can also just move really fast like this. Yeah, there's some bicycle music. I think this is black and white. Yeah, this is the black and white bicycle theme. Kind of slaps. There's a lot of Pokemon music in this playlist. Oh, we're home, folks. I hope that was an interesting adventure for you. I don't know if I'm brave enough to do this in the core of the planet. I kind of want to, but we are going to get stuck on so much stuff if we take this down to the core of the planet. I'll think about it. I'll decide what I want to do here. But I don't know how much content we could milk out of the flying machine in a DLC where you can't fly to other planets. Because, by the way, if you did not know, you can just fly to other planets doing exactly what I did here. There just aren't any other planets in this DLC. So there's nowhere to fly to, and it looks like there's a flight ceiling that you get stuck on if you go out too far. But otherwise, if you know what you're doing, you can go to the other planets in the vanilla game. I've shown this in previous streams. I'm not going to go into detail about it, but if and when we go back to the vanilla save, I will inevitably find an excuse to do that. Let's read our third lore entry. With this, like, this whimsical, upbeat music playing in the background while Lynn goes through her villain arc or whatever. I'm sorry if the mic picked that up, I had to sniffle. My favorite part of any plan, that exciting feeling of not knowing if you'll succeed. I mean, I don't know if that's my favorite part. I mean, sometimes there's a thrill to that. Oh, kidding. I know I'm about to win. It would be a flawless mission if not for this tiny pest trying to mess up my day. Not that it matters. This fucking music is just not fitting at all. Not that it matters. The only way to stop my virus now is by shutting down the planet core. Not that I'm worried. My security system is impenetrable. Oh. Anthony? All that's left is to release the virus and delete the crew. Feature complete. Yeah, I took down your firewall. You got nothing. We're going down there. We're winning. So I have a quick question. We're only like 3 hours in. This is not going to be like 8 more hours of content, right? Like we're on Victory Road here. I think I'll finish this today, if that's the case. I think we'll just go down there and we will finish off this DLC. Because I'm assuming that this is like the last step of the process. So if that's the case, I'm heading down. Let's turn this off here. Meanwhile, let me upload or unload all these things. I'm just gonna drop them on the floor. Everything goes on the floor. I don't even care anymore. Let's do it. I think we're gonna do it. I don't think there's gonna be too much more content, so I'm not gonna go super far over time. Because I'm trying to limit myself to 6 or 7 hours per stream, but I think we're on the home stretch here, so let's head down to the core. And we'll play it through. We'll play it through to the end, even if it goes a little bit over time. Because I just want to see what happens here. I want to finish this off. So, let's see here. Can I get the portable oxygenator? That's the last part of the set. I can get it, however, I don't have a cutie RTG. Can we get that at all? I don't know if we've had access to that. What was the reward for that mission that we just finished? I can just use it here. Let's see. Alright, so we finished that one. Data compromised. Warning, Firewall 3 is offline. Aeola's core security has been breached. Planet core is exposed. Awesome. I did that. May want the game's music on at some point. Yeah, that's a good call. If there's like a specific soundtrack for this. GG easy. What, am I playing Overwatch? I'll swap back to the base game music, like, right after this song is done playing then. Pause the song here. Okay, so that'll end the playlist. Okay, you think you're so clever, don't you? Such a busy little bee doing stupid little busy bee things. I got a flying machine. Sticking your pesky little insect nose where it doesn't belong. Well, I'm done tolerating pests. Actions have consequences, and you're about to get squashed. I'm glad I have bees in the, like, tags for my stream right now. I was wondering if we would go through this whole stream without any bees, because I'm too lazy to take that tag off when I play, like, Astroneer instead of Spelunky. We got bees. There's actual bees in this DLC. When good old Frank wonders how he got his mind file, how his mind file got damaged, tell him it was your fault. Tell him how I warned you, and how you just couldn't help messing with Blitz. Tell him how you tried your best. He'll never leave the ATP now. Now go be a tragic hero somewhere else. You may have compromised the core, but I've already moved on to the final stage of my plan. Oh god, it's that emoji. Blitz, what is wrong with you? Come on. I'm just having a good upbeat experience right now, and she's just like, yeah, I'm gonna give this guy brain damage. Chill out. Just live for the moment, Blitz. Look, Astroneer is a buggy game, and we can all coexist together with our winches. We don't have to fight. We can just have fun. I'm going to take all of these off under the assumption that I don't need any specific items down there. And I'll bring a platform just in case. And I think we're just going to go with this rover here. Let's turn on the game music here. It's going to be the default ambient music while we're up here, but let's see if we've got something new down there. So, 75. Let me unload the rest of these. We'll keep this in case we need it. It has like an eyeball on it. It's kind of creepy looking. I didn't pay attention to the icon at all. Oh, let's bring another hydrazine canister just in case I need it for myself. I don't know if I'm going to get off of the rover. I am, of course, going to try to bring this rover literally as far as the game will let me. What else do we think we need? The mission didn't tell us anything else, right? I don't want to have to do another trip. Oh, okay, we have another mission. So let's see here. Mustache in the machine. Get to the core, bring down the core firewall. Youch, what the heck? Oh hey, comms are back up. It's me, Frank. Sorry for the disappearing act, but to be honest, I kind of disappeared on myself too. My body's currently missing in action, but what's left of me now has access to all of Blitz's system information. I am the ATP. That's kind of awesome. Thing is, we need to get to the core stat. Blitz is getting ready to unleash a virus in the sim, and we gotta stop him. Find my dem in the core, and take down the core's firewall, so we can give Blitz a good talking to. Now, is that what we're gonna be doing? Just a good talking to? What do I not get a gun? Devs, when do I get my gun? That just seems like the logical progression for this quest, is that I just get handed like a shotgun at the end of this mission to take care of business. I can't believe there's no guns in Astroneer. Who would even play a video game without guns in it? Alright, no, that just tracks it, right? Alright, well, I think we go to the core. That's all we're being told here. I don't know what a dem is. We'll find out on the way down, I assume. Was that the decipher? No, I don't know what DEM is. We'll find out. I assume we're gonna get one at some point. There might be cutscenes or other funny things like that, and then we're gonna get like a rifle. And we're going to be able to take care of business down there. Surely. I don't think I want to bring anything else, really. I don't think any of this stuff matters. Well, starter base, you were a great starter base. And you're going to be a starter base for the remainder of this playthrough. So we got tethers, leveling block. We don't have equipment for a second winch, which is a little bit disappointing, but I don't think we need 2 winches for this. I can pull the one off the front of the rover if it comes to that. I will look for every opportunity to use the winch during this finale here, but most likely we're just going to play this like normal people. We'll see. We'll see if any opportunities present themselves. I will bring a second rover seat just in case there's a barrier that I can clip through, because we are absolutely going to try to clip through at least one barrier while we do this. I could fly around and get things for a second winch. I don't know if it's going to be useful or not. I only need one winch, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm not going to be using the flying machine down there. I'm going to get stuck on things. I mean, I could fly around. We have a dynamite. Yeah, let's make one more winch. Let me get a rubber. We could just fly around and find one real quick. I don't have a rubber here. Is there one over here? Did I ever make one? As is often the case, there is probably one sitting on the ground somewhere, and I don't know where it is. Why can't I pick these up anymore? Huh. I can't interact with these two. I don't know, something about leaving relevance probably broke them, because they're on the furnace. Now, let's make one more winch, just in case it comes up, and then we'll go for the finale. So, craft the rubber. Whatever, enjoy this methane. Here you go, Gerald. Yummy, yummy methane. It's good for you. I mean, it's in the atmosphere. I mean, every gas that exists in this game is in the atmosphere here. Alright, so we have dynamite, we have rubber, and there should be a printer somewhere on the rover. Let's grab this packager while I'm at it. Love packagers, my favorite. We probably don't need this thing anymore, but I'm going to keep it anyways. And yeah, there's the printer. Okay, let's grab that and put that in my inventory. Alright, so we are actually going to take one more flight then, real quick. We're just going to dive bomb onto the first, like, exo cache that we find. Get a second winch, which we will probably never use, and then go. Did you know, it isn't recommended to keep a rubber in your wallet? Why? Because you might make, like, unwise decisions or something? I don't know. I don't do that. That's not something I generally plan to do when I go out to go shopping at Walmart. My life hasn't quite taken me in that direction just yet. But we've got a rubber in this game. It's not for protection, though. It's for offense, not defense. This is an offensive rubber, because we're going to make another winch with this. And who knows what kind of diabolical deeds we're going to commit once we have it. So again, eyeballing it. Roughly... Let's pull it back a little further. Roughly there. That should do the trick. I'm not going to change the music, so let's just go on a nice pleasant flight to go get another one of those caches, and hopefully they'll show up if I kind of stay at a low altitude. We just got to go to this biome because we know they spawn here. Oh, my rover's actually stuck. It got stuck on an axis. I mentioned that earlier. Like, you saw how it was rotating weirdly for a second there? It was actually stuck on that axis. That can happen to the rovers, and it's not good when it does. Because you can't, like, steer it properly in flight anymore when it does that. Alright, just flip over, please. Alright, so let's look at the map. I don't see anything here. Let's turn around and fly over to this side. Yeah, we were in this area. So we're not going to find any right here. I need to go a little bit further into the bowels of this, like, cyan biome. I also got to see if I could just spot them, like, on the surface, because I might be too high up for them to pop up on the compass. There. Yeah, okay, I had to go down further. I see a couple. So, once we're done tumbling, we will drive over and grab one, because I only brought the one dynamite. Unfortunately, I don't have the drill, so I kind of got to just bulldoze my way through this the hard way, as in not bulldozing at all. I just got to drive like a normal person. Go around all the nature. Ugh. These pesky plants. How dare they get in my way? It's over there somewhere. I don't see it yet. There it is. Okay, I see it. Let me just park nearby and grab it. Okay, here's the last thing we need. One more winch. I don't know if we're going to use it. Oh, I do have 2 dynamite. But I don't think we're going to be... Oh, hey, look, a marble. I don't think we're going to be doing much more than this here. I think we're pretty close to the finale. Just bring this bad boy with us. I don't know whose side those things are on, but it's on my side now. I'm bringing it with me. I can't really animation cancel this, can I? Alright, what have we got? 3 of them. Perfect. We only needed 1. Making a right proper mess of this place. Just debris all over the place. I don't want to take the winch off, so I'm going to grab this, and hopefully the battery on the rover is going to be enough to power it for just a second, so we can make a second winch. Then we'll never use the winch. Nice, already selected. I guess that's what I was doing with that last time. And then we're going to go back over in this direction and just use the same pillar we did before. And at some point I'm probably going to have to switch to the drill and paver, but we should have plenty of power, and we've got some soil canisters. So this single rover car here should be all we need to get down to the core. Alright, here's our second winch, which I will unpackage just so it's convenient to access. And this is usually how I would flip it over. I would have the first winch on the front the whole time, and then a second one on the side to pull it over. And that just makes it a lot easier to do this. But we've already got it tensioned. It's at a fairly good tension setting, so I'm going to make the very regrettable decision of leaving the winch tensioned while I drive down there. And then when we get stuck for half an hour, I will untension it and we will drive around like a normal person. And I also have to take the winch off when I want to use the drill. So a little bit more flying, a little more fun. Potentially. I'm going to try to fly around the first cave layer. Actually, I could do it in the second one too. I don't know. Well, let's just see how far we can push this. Yep, this is exactly what I wanted to do. Just right into this field of eggshells. Trust me, I'm pressing buttons. I am trying to make things happen here, but it's very hard to get this thing to move properly when the center of it is stuck on something. Alright, so the beacon is over there. I want to find a ramp, by the way. I do want to fly. That might work. Let's try this. There's a research item there. I don't care. I don't need more research. I never even made the portable auctionator, did I? I kind of want the portable auctionator. No, I didn't have a power source for it, so I just kind of... Yeah, whatever. We don't need a portable auctionator. It's a crutch. I'm sure we'll be fine. That'd be very silly if that was a mandatory thing to have while you do this. We'll play hard mode. Alright, so to bring it around. So of course, since we're still in flight mode, we are moving very fast. And I need to be kind of careful here. I might just lose control on my way down this. So let me pull it around and face in the correct direction before we go in there. And then we gotta very carefully ease over this ledge and pitch this thing down as we do it. Because if I leave the ground, I'm gonna switch to flight controls, which requires me to press the opposite direction to pitch down, so it's gonna be very confusing. So we just gotta stay on the ground as much as we can while we do this until we get clear of this pillar, and then I can go make bad decisions. I mean, look, we gotta do it. We gotta go for it. One more joyride. One more for the road. Let's have a look at the interior of this planet in all its glory, with all the crystal popping, because my graphics are set kind of low. Oh god. Oh, that's the ceiling. Oh, we're going down. We're going down. It's fine. It's fine. Look. That was a calculated landing right there. I wish I could, get the fog to turn off for this flight, because this looks really sick. I want to see, the details. I need to pay attention. There's a ceiling down here. Once again, calculated. Unbelievable how good I am at controlling this thing. It's almost like I'm accidentally just happening to be facing in the right direction every time I hit something. Oh boy. We gonna get a third? Third time's the charm. Come on. Come on, don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Ah, we got stuck. Okay, well, I'm washed up. I'm gonna go down to that other layer, actually, and see what it's like to fly around there. Yeah, it looks way better without the fog. I think the fog is only there, when you're higher up for some reason. Maybe it's to add, an air of mystique to the place before you, actually get down to the bottom. I'm surprised that I'm able to, like, get anywhere driving around down here with this thing. Like, there's just enough space that you could actually do this. Like, there's no way you could do this in the base game. The caves are way too small. So I'm heading back over to the beacon now. Yeah, Blitz is going to regret allowing me to have a winch here. I'm just going to fly into, like, the final cutscene, riding the winch rover. Or whatever it allows me to do. Unfortunately, there's a lot of pop-in from these crystals, so I am constantly running into them because I don't see them until it's too late. Oh no, don't go down that hole. Please don't go down that hole. Let's go up. Up you go. Okay, alright, this way. And this way. Remember, folks, this thing is extremely difficult to control. I cannot emphasize this enough. This game was not designed for this. Like, I was trying to, like, steer around that, and I just didn't have enough winch thrust. And once you start tumbling like this, like, counteracting the tumbling with your manual inputs is very difficult. Usually I can't recover from that, and I just have to hit the ground. I do try a little bit to recover from tumbles like that, but a lot of it is just kind of just improvising based on whatever direction it happens to land in. Not enough APM to counter tumbling. Yeah, I'm sure that my APM, like playing any video game, is definitely not like S tier, like league, like gamer. Not like competitive gamer like SPM or anything like, or APM or anything like that. It's mediocre. I consider myself to be reasonably good at video games, but like not insanely mechanically talented. Blitz offers me a job. Oh, Blitz has been kind of an asshole this whole time. I don't know if I want to work for her. I do need employment, however. So I don't know how far my moral compass would like point me away from that. I'm trying to find a ramp, by the way. Trust me, it will be faster to find a ramp than to take off the winch and drive over to that, because that thing is still fairly far away. Can you back out, please? Come on, back out. I see one right there. We can use that for a ramp. Okay, never mind. I guess we're just going to bounce, and that'll be our ramp. Yeah, you know what? That works. We'll take that. And we're gonna deflect off of this, and then we're gonna go right back down. Don't hit that. Don't hit that. Do not hit that. Please don't hit that. Stop. This way. Perfect. Your macro and micro come in handy for other games. You enjoy your RTS skills. I don't have RTS skills. I have never been good at RTS games. I'm just generally more slow and deliberate with a lot of the inputs I do. Did I fly past it, or am I just being a big dummy? Is it on the other side of the planet? Oh, it's on the other side of the planet. Okay, that's why I keep switching sides on the compass. It's on the other side of the planet. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I kept trying to go to it, and it kept juking me. So I'm just going to go in a straight line and wait for it to come to me. Okay, I see a pillar over there. Let's see if we can steer around that. Don't hit the ceiling. Don't hit the ceiling. We hit the ceiling. There we go. Okay, we're heading straight forward now. Stay the course. Up. Your micro skills come from balloons. Yeah, I've never played that game. I don't know. I think most of my game skills come more from like game knowledge than actual like mechanical capability to play them. My mechanical abilities, I would rate them as decent. They're good or decent depending on how much I've played the game. But my game knowledge is quite good for a lot of these games. I say as I am stuck face first in the dirt, unable to get the rover out of it. Well, this is why we have the other winch. Let's grab this real quick, put it on my player, and let's do a little towing. You unlock Spidertrons, became an RTS. I need to mass produce my Spidertrons. I'm inclined with the playthrough I have going in Factorio to kind of just finish it and then start another one where I don't make all of the same mistakes, because my base, like, just sucks. It's too small, there's no room for anything. I don't know if I want to take the time to make a bigger, like, new base and actually get rid of the starter base. So I think what I might end up doing with Factorio is finishing it so I know what all the content is and then go back in and do it again. Like, that's tentatively what I'm planning to do with that. Alright, I know I'm going in the wrong direction. I need to go around this pillar here. There we go. Okay, and I need to stop going up. Nice pop in. I dodged those with my epic gamer skills. And the beacon is over that away. Oh. Game, I don't want to flip her over. You're above average for the average gamer, but below average for the gamer that tries. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Yep, this is what always happens. Alright, let's just dig this out. Get in it before it flies away. I got my packages. See ya, packages. Goodbye. I'm not going back down there to get those. Oh, there we go. The fog is gone. Nice, we can see from up here. To the beacon. Alright, we are approaching the beacon. The beacon, I think, it's that pillar right there. I think that's the one. So if we go near that pillar, we should have a tunnel that goes down. I shouldn't have done this. This was a bad idea, chat. Why didn't any of you talk me out of this? I should have just stayed on the pillar and drove down to the next layer. And I didn't do any of that. I made bad decisions, and nobody told me not to do it. I hope you're at least enjoying this while I, like, flounder around down here doing something you're absolutely not supposed to be doing. But that looks like the pillar that we're aiming for here. So let's head back over to it, because we know that we have a ramp that goes down to the next area after that. This has to be the most fun way. Alright, it's fun to watch. It's kind of fun to do it, a little bit. It's frustrating at the same time, but it is fun to do this. Sorry, cosine. Uh-oh. What's that? What's that emote? Is that a cringe emote? Bruce G. Autumn. That looks like a cringe emote to me. Look, we're almost done with this. We're almost down. Assuming that this is the one that has the pillar, or that has the ramp on it, which it hopefully is. And then we're going to make this exact same mistake again. Better than watching the rover get stuck on every bit of terrain. Well, you see, none of this would have happened if I had just stayed on the pillar. All I had to do was follow the damn train, and instead I decided to go on a little joyride around the cave layer. I'm struggling to get this thing close enough to actually go down the ramp that I made over there. Go down. Pitch down. 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 Yes, good. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Right here is where I want to be. Recall failed. We haven't set up a beacon. We don't really need a super beacon in this playthrough, so there hasn't been any recall failed other than me forgetting things. There have been a couple of those. But no in-game recall failed. Flip over. Look, I know you could do it. I know you could flip over here. There you go. The problem I'm having here is every time I go uphill, the rover is like, oh, it's flying time, and then it just takes off. And that keeps happening every time I get close to this thing. I'm trying to nosedive directly into it, and the tip gets pointed back upwards, and so the rover takes off again. The winch is slightly too tension for this. Good luck, have fun. Awesome, thank you. I will probably do at least one of those things. Alright, there it is. Round 2. Am I going to be able to get up this little bump? I should just be able to drive over it. Come on. I don't even know what you're stuck on anymore. Come on, get in there. I literally made this with a big rover. You can get through this. I can't see anything, but it looks like we're going down. We're kind of going in a downward direction. Alright, cave layer 2. We're doing the exact same thing. I learned nothing. I've learned literally nothing. This one doesn't have giant pillars in it, though, except for these, which are a little bit easier to see from a distance. It does have a ceiling, though. Yo, this is awesome looking. This one's way easier without those pillars in it. My goodness. I just gotta stop hitting the ceiling. Like, I almost have a semblance of control over the vehicle right now. Almost. Oh, we're tumbling. Oh, we're going down. Oh, we're going down. Okay. Oh, bounced. Awesome. Well, I don't think we're looking for anything in particular here, so let's just try to touch down just somewhere. This looks like it's all pretty much the same biome. Is this the only... There's 2 cave layers, and then there's a core, which is probably a 3rd cave layer. Why is it so foggy over here? Is this like the side that has the sun on it? Is there fog in this cave when I'm on like the daylight side? Is that what's causing that? I feel like that shouldn't have any effect on this. But like the fog is coming and going, and that's leading me to believe that that's what causes it. Let's see, let me see if it goes away if I head over here. I think that's what it is. I think either the day or the night side of the planet is causing the fog. Either that or I have no idea otherwise, but I like it way better without the fog. Alright, well, let's head down. By head down, I mean I'm just going to tumble randomly until I hit the floor and don't bounce. I don't know where I am, and I don't care, because we just need to go to the core. Alright, I want to stick the land. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. It got stuck. That's actually what I wanted it to do. Alright, folks. I think our joyride is over. Let's take off the winch. Alright, Winch, you did a great job. Thank you for all the fun times that we had. We need to swap our toys around a little bit. Let's see here. How do I want to go about doing this? I should take all of these off. And I should package this thing. I lost all of my packages, unfortunately, to an unfortunate incident. Did I not bring the canister that has the graphite in it? Ah, goody. Okay, is there graphite down here? I'm going to be very annoyed if there's no graphite down here. Okay, well, let's drive around a little bit with the drill and paver on the front. I might just ditch this large storage, honestly, and I want to keep the research chamber. I might just ditch the large storage because I don't have anywhere I could put it. And I lost all of my packages to jank. I mean, I deserved it, but I probably should have actually put some in normal slots. I could tow it around with the winch, but that's really probably not worth the hassle. Yeah, okay, let's just do things this way. An anonymous gifter. Thank you for the gift sub to Tristus. Enjoy your emotes, or at the very least, enjoy not having ads. That's really the payoff these days. Assuming you don't have like Twitch Prime or whatever, or Turbo or Nitro, whatever it's called. Every single one of these services has its own name for it. All right, everyone, kiss goodbye to that. We don't have any packages, right? Yeah, just kiss that large storage goodbye, because I think we just need to get going here. So let's head down. Why is it not? I don't know why it was doing that. I don't know why it was toggling on and off like that. That was weird. Bye-bye, large storage. You served me well. You will be missed. Hydrate. Got it. Should really pick up some graphite. Like, I should really pick up some graphite here. Can I get my camera on the wall? Hold on. Let me see if I can get my camera stuck in the wall. I need to see if there's graphite nearby. Almost. A little more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, I got what I wanted, but not... That's not quite what I had in mind when I was trying to do that. No game. I wanna interact with the wall. Alright, that should be enough. Boy, it really doesn't want to let me put my camera in the wall, does it? It's weird because I had no trouble doing this on the storage earlier. I just want to. I'm looking for graphite is the reason I'm doing this, because I might need to package something. And it really doesn't want to let me do this. I could take the storage off. Or I could just YOLO it. I think I'm inclined to just YOLO it. Let me go look up one more time to see if I could spot any graphite on the surface, and if not, we're just gonna go for it. Because I would suspect it's probably down here. How much fuel do we have? Plenty. We have the extra one. Let's go get a bird's eye view. Maybe we'll be able to save this after all. I gotta pay attention to these plants. I swear to God, if I die to a dagger root while I'm down here, I'm gonna be so ashamed of myself. I'm not seeing anything. But it's gonna be very hard to spot. It's a very colorful environment. I also don't have infinite oxygen, so I do need to be a little careful. Actually, I wonder, did they update this? No, they don't have any information about that for the DLC. Outdated information. I don't see any. It'll kind of pop in if I get close to it, but I don't see any here. I think we just go. Let's just go. It'll be fine. We don't need to prepare for things. We'll figure it out. I've improvised basically everything I've done this whole stream so far. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a free, like, just a bunch of graphite on the way down. Oh boy. Purple. Okay, now we've got a little bit more going on down here. What's all this? Huh, I didn't expect there to be another layer. The nucleus. Let's go find some graphite. Just careful to drive around all these holes. Oh boy, this is a mess. Oh, we have low gravity too. This is gonna be hell. Oh, hey, graphite. This is gonna be actual, like, agony to drive through this. I need to be very conservative with my paver juice right now because I'm gonna run out because I'm not digging anymore. Wait, where'd that piece of graphite go? I saw it. I saw one for a second. Dude, are we even gonna be able to get one graphite from that? Wild berry. It's just ice cream. It's all ice cream. I don't think the terrain gen is designed to have, like, dense resource deposits. Wait, did I just get one? No, okay, that wasn't. That's not what that sound was. I'm better off looking at the ceiling, honestly. It's not looking good. Using the flying machine down here would work until I touch literally anything, and then I'm going to get stuck in this, like, lasagna down here, and I'm gonna be there's no way I'm getting out of the lasagna once I go down there. So we have to just not use the flying machine in this one. I'm not gonna do it. We're just gonna drive around like a semi-normal player. Oh, there's Astroneer. Ah, so you could get a portable RTG, I think, because I probably have the trade platform enabled. Or not portable RTG, the QD RTG. Wait, actually, how do you get those? Aren't those an Astroneer trade, or are those a Fault Finder trade? I don't know, does anyone remember? I've never had to, like, get a QD RTG, because I always get them as a reward from missions. Let's just fall down. I don't actually remember what you trade in to get those. Might as well grab some, just in case there is actually more to this. Let's go ahead and grab, like, maybe a couple of these, however many we can get. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3. Maybe get a 4th one. I don't care if I knock the rover down. There, we got a 4th one. Whatever we need to do, that's probably enough. Oh, cool. Organic. Excuse me, organic. Could you move out of the way for something more useful? I definitely don't want to go back up to print anything. I don't think there's a point. for me doing that, so we're just gonna keep going down. I really have no escape plan. Like, I'm bringing this rover down here with absolutely no, like, mechanism to really get out. I could tow it out with the winch. That's basically the only option I've got available to me. Or fall finders. Okay, well then I don't know if you ever get that item in this DLC then. I see graphite over there. Let's go get that. I want a packager specifically because I might get myself stuck somewhere, and packagers will occasionally let you clutch it out. So that's why I want packagers right now. Okay, we got one packager at the very least, and I'm not going to like place it on anything. I'm just going to hold it in my inventory so I don't lose it. I don't see anything else here that looks new. All right, onward. Like, Blitz, why did you make this planet? This is disgusting. This planet is awful. Why would you make this? Why is this your dream? I didn't pick up the pack. No, I didn't. I lost them like in a wall, and they all fell extremely far, and I was like, oh, I probably don't need those. And then I needed one. I needed one to pick up that large storage, which I realistically probably don't need, so just in case I have to package the rover or something to get it out of a wall is the reason why I want to have a packager. Because I am still, like, looking for every opportunity to abuse this DLC. Like, we still have, like, 1 or 2 more chances to break something in this DLC right now. We've got a rover with 2 winches, and having a packager ensures that if I get the rover clipped into something, I might be able to, like, salvage it. Maybe slotting them. Yeah, that would have been a good idea in retrospect. Let me go back in time and come to the same conclusion that that would be an advisable decision. Because I probably should have done that, but I didn't think I would be digging myself out of a wall like miles above the ground, and then I was lazy and I didn't even try to grab a single packager while I was doing that. Alright, looks like we got a force field on the core, so it doesn't really matter where we fall down, they just reuse that asset. So I'm just gonna get stuck down here for a bit. And presumably some mission-related nonsense is going to happen here. What's that floating, like... What's that floating, like, triangle, or a hexagon-looking thing over there? That might be important. Okay, here's something else I'm going to do right now. Before we go into the finale, since I'm going to try to break everything that I can, I'm going to make a save. I'm going to make a scum save right here before I go in, just in case I accidentally ruin this, so that we can at least do it correctly afterward. So, scum save created. Hydrate as well. I think, yeah, okay, I did that hydrate. I'll do another one. Alright, I'm ready. Let's go. Step 1, get the rover to land upright. Success. Step 2, how did this organic fall all the way down here without leaving relevance? Alright, so what is this thing? This looks important. That's the DEM. Did I just get lucky and I happened to just land on the side that had that thing on it? Well, before we activate that, let's go ahead and look at the journal. So what have we got going on here? Alright, so we already read all this. Find my DEM in the core and take down the core's firewall. Alright, so let's go have a closer look at this thing. What is that? Devs, is this the low level of detail satellite icon for the solar system map, and you just copy pasted it and stuck it here? This is the low res satellite model. I think this is just a reused asset. I've been the luckiest son of a glitch all day today. Thank you. I try my best. I think this is just a reused asset. I wasn't supposed to recognize that. Look, you try to pull a fast one on me. Not today. Not today, developers. I know what this is, because I recognize, like, the twisty base. because I have seen this thing in intricate detail through all the jank that I've done in this game. It's just a reused asset. There's one last firewall standing between you and Blitz. Thanks to the data you collected from the storms, all you need to do now is hit the button. Why is it called the DEM? Before I activate this, okay, the DEM, Frank's Core Firewall Override. I mean, we don't know why the Ruby is called the Ruby either. Though it's not an abbreviation on this one. He like specifically said he has no idea why that's called Ruby. It just is. Like he named it. I don't know. Activate. Oh. I don't know if your arms. Voice acting. I think that's Frank. Oh, let's go. Boss music. Okay, hold on. I just ruined the moment. Let's see. Do we have a volume slider? I'm gonna assume that it's on this slider, but let me just turn all of the game volume up a little bit, just in case there's something that we miss here. Alright, so what have we got here? Really? Okay, so Frank, I think that was Frank's mustache that I saw, like, floating in that cutscene there. That looked like his, like, sick-ass mustache. What else have we got here? Okay, so I didn't actually look in here before that cutscene started, but I'm assuming she was just, like, standing at this control panel. It was probably on stream at some point, but I didn't bother to look in here. That's the virus, sort of, contained in that weird-looking structure. Dank energy modulator. I mean, I don't got a better name for it, so sure, we can go with that. Now, as is the spirit with this stream, I want to ruin everything. So, just a second here. Let me, see if I can just do a little something with this rover seat. Alright, so. Can I do anything in here ahead of time? Can I just, like, infect myself, like, right now? No, it doesn't look like it. That thing's solid. I apologize, devs. All the hard work that you put into this, immediately I just go do something like this instead. So you have my apologies. But this is just what I do. This is how I play video games. I should have gone in here while she was still in this room, is what I should have done. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm absolutely going to desecrate this. We're rolling back to before I before I interacted with the DEM, and I'm going to go in there and see if she's still in there and if I could do anything. I have to do this. This is important. So just a second here. Stream. Just look away if you don't like what's happening right now. It'll all be over soon. Alright, backup save. Pull that in. Grab the name of the new one. Send the new one to the Shadow Realm. Put this thing in here. And reload. I forewarned. Yeah, I hope you've watched some streamers actually do this correctly before I showed up and got to this part of the game. This is why we brought the extra rover seat. Let me also park the rover closer. Actually, let me drive it down a bit. I did this earlier, but I didn't save when I was down there. So let me see if I can get the rover off this pesky gravity pillar. That's fine. Flip, do not. Okay, good, perfect. Let's actually look in here. Out of the way. We might not have to do that, actually. Is she in there? In any form? It's very hard to get the camera to look in there. Yeah, there's no prelude. Yep, just right in we go. Okay, maybe there's actually no point in doing that. What is that? Devs? Literally unplayable. Clipping models. Yeah, I don't think she's actually in there. I thought there'd just be like an NPC like standing inside of this area, but I don't see anything. Okay, I'm still going in there. Yeah, I'm still going in there. Go in. Oh boy. Oh, I mean, if you want me to. I mean, it was not like I wanted to or anything. Where's the other rover seat? Am I big dumb? Yeah, I am big dumb. It's over here. I want to have a rover seat over here so that I can get back out when I'm done. So we're gonna put this one here. Now let me drive the rover like onto the force field as well, so that I can access it in case I'm gonna pull something off of it for whatever it is I'm doing down here. I'm not gonna package the rover and bring it in. I mean, I could, but I think I'll just bring in like I'm gonna bring in the hypno marble. Actually, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring that in. And this, you can do this in the base game, by the way. You can bypass these force fields. I think this is literally what speedrunners do, or they might do this with a rocket instead. You can just go through these force fields. Like they're just suggestions, really. You're not even gonna say hello? Nobody home? Okay, it looks exactly the same. That cutscene, I think, just spawns in some platforms. Oh, hello, chair. Alright, well, where was she? She was like at a terminal or something. I'm assuming that this is all scripted and there's not going to be any physics, but let me see if I could put some stuff on top of that. Just for funsies. Let's go get the marble. Come here. So can I use the terrain tool in here? No, I didn't look like it. I didn't think I could. Okay, these are gonna float around a little bit. Oh, cool. That weird like power strip bug is also in this. I guess this is the origin of the world, isn't it? Oh my. Oh goodness. The term glitchwalker implies someone who is comfortable using glitches to get around. Yep. I am the Glitchwalker. I am John Glitchwalker from Astroneer Glitchwalkers. You would think that it's Blitz. It's me. I'm the Glitchwalker that they were talking about in this DLC. That's the twist. Yeah, these will eventually fall, I think, but I don't know like what triggers them to do that. Yeah, whatever. We'll just leave some toys for what's-her-face to play with during the cutscene. I don't think anything else interesting is going to happen in here. I'm not going to bring every single item that I have into this room, so I just need to get out now. So where's our chair? I dropped it over here. Gerald was the OG Glitchwalker. Now Gerald hasn't really been doing a whole lot. Hold on a second. Wait. Can I activate the dem from inside of here? Hold on. Where is it? I got lucky the first time that I found it. I know it's... Alright, there it is. This is probably going to teleport me out, but I think I might be able to activate it from in here. Alright, got it. Activate. Oh, I got teleported out. I was in the right spot and everything. Yeah, cursor anchoring. That's a good name for it. I haven't actually figured out what to call that. Hey, look, a rover seat. We did it. We did it. We ruined the cutscene. Oh, my marble. No, what have you done? I'm never gonna find that. Why is there even a repulsion field on that? Like, why is that even programmed in? Hey, Frank. Oh, we're still in here. It doesn't teleport me. Oh, no. Are any of my rover seats still accessible? Oh, no. Did I baby jail myself? Where are my rover seats? Help! Where are my rover seats? What have I done? Because I think they got repulsed as well. Oh no. Oh, I've played myself. How do I get my camera to do this? Oh, there's the marble. They might come back down. We have the marbles over there. That might come back down. We might find the rover seats. We might not be soft locked in the cutscene. I think we can salvage this. There it is. We're saved. All right, we're out. We're out. We're fine. Nope. Blitz did not catch me on this day. We're completely fine. I am more powerful than Blitz could ever imagine. Can I go down, please? Thank you. I don't know why that took so long. I want to find the other rover seat just in case. I don't know where it is. We do have the shelter as well. We can use that to teleport around if we need to. Can I pick it up? No, I cannot. I also can't get into it, but I think you have to be close to shelters to enter them. They're like the only vehicle in this game that has that requirement for some reason. I'm looking around for the other rover seat. If I don't find it, we'll just move on. We have one, which is probably enough. Wait, why is there a vortex up there? I didn't even... Was this here that whole time? Was this here this whole time, chat? Go to the shelter. I mean, I don't know if there's a difference. What is this? Was this here this whole time? I'm just, like, ignoring what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh. Let's go back down to the other thing real quick. I think we're supposed to do some platforming or something. That's probably why the gravity is so floaty. Let's go down to the first one. Maybe it's cutscene related. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we're supposed to start off. Oh no, we bring them down. Okay, I see. We've got a few of these like pillars that we can climb up. That's what we're... Okay, I was supposed to do that. It all makes sense now. I think that's why the gravity is acting all floaty and weird. I think it's because you basically need this gravity to be able to make those jumps. Alright, so we got one of these. That's the alpha key. So Frank has conveniently given us more counter hack keys for some reason. I might as well set my save point just in case. It'll be easier that way. Alright, so how can we do this wrong, chat? Is there any way that I could do this, like, in an objectively wrong fashion? And I think the correct way to do this wrong would be to use the rover in some way. So let's go ahead and bring this with us. We have a lot of hydrazine. We have more hydrazine on the rover. Yeah, okay, these spawned in during that cutscene. So we went into the green one. Let's go over to the blue one now. Alright, hoverboard. Move faster. We have full storm immunity, which I'm guessing these are the same storms that you would normally have here. I don't want to go all the way up to the surface to check if, like, the storms moved or anything. Catalyze. Wait, I didn't even have that option last time. Oh, that respawns it. Okay, I see. They've been doing that for, like, all of these things. Presumably because players can and will lose them. And then I think we need to go to the red storm. I think that's the final one. I hope I get teleported somewhere and the rover with the winch just like comes with me. Alright, Blitz. Where are you at? Why are you hiding from me? Why do you fear me? Everyone kept telling you players are going to lose those. Players will lose everything. It's a good feature. I'm not, like, complaining about it. It's absolutely a good idea to have that. Players will lose those. Like, guaranteed. You need to be able to respawn things in this game. Nature finds a way. Alright, I didn't see anything else up here. Yeah, so going... Actually, this will be interesting. I want to watch speedruns of this. I'm not going to be the speedrunner for this DLC, but I want to watch that. Oh yeah, the bitrate. I apologize. Blame the devs. Blame whoever made the particles. But I would be interested in seeing how speedrunners do this with how short, like, the hack timer is. Like, what their approach is for this kind of thing. I don't think I'm cut out to speedrun this game, despite how much I play it, but it could be kind of fascinating to watch. Because, like, presumably, if you don't harvest as much storm data, you have way less time to screw around in those. And I think you literally only need, like, one storm data to go into the core and hack it in each of the gateways. So you could potentially bypass a lot of that nonsense at the cost of, like, just being really, like, having to be really fast doing this sequence at the end here. Oh. What the fuck? Why is she in a jar? Is this a Mario game? Or is it just Bowser at the end of the Mario movie? Oh, hey, Frank. Did we just send her to the Shadow Realm? Oh, okay, we're here now. Why was that the solution? Okay. I have no idea what just happened. We just caught a Pokemon. Like, you just... I don't understand. Good job, Frank. You did it. You and your sick-ass stash. Like, look at this. This is the iconic, like, defining characteristic of Frank right now. Is that mustache. Alright, well, I suspect that talking to him is going to, like, end the end credits or whatever, so I'm going to go back and get my rover. And then we're going to end this. I don't know where my rover is. It's probably up here. I mean, it looked painful, and then she just looked sad. Like, after getting caught in the jar. Like, it just looked like she was like, oh, you got me. Here I was trying to literally scramble your brain, and you shrank me and put me in a jar. How kind of Frank. Frank is a gentle soul. How thoughtful of him. I'm trying to go down there, by the way, which I'm not doing a terribly good job of. At least there is a respawn shelter, so if you do die down here, you wouldn't have to come all the way down here again. And I don't think you need anything in particular. It's probably possible to do this with the shortest storm timer. That's my assumption, because it looked like they're fairly easy to just go into the storm, grab the thing. You could use your terrain tool extendo grip if you really wanted to. It doesn't seem that difficult. It seems reasonable. Alright, Rover, get in there. Get in there. We're going in this cutscene together, Rover. I don't know if it's going to respawn me. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Sorry, seizure warning. I just want to get the rover in there. Come on. Like, the way you do this is you kind of, like, ramp off one of those, like, triangular thingamadoo-hickeys. You can also do it from this side, but it's a lot harder. I need to, like, pitch the rover forward a little bit. And then I have to drive it forward at the right time and get the, like, middle set of wheels onto that ledge, and then it usually goes in. That might be enough. Let's try that. Come on. There we go. Got it. Oh. Oh, there's a... Hold on. There's a little, like... a little virus lore entry. So the question is there a redemption arc for this story here? Does Blitz feel sad about what she did? Or is she just, like, upset about being in a jar? Alright, what do we got here? Before we talk to Frank. June 26th, Elix. Okay. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's everywhere. There's nowhere left to run. They're gone, the whole crew is gone, the ship is out of control, and there's no one at the helm. I could hear it scratching at the walls, moving through the vents. My head is throbbing. This can't be real, it can't be real, it's right outside the door. How does it know my name? How does it know... That's ominous. Wait, did she just, like, get sent back to the real world? Was this here earlier? I don't like this. This is like a segue into, like, just a different, like, video game. There's just aliens in the Elysium or something now. This is a crossover. Next prediction, next Astroneer DLC is a crossover with the Alien franchise. Write that down. That's very important. I think we're done down here, so let's go ahead and talk to Frank. Let's see. How can I do this wrong? How can I do this wrong, chat? Let's get the rover over there. Or let's just do this. Please don't get stuck in the wall. Awesome. Did not get stuck in the wall. Excuse me? Okay, I guess we're falling in that direction for some reason. Hey, for free bytes. I never did pay attention to the bytes in the core. I didn't notice a single, like, loose, like, small research object while I was screwing around in the core. We have a winch. Let's just do this the wrong way. Alright, level out. Grab the winch. I want this rover to be in this cutscene. Remember, this is not the stream to go to. If you want somebody that's going to get immersed in the gameplay and the story, you are in the wrong stream. We are playing the Glitchwalkers DLC, and I am trying to do everything wrong. There we go. Alright, Frank. Do you have a solid hitbox? Why is the rover doing this? Please, just go up there. I know you could do this. Just go up there. Fall over. Fall over. What am I stuck on? Oh, that little thing. Okay, hold on. I have to go around. No, we're literally doing the same thing again, aren't we? Okay, let's go around that. Head over here. Yep, camera. Let's go up the ramp. Is he looking at me? No, he's just always facing in that direction. A normal player would have just talked to him immediately, but instead I decided to do this. You know, that's a good spot right there. Reed, hey, we did it. Good job, pal. I know, right? Not exactly what I was expecting either. I'd shake your hand, but, well, I kind of miss my body, if I'm being honest. Eva tried reassuring me that my consciousness is still intact, so yeah, she's back online, by the way, and sends her regards. I miss Eva. Not real sure what happened to me. Must be something Lynn did to my mind file, but don't sweat it. Hold on, let's make this look like a proper cutscene. There we go. But don't sweat it. You did what had to be done, and old Frankie is still here. Besides, that cuckoo's been after me ever since the Elysium. Man, Lynn Carrington, who would have thought? I knew she had a chip on her shoulder, but woo. Not all Astros are good people, you know. Heck, she even deleted my personal instance. What a jerk. And... Hey, listen. I know I'm nothing special, just some chump with a wrench. But I'm someone, you know? A person with my own, like, outlook. You standing up to Lynn, that really inspired me, is what I'm saying. It may take some time before the crew gets rescued, but now we know the whole crew ain't gonna be able to leave the ATP like yours truly. Some of us are stuck here due to mind file damage, and if this experience has taught me anything, it's that someone is gonna need to step up and make the ATP a home for those Astros left behind. You maybe want to be that guy, and I kind of have all sorts of access to the ATP now. Anywho, we owe you big time. The simulation and everyone in it would have been all zeros and no ones if it weren't for you. That was some real hero stuff. Thanks a million, pal. Oh, you're welcome. Is he supposed to say that twice? That was some real hero stuff. Thanks a million, pal. Oh, okay, that's just the last thing he says. Oh, well, alright. Is it... Yeah, so are there credits, or are we done here? I mean, this was fun either way. Like, I enjoyed this. I'm going to assume that we're done here. And I am currently stuck because I can't get the gravity field to update properly. I do these things to myself. Let's try this. Alright, can I flip over now? There we go. Alright, that feels better. I thought there was going to be like a roll credits cutscene like the base game. Let me know if I missed something here. We do have an orb. We have an orb. But I think that's just going to go back up to the surface. Yeah, Devin chat, confirm whether or not I missed something here. Or if that was the ending there. Like, just the dialogue with Frank. I assume I own the planet now. I don't know if the, like, glitch storms are still there. Turn in the mission. Okay, I'll go back down and turn in the mission. Yeah, I thought I might be missing something. I'm just gonna check real quick up here to see if the storms are there. Okay, the hack storms are still here, so that didn't have any effect on that. Okay, we'll turn in the mission while we're standing down there and see what happens. Yeah, I knew I was missing something obvious. That didn't feel quite right. Oh, I was legitimately frightened that I was going to be stuck inside of that thing when I teleported back in. So let's see here. Where's Frank? Hey, buddy. Alright, let's turn in the mission. Let's do it in the rover, though, because I haven't found enough things to break so far. Hold on. I'm stuck. Get back in the rover. I pressed the wrong button. I can't see the chair. Alright, got it. Mission log. We finished that. Oh, right, I can't click on it. I think I can menu around it with the cursor, though. Stop blitz. Oh, I didn't read this. Whoops. Okay, well, we were supposed to read this before we beat the game. Dang it, the dem didn't work. It seems Blitz was one step ahead of us. My override was a bust and she's preparing to unleash the virus. We need to manually override her core commands. I completely missed this. Oops. My bad. Get the 3 core counter-hack keys in the storms and place them in the matching terminals. I guess devs, if you want to make sure players don't do what I did, force them to, like, confirm a button press or something for one of these missions before the keys spawn in, because I just kind of glossed over this completely and just looked up and then did the mission without realizing it. If we can overload the core with the keys, we might be able to save the ATP and everyone in it. And then we get a reward. Hacker suit, eternal review, coded coacher, and bites. I don't know what I'm going to do with those, but sure. We did it. Never mind, I can't click on that. Hold on. I still don't know if there's going to be credits or not. Enter? There we go, that's the button. Alright, I think now we're done. Yeah, I know I'm in the rover, I'm aware of that. I was hoping something would happen. But I'm guessing that there's no credits sequence. Enter and arrow keys work in the rover. I've known about this for a while, it's just very slow. I don't want to have to take my hand off of my mouse to use the arrow keys, so I never bothered doing that. But like you see, I can navigate this menu with the arrow keys. WASD sort of works, kind of. You can... What can you do with Okay, WASD works too, it's just a little bit... I was getting confused about what I had selected, but yeah, you can navigate around this menu. Enter works as well. That I've known about for a while. I'm just used to clicking these buttons, so I don't have to take my hand off my mouse to do it. Free bites. Okay, now are we done? Did I miss anything, or are we finished now? I want to make sure that I didn't like miss any content here before we wrap things up. I'm stuck. Oh god. I did it. Awesome. Okay, no credits. Let me look at the skins we got, and then I'll give like my outro here. I need to move the rover. This is where I keep getting out of the damn rover. I did this to myself. This is my fault. And I know I did this to myself. Where is the rover seat? It's on the other side. Got it. Rover's crushing me. No, my rover would never hurt me like that. I'm John Glitchwalker. I did it. I'm the hero. Yep, good. You guys need to fix these gravity fields in these areas. Getting in and out of vehicles is just like a mess when you're in these like core like areas, because the gravity field doesn't seem to update until you cross one of the thresholds for it. Alright, let's look at the cosmetics that we got here. So yeah, okay, he's just gonna sit here forever as a floating mustache. This is your fate now, Frank. Alright, so what did we win here? What cosmetics were we awarded for our hard work? Hacker suit. Okay, so this is the same suit that, like, this is her model pretty much. So we've got the hacker suit with the weird disconnected arms. This is kind of cool looking. I don't know if I'm going to use this though. I'm probably going to switch back to my like usual one later on. What else did we get? I think I can just find these. They should be near the bottom. Or maybe they're not. What did I unlock? I know I could check the journal. I'm just hoping I can wing it and find it on my own. Okay, we have safety. This one. Okay, oh my goodness, that's kind of cool looking. All right, so we got that. Like, what are these called? Pallets. That's a nice shader effect. That looks like the same effect that's being used for like the force field around the storms. And what else have we got? I think we got a visor. Yeah, that was marked as new. I can't see it, however, through this. Okay, it's kind of like the same particle effect. Yeah, these are kind of neat cosmetics. I don't think I'm going to use them, but that's because I have my own like idiotic preference for how I want to look right now. Nice to have them though. So let's go back to what I had before. And we got safety first, which thank you for the stream. Thank you for the RNG during the developer stream that allowed me to get this, because I just like sniped it at the last second. And what was the other thing that I had? The suit. Let's go back to the science lab suit. There we go. We're back to basics. Nice and safety oriented with a traffic cone on our head, because nothing says safety like a traffic cone on your head. The hood and gas mask look good together, like an edgy D&D character. Okay, let's look at the cosmetics for a moment here. Okay, so I see me mean that one, and then the suit is... Oh, you kind of do. You really just do look like kind of like a plague doctor. Like the arms don't really like match it, but yeah, it fits over the mask like just right. This would be a good skin to use with the mask, honestly. Yeah, I hadn't even like thought of that. I don't have the eye for these kind of things. Like, you just put on like this gross like mustard Aatrox skin. You just be this nasty like plague doctor for your roleplay with a traffic cone on their head. I mean, the lighting down here is a little bit weird, so this might not be quite what it looks like on the surface. Yeah, neat. There's probably a lot of combinations I've just been overlooking here for these things, but I tend not to like delve too deep into cosmetics in video games. It's just, I don't know, I just don't have the eye for that kind of stuff. I pick one that I like, and I usually just stick with it for an entire playthrough. We mix things up a little bit here, like just a smidge. And then I have my old loadout like saved somewhere or another. I'm trying to remember which of these I usually use. I think it's Novus for the purple color. Yeah, there we go. That's the old loadout that we had. Yeah, there's probably a lot of neat cosmetics. I'm not going to do much in the store here, but I could shill that for a second. There it is, to the first one. But I mean, there's a lot of cosmetics here, and like you could complain about the prices for these, like $2 to like go like to your final form to go Ultra Instincts, but like compared to like a game like Overwatch or something where this would cost like $15, this is a reasonably good deal. It's just not for me. I've never really been much for cosmetics, so I'm not here to shit talk like the Outfitters store. Like, if you see something you like in here and you want to support the game, let's go for it. It just isn't my thing, so that's why my character has been fairly bland, and I haven't been buying a bunch of stuff in these stores, because that's just not how I do these things. I was more than happy, however, to buy the DLC, because I get gameplay out of the DLC, and this was absolutely worth the $9 that I spent on this DLC. This was a lot of fun. We got like about like 17 or 18 hours worth of content out of a $9 DLC, and I would consider that to be a pretty good deal. And depending on how this goes, maybe there'll be something I think of doing for a second playthrough, if I think of like a challenge run or something. So I think we're just gonna wrap it up down here. I don't really see any reason to go back up to the surface. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream down here. Let me turn off the ambient music and go back to the playlist I usually have. So we had that at 30. Let me turn the music volume off, run my outro music, and then I'll give my like parting thoughts for this DLC. So let's see here. What do we want to run? Astroneer stream. Yeah, let's just go ahead and run some of these. Okay, so overall, I liked this quite a bit. If I remember to, I think I'll drop a Steam review for this DLC. I'll give this a positive one, because I liked this. This was a fun twist on the Astroneer experience. Can I turn back to the old save, or is that just a load thing? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I have backups of before I quote-unquote beat the DLC here, and then I've got my vanilla save, like here. It's completely separate. So, I could go back to whatever I want to, if I need to. I'm going to probably keep the backups of before I started this sequence, but there wasn't a whole lot to break here. It was a fairly scripted sequence. I was able to get a chair into the cutscene, which really was all I was expecting. I was hoping that I could be standing here during that cutscene, but it actually hides the player model during the cutscene for whatever reason. Or maybe it actually like puts you in limbo so that knockback doesn't hit you. Whatever the case is, I was only able to sort of meddle with it, so good job, devs. You mostly prevented me from ruining this cutscene. Congratulations. So this DLC was quite fun. I feel like you get the most benefit from this if you play through like the entire base game of Astroneer and then do the DLC, so you kind of know what to expect from it. Because one of the things that I was able to enjoy about the DLC is I knew all the items that I wanted. I knew what was in the catalog, and it was a matter of figuring out when I would unlock it. So like I knew I wanted rovers, I knew I wanted like various toys and tools for my Astroneer as I went through the progression here. And it was interesting to see like when those became accessible, like when I had the option to do that. If I didn't have access to like a specific rover, like was the previous tier available? What drills do I have available? I liked the sort of like almost puzzle that presented to me. To have to make those decisions and to have to play with like slightly suboptimal items in this game, like using like one of the tier 1 drills for so long, or actually using the medium rover for way longer than I would have normally, because normally you just skip over the medium rover. This one right here, usually you just skip over the medium rover and go straight to the big one. Usually you skip over a lot of these like storages and platforms and stuff, and usually I would have skipped like organic power like entirely. And I typically go for wind power with batteries, and then eventually I would go for RTGs, or in the case of my like stream save, I just have like huge solar arrays. But I was actually forced to do something different for this playthrough, which was very refreshing to have to do that. Same thing with like the accessibility of the raw materials. I can't just immediately go out and get zinc and make batteries. I have to actually work around the fact that those aren't available to me. So all in all, this was a very fun twist on the Astroneer formula that is probably much more enjoyable if you've actually played Astroneer before, so you know what you're looking for, and you just need to figure out like when you get it, when you have new toys that you could play with. I could see this being a little bit more rough for new players that don't like understand what is being made accessible to them, but it does force you to actually like finish the core on Silva, so you have at least a little bit of experience with this game before you like go into this DLC. They force you to at least kind of get your bearings to figure out what you do, so that's probably a good decision. I don't know if that was like the reason why it was implemented like that, or if that was just for like a build-up, but that's a good thing that you have to at least like unlock a core first. Does Frank give you another portal back, or does he just live out here glitching out with his last words? You have to get off planet to do storm stuff. Was there a... You're probably right. Was there a resource I needed to do that, like back in the vanilla save? In all honesty, I forgot exactly what I had to do because... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was off Silva. I forgot about that. I did it on Calidor. So yeah, that too. So you kind of know how to play the game before you do the storm stuff. So like there is a bit of a barrier to entry, so the brand new players aren't just going to like dive face first into this DLC. And that's probably a good thing. This feels like a better experience for like returning players. And that's probably why I got so much out of it, was because I knew exactly what we were building up to. We were building up to this thing for the end of the DLC here. And it was fun to make my way up to that. So that was enjoyable. There were some new assets, some new biomes. Just generally having a single gigantic planet with a lot of biomes was also kind of refreshing. Like, I liked this. I liked how this whole thing was presented. It's not the most, like, complicated, in-depth, like, experience you've ever seen. Like, ultimately, it just boiled down to, like, opening 3 gateways, pretty much. It was doing the same thing approximately 3 times, but each one was, like, a bit further away, a bit harder to get to, and you had slightly better equipment to get to that point of the progression. So all in all, I think it flowed fairly well for me. It was actually the roughest for me at the very beginning, and then I think the problem I had with that was how short the storm timer was when you have almost no equipment, and you don't know exactly how the storms work. And I was trying to figure out, like, what I needed to do there, because before you do this, when you unlock this DLC, you only had to collect 1 storm data, which was easy to do in like an end game save. But then I couldn't figure out what exactly I was intended to do, because it was very difficult to get into the first storm for long enough to like figure out where the glitch spot is that you need to put the storm reader or whatever inside of, and get over there and place it there, and then run back out to your oxygen source, and you have like 10 or 15 seconds to do that with like crappy like rocky terrain all over the place. So like, I'm not saying make it easier, but at least like I would like I don't know, maybe make it easier at the very beginning, like a slightly more leeway on the storm timer, or like a few more of those little like vortexes, because that was by far the hardest part of this whole thing. I think it wasn't even like the gravity pillar. I made that problem for myself. The very hardest part was at the very beginning, where it was like almost too difficult to get to the storm data, or at least any that I could find, because you also can't see anything while you're in there. So it's a very confusing mess to figure out what to do to get the 7 storm datas, and then you can kind of finish off the rest of it after that, because then your timer lasts long enough that you won't just die instantly in there. And I assume that since I had started digging down at that point in the playthrough, I was probably very close to running into the firewall, so I would have been deflected from trying to go down into the caves too early. Because I figured that's where the firewall was in retrospect. I just never got down far enough to see it with my crappy beginner tools. But all in all, quite fun, quite enjoyable. Don't know what the replayability is going to be like, since you are kind of like put down a linear path for how you unlock these items. Maybe in the future, if I think of like an interesting challenge run or something I could do for this, I would go for it. I don't have any ideas in mind for that. And I do look forward to watching people do like speed runs of this DLC as well. I don't know if any of those are out yet, but it'd be interesting to see like how quickly you can actually do this. It's not going to be me that does the speed runs though. I think that's about it. I don't know, any other Devin, Chad, any like last thoughts or remarks on this? I think I'm about to wrap up our stream here. Or anybody else really, any thoughts or questions about this? I think it's a good planet for a mega base. I mean, I guess that depends what you're trying to accomplish. Yeah, I don't know. I guess thinking about the end game here, I don't intend to make a mega base for this. The planet is obviously massive, which means if you make a surface mega base, your true flat is going to go really, really, really far. My theory is that this planet's radius is 4 times larger than the default planets. I don't know for sure. Like, I'm not positive, but I get the feeling this planet is about 4 times larger in radius, because it feels very big. So if you did want to make a mega base, you could do it here. I wouldn't want to do it, probably because there's not much content here. Because the thing is, the base game has like, it has the snails, it has the vintage probes, it feels like it has like more like end game activities or mid game activities that you can like pursue. Whereas here, I feel like I could make a mega base, but for no particular reason, because ultimately just all the resources are on the same planet, and there's not much to work up towards here. But I mean, if you wanted to make the mega base, like as the ends, pretty much if the mega base was its own end, if you just wanted to make a mega base for whatever reason, you don't have to worry about the gases. You don't have to like ship them in or anything. So I think you could, in theory, fully automate this. Because I think you could use the... Yeah, there is Astroneer in the core. Well, how else would you automate this, actually? I'm thinking about the mega base path. Just if you chose to do that for whatever reason, how would you do that? You would still have to pick up and place your auto extractors, I think. There's no getting around that, and the Astroneer is fairly thin. That's more of a problem with the auto extractors, though, and I've talked about that before. We're not going to make this a platform for me to complain about the auto extractors. But like having to replace them constantly to get them to actually be automated is really the only thing that will be holding you back from a fully automated mega base with all the gases, where you could just do literally whatever you want. You know what? Free building would actually be good. This would be really good for making like large builds in like survival or creative mode because of how big the planet is. You could make like an enormous structure on this planet, and the gravity would more or less just pull straight down the whole time that you were doing it. So I could also see like really large builds like being an appealing thing to do on this planet instead of the base game. Again, not something I intend to do, but the option is definitely there. It's just you would be missing out on stuff like the snails and Eva for that matter. It would be kind of cool if there was a way to get those. Even if after you finish the DLC, if there was a way to get the snails and Eva, that would actually be kind of sick. I'm not sure how that would be done, but I'm just kind of like throwing that out there as an idea to encourage players to maybe stick around a little bit longer. I just don't know how it would be implemented, so it's not a well thought out idea by any stretch of the imagination. Otherwise, the DLC kind of remains as its own like standalone like bundle of content that's a bit separate from the base game. I also think you don't ever get access to the rockets, right? Did we ever... Let's see, what do we have? Yeah, okay, request platform is never available. We did get the trade platform, we did get the Krusty Krab, and we probably don't have the rockets, if I had to guess. We do have the rockets. Huh. What do these do? I guess this would be for, like, terrestrial flights, wouldn't they? I'm tempted to actually go back up to the surface now, real quick, and just see what that looks like. Because this is very cheap. Okay, we're not going to end it just yet. I'm going to go up to the surface. I'm just going to leave the rover here. I'm going to make, like, a crappy starter rocket. And I'm just going to do a domestic flight, just to kind of look around. That's neat, though, that you get access to those. And I suppose if you're feeling really determined, you could probably get them to, like, fit into the caves. Like, the cave layer is so big that I think the raycast the rockets do to check for the sky would probably miss it, so you might actually be able to put a landing pad, like, somewhere in the caves if you were determined enough to do so for another form of fast travel. Which one is it? I think this one is the Alpha Storm. So what do you know? There are actually rockets in this. You just can't go to other planets. But let's have a look at that real quick. Let's look at the planet outside of a flying machine. This is the opposite of where I wanted to be. This one. This is it for sure, guaranteed. First try. All right. Where's our home base? I can get home before I suffocate, I'm pretty sure, because I've got the hover pad now. I don't have any hydrazine. I like was basically out of hydrazine. All right, hold on, just a second. You almost spoiled it. Yeah, I figured if there were going to be rockets, that's what it would be. Let's go have a flight around and see if there's anything I am actually missing. So grab some hydrazine so I can actually get home. Unless you mean you almost spoiled something else, in which case, just let me cook. Let's see if I find it, whatever it is. All right, here we are. Oh, my piston on my chair just shifted. There we go. All right, let's head home. This feels like the good old days. The only thing I don't have is an infinite oxygen and fall damage reduction. Yeah, this felt so much further away at the start of the game. I like how the progression feels, how you scale up while you're doing this. Because traveling long distances on a planet this big is very hard at the start of the game. I still hate that biome, though. That biome is unforgivable. How bad it is to navigate that biome. Right, let's quickly whip up a rocket here just to see what this looks like. I wonder if there's going to be natural landing sites. Alright, so let's grab some aluminum. I need to research it as well. I'm not going to bother with the other two because I don't particularly care. I'm not going to make a medium shuttle, though, because medium shuttles are terrible. Nobody ever makes those. I feel like I'm missing something here. Did I not unlock it, or is it on a... Oh, it's in the rover category. I thought it was on its own for some reason. Portable oxygenator. I could make that. Do I have the nanocarbon, like, sitting around the base? The thing is, you know what? I don't have QD-RTGs either. That's the other thing that I'm missing here. It's missing a few things that you would probably want to use if you were... Oh, sorry, Gerald. Look, I'm almost done here. It's missing a few things that I would want to have available if I was going to Mega Base here. That I would kind of, like, be disappointed that I didn't have. Especially if the cuties are only traded in for like the sunroom quest line after you finish that, then there's no way to get those by the look of things, unless I'm overlooking a feature that I've never like paid any attention to. I don't think there's a way to get those. Rewards claimed. Schematic. Hydrazine. I already got that. Good schematic. Alright, so we need to make a landing pad while we wait for this. I don't remember how much ceramic it costs. Let's just grab a couple of each. Never mind, our inventory's full. Of course it is. A little kiss from Gerald just to say goodbye. I don't know if we're ever going to come back to this save. I'm going to keep the save, of course. I didn't get the landing pad. I'm going to keep the save, but I don't know if we're going to come back to it or not. Because I don't intend to, like, mega base in this. I figured the DLC would just be a good, like, single playthrough. Which printer is the landing pad in? Is it still in... Okay, it's always been weird to me that it's 3 items, but I guess the shuttles are also 3 items, but then the landing pad is a small box. And I always forget exactly what the resource quantities are for these. I had to wait for the rocket anyway, so it wasn't going to be too bad. Greg never sends you back, he just leaves you here. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, obviously, from a gameplay standpoint, it obviously doesn't matter. Like, lore-wise, they would have had to keep track of the save. I already have a landing pad, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, we have 2 landing pads. Yeah, I forgot this one. This functions as a landing pad. It's been so long since I used this, because in my normal save, I'm on a different planet, so I never use this landing pad under, like, any circumstances. Just put this here with the rest. Lovely. Okay, well, let's just make a thruster and go have a look around. How do you make a hydrazine thruster? Do I need an exo chip for that? I'm just gonna make a solid fuel thruster, I think. Aluminum, aluminum, aluminum. That's not aluminum. Have a quick look around the planet before we end it here. Yeah, I could unlock this, but I don't have exo chips, so whatever. We're just doing this to just have a look at it. If they ever, like, expanded this DLC for some reason, I could come back to this playthrough. But we'll see. I'm not necessarily expecting that to happen. And we have a packager, so we could repackage this if we needed to. I wonder if there's going to be natural landing sites. Yeah, so launch to another planet. Oh, really? Hold on a second. Is there some hidden content over here? Or is that just gonna not actually do anything? Oh. Didn't we like send you to the Shadow Realm? Also, why is this sideways? Glitchwalkers too. Glitch runners. I mean, there's gonna be glitch speedrunners. One of the speedrunners for this DLC has got to call it, like, glitch runners. Like, she just, like, put this in the sky. Like, time was spent to, like, put this in the sky of her own planet. What a egotistic lunatic. Even I wouldn't put my face in the sky like that, just, like, looking at me the whole time. Like, the only reason this could be here is if she expected somebody else to get sent to this planet. Like, why would you want this in your own house? Like, just a giant portrait of yourself, like, staring ominously into your living room. What a lunatic. Yeah, it's like we've only got the one planet here, and then that is the sun, apparently. It's so dark on this planet, it looks like a moon. Huh. I'm just kind of looking at it. I can't really get a good look at this. Hold on. Okay, we get a little bit of a better look from here. It looks like it runs along the top and bottom of the planet. I guess I don't really know what north and south was for this planet. But it's not running along that trench. Or is it? Oh, there's the trench. Okay, here's the Starkiller base trench. Yeah, I see what they did here. Honestly, those canyons would probably be the easiest way to travel, so you don't have to go... Oh, that's the starter shuttle. Or the starter satellite. Yeah, getting into one of these canyons first would probably be the easiest way to, like, traverse this planet, because the canyons are really flat once you get down there. So you start here in this basic biome. You've got a ring of, I don't want to talk about it. Then you've got a canyon running along either side with some landing sites on it, so they did generate those. Then you've got Starkiller Base. You've got this huge, disgusting ridge, which I think is where the second storm was. More of the same biomes, and then the final biome here with all the deadly plants in it. Which thankfully, I don't think we died to a single plant in this playthrough. I think we died 3 times, didn't we? We died to fall damage, then we died again to fall damage, but that one was intentional. I knew that was probably going to kill me. And then we suffocated to death, I think is what happened in this playthrough. Yeah, there's the second storm. So all in all, not too bad as far as me not having my crutches, because I didn't have my snails to protect me from all the dangers of the world. Very cool. Did I die to Herobrine? No, I did not. I did not encounter Herobrine. Maybe I need to play hardcore mode for him to show up. Yeah, I guess you could have also... I assume that I had the shuttle unlocked with the last bundle of stuff, but I just made a winch rover, but you probably could have used a shuttle to, like, fly over to this landing site to get to that storm. That's kind of a good pacing for, like, unlocking vehicles, because I didn't really consider the fact that I didn't actually go over here like a normal person. I just flew here with a rover, but a rocket would probably be a very good choice to fly over here, because it's very cheap to just take, like, a one-time trip over to this area and just pick the nearest landing site, and then from there go beat the game. So, like, I could see speedrunners probably just using the rocket at the very end, because you only need a bunch of bytes, 3 aluminum, and like 1 ammonium to do that. So, interesting. Just interesting to ponder, like, how you would play this if you wanted to go fast, which I definitely did not do here. Alright, well, I think we're about done here, so I'm gonna go touch down and save my game. Back to home base. Welcome back. Alright, Gerald. One last kiss before we end it here. One more smooch. Right over here, right in the classic spot. Give me keys. Aw, I love you, Gerald. I'm gonna miss you. Maybe we'll plant the Gerald back in our, like, vanilla playthrough at some point in the future. Alright, well, I think that's going to be it for this. So, yep, this was a fun DLC. If you enjoy the Astroneer base game, I'd highly recommend getting this. I think this was well worth the $9 that I paid for it. You can even get the bundle with, like, the skins, I guess, if you want to, like, give a little more support to the devs. But I liked this. Like, if more DLCs come out that are, like, kind of the same concept of, like, a slight twist on the Astroneer experience, I'd be totally on board with that. So, that's going to be it for this. Next Astroneer episode, if and when that ever happens, is going to probably be back on the vanilla save. There's a farm event going. I don't know if I'm going to finish that or not on stream, but we'll see. I'm not entirely done with Astroneer yet. There's going to be a lot fewer of those streams than there were back in the day, but I might still find things to do, especially if they keep adding, like, vanilla content to the game to go along with DLCs like this. We'll see. But anyways, I hope this was fun to watch. Hope it was interesting. Maybe this inspired you to get the DLC, and I like this. Well done, developers. So, yeah, it's just, I still don't know how to do video outros, so, hope to see you again. Bye.